for the unequivocal support you have given Israel during these trying times, a support that reflects the overwhelming will of the American people. I've seen your support every day in the depth and breadth of cooperation that we have had since the beginning of this war. A level of cooperation that is truly unprecedented in the history of the great alliance between our two nations. We see that support in your steadfast commitment to provide Israel with the tools we need to defend ourselves. We see that support in the clear message you've sent our enemies not to test our resolve, and in the 2 American carrier battle groups that you sent to the region to back up those words with action. But above all, Mr. President, the world sees that support in the moral clarity that you have demonstrated from the moment Israel was attacked. You've rightly drawn a clear line between the forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. You described what Hamas did as sheer evil. It is exactly that. Hamas murdered children in front of their parents, and parents in front of their children. They burnt people alive. They raped and murdered women. They beheaded soldiers. They searched for the secret hiding places where parents hid their children. And just imagine, Mr. President, the fear and the panic of those little children in their last moments as the monsters found out their hiding places. Hamas kidnapped women, children, elderly, Holocaust survivors. I know you share our outrage on this, and I know you share our determination to bring these people back. On October 7th, Hamas murdered 1,400 Israelis, maybe more. This is in a country of fewer than 10 million people. This would be equivalent to over 50,000 Americans murdered in a single day. That's 29 11s. That is why October 7th is another day that will live in infamy. Mr. President, you rightly said that Hamas is worse than ISIS. The German Chancellor, who visited here yesterday, said that Hamas were the new Nazis. You're both right. And just as the civilized world united to defeat the Nazis and united to defeat ISIS, the civilized world must unite to defeat Hamas. I can assure you, Mr. President, Israel is united to defeat Hamas. And we will defeat Hamas and remove this terrible threat from our lives. The forces of civilization will prevail for our sake, for your sake, for peace and security in our region and in the world. Mr. President, for the people of Israel, there's only one thing better than having a true friend like you standing with Israel, and that is having you standing in Israel. Your visit here is the first visit of an American president in Israel at a time of war. It is deeply, deeply moving. It speaks to the depth of your personal commitment to Israel. It speaks to the depth of your personal commitment to the future of the Jewish people and the one and only Jewish state. So I know I speak for all the people of Israel when I say, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for standing with Israel today, tomorrow, and always.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Look, folks, I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands. I've got my great Secretary of State here. He's been here for a lot. But I wanted to personally come and make that clear. Terrorist group Hamas has slaughtered, as has been pointed out, over 1,300 people. And it's not hyperbole to suggest slaughtered. And including 31 Americans as part of that. And they've taken scores of people hostage, including children. He said, imagine what those children hiding from Hamas were thinking. It's beyond my comprehension to be able to imagine what they're thinking. Beyond my comprehension. They're committed evils, that atrocities that make ISIS look somewhat more rational. You know, Americans are grieving with you. They really are. And Americans are worried. Americans are worried because you know this is not an easy field to navigate, what you have to do. But the fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, seems to me that they have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs, as you know. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people, and has brought them only suffering. You know, years ago, I asked the Secretary of State when he and I were working in the Senate to write something for a man. Said, he wrote a line that I think is appropriate. He said, it's not, we need not just, well, I won't go into it, I'll wait till later, taking too much time, but the point is this, that I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there who are not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things. And also needs encouraging, life-saving capacity to help the Palestinians who are innocent, caught in the middle of this. And well, at any rate, that's who we are. Not just me, but that's who the United States is. And it's just not the example of our power, it's the power of our example that's almost as important. The world's looking. Israel has a value set like the United States does, and other democracies, and they're looking to see what we're going to do. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm very happy to be back in Israel with you. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to having a thorough discussion about where everybody goes from here. But thank you, and I want to say to the people of Israel, their courage, their commitment, their bravery is stunning. It's really stunning. I'm proud to be here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. We're walking, press, moving out. Thanks, guys. We're having press. Thanks, guys. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys. We're in and out. Thanks, guys. We're moving. We're walking out. We're walking. Press, we're walking. Thanks, press. Press.
Okay. Well, there we are. That seems to be the end of that, with shouted questions in Joe Biden's ear. But he made some interesting points. He said that after the awful massacre in southern Israel, that America would stand behind Israel. He said Israel know they can respond to that attack, and they need to have what they need or want to defend themselves. He made that point very clearly. But he also said to Benjamin Netanyahu there that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people. And
Story from the Israel-Palestine conflict. Up to 800 Palestinians have reportedly been killed in a single Israeli airstrike on a Gaza hospital. The IDF has denied all responsibility, instead suggesting a failed Palestinian militant pipe rocket is to blame for the devastation. The Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in the north of the territory was hit. Local authorities have branded the attack a war crime. Several hospitals in Gaza City have recently become a makeshift shelter for thousands trying to escape the Israeli bombing campaign. And all this comes after Israel ordered residents of the city and the surrounding areas to evacuate to the south.
ونعم الوكيل. وين المصور؟ يصور طفلة صغيرة. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. كل هذول شهداء. كل هذول شهداء. وين المصور؟ كل هذول شهداء. طلع الطفل. هيوديه. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. الله يكرمك. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
I think a pipe rocket with this. They're trying to say a pipe rocket with this.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
Here you can see some of the latest footage of the aftermath of the Al Ali Arab Hospital bombing. People can be seen rushing around and trying to cover the bodies of those killed in the strike. Rescue workers are still removing bodies from the rubble.
But
Now, this video from the surrounding area shows the aftermath of the strike as well. Wreckage across the streets as personnel find the damage left behind. These pictures speak for themselves. Those still with a chance to live have been rushed to the nearest hospital still standing, the Al-Shifa Medical Center. Ambulances line up as staff rush victims through the doors in what can be described as a race against time. This latest attack on the hospital has exacerbated the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We heard from a journalist based there, and she said that civilians in the region are dealing with a catastrophic situation right now.
yeah, this is the morning after the night
We
before.
have now another suffering in the medical staff that we have a high number, as we have a high number of casualties, while the staff, the medical staff cannot deal with such amount of casualties. Some of the hospitals in Gaza will out of their services because of the running out of the fuel. All the Filipinos here in Gaza had a panic attack because of such crime, a war crime. And we really can call this as a war crime against civilians who just want to keep themselves away from the current bloody conflict between Hamas and between Islamic Jihad. We have a lot of losses here in humans, and we have a lot of destruction. We have a lot of destroyed buildings, and without having any chance to inspect our losses also. We are going to hunger, really. And we are going
Biden says,
more
looks like
catastrophic
blast
situation
caused by
because
other
the
team.
food and the supplies of food here in Gaza would be enough only for a few days. The people, after maybe 4 days or 5 days, they will not find anything. The shops now empty from the supplies, and the people just around and walk here and here to buy some.
Biden says, looks like hospital blasts caused by other team. Like, we're full sprints. We are maximum speed, pedal to the metal. It's all outs. Unbridled, unrestricted. We're on our way to war. Like, we are sprinting on the way. Usain Bolt type resignation accessories. Morning. Did you get in on time? Yeah, I know you woke up late today, didn't you? Like 5 or something. Did you get in okay? Got a cab. Did you use my card? You used my card. I said use my card. Oh my God, use my phone. Did you get in? Yes, to the resignation accessories. Yeah, how you doing? You alright? Yeah, this Biden thing, like literally, it's just now. So I jumped on. It's like just now. Had to jump on because it's now.
There are weapons and military support going.
He started off on a conversation, and then couldn't remember how to get to the end of it, and said, "Oh, I can't talk about that. That's taking up too much time." Oh, it's embarrassing. He looks like he needs a nap. He needs some milk.
That what we are seeing is essentially an impending genocidal assault on Gaza, and international states have a clear duty to prevent that.
I'm afraid we are out of time, Amy. That's the end of the show, but I would like to be able to talk to you again perhaps next week. We can talk further on what's happened and the appeal for a ceasefire where that takes us over the next few days. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Joe Biden has arrived in Tel Aviv. He is likely to be there for several hours, had hoped to speak to several Arab leaders in the region. That is now not happening, but he is spending time with Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll have more on that throughout the course of the day here on Sky News.
It can barely function.
So we'll have more on that in just a few moments' time here on Sky News with Will.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Oh, this is bad. It looks. See, the funny thing is, it is as bad as it looks. Right? It's like you're underestimating the mentalities that we're dealing with. You really are. It is as bad as it looks. It is as blatant as it is. There is no subterfuge going on here. There is no trickery going on here. This is as bad as it is. It's as bad as it looks. Hey, not your president. I mean, I don't even know if he knows whose president he is. I don't even think it is as bad. It is as brutal as it looks. It is as horrendous as it's been. He is as dumb as he is. They are as bloodthirsty as they are. And we are where we are, man. And we 800 people. This is the morning after. If you go onto X now, everyone's saying it's an errant missile. It's a missile. They hit their own people. 800. They hit the road. This is the desperation the other side has had to seek to cower to. They're trying to say it was a missile that landed on their own people. They're trying to say it was a Hamas missile that went wrong. It's where we are, man. Get this out.
Christian hospital in Gaza, Al-Ahli National Hospital, Arab National Hospital. It's the only Christian hospital in Gaza. They try to find a safe place, they try to find a shelter. And they have been attacked by a barbaric bombardment. And all of these casualties came to the hospital, came as body parts amputated without any signs of life. We have received many casualties today in this massacre. This is really a genocide. According to the international humanitarian law, if you know what is the international humanitarian law, the hospital is supposed to be a safe place. It's supposed to be a shelter for the displaced people. And this is one of my neighborhood. His home is completely destroyed. He tried to find a safe place in the hospital, but he came again as dead body in our hospital here. This happened to one hospital in Gaza. Please, don't wait to this massacre happen in any other hospital again. We have only 5 main hospitals working now, and they will be out of service in the coming hours. Don't wait until these hospitals became out of service, and don't wait until another massacre and another genocide happen to these civilians and these displaced. We are not feeling safe in this hospital now. We are not feeling safe in any place. Please stop this stop this genocide, stop this humanitarian crisis.
For surgical, I'm so sorry to saying there is no safety in Gaza because the Israeli doesn't know how to deal with these people. They want genocide in Gaza. They do war crimes in Gaza. Most of the children was burnt. We couldn't take them easy. So and also some of the women were burnt from that. I don't know if it's a new weapon.
We can see also civilians hiding inside these sections, and we can see children also looking to dead bodies and sleeping next to dead bodies. And this is terrifying, and the international world should take action of what happening here right in the hospital. What happened inside Al-Ma'madani hospital was big war crime, but we don't want it to happen here and others hospitals.
Fair enough.
So to get more on this story now, we're going to cross live to geopolitical analyst Abdullah Al-Junaid. Thanks a lot for joining us on the program, sir. So I'm just going to start with basically a general question about this hospital bombing in Gaza, because we've got Palestine blaming the IDF for it, Israel blaming the Islamic Jihad. What are your thoughts on what happened?
I think we are missing the whole, or misreading the whole picture. At the present time, since this killing is being carried out by the Israelis or any other party, including Hamas or Jihad. But we are missing as well that at the end, those dead, it wouldn't matter to them who killed them. They are dead. What we need to concentrate on is saving the living. And this is what needs to be addressed at the present time, stopping this senseless operation and seek other ways in eradicating Hamas and Jihad, Islamic Jihad from Gaza, and bring stability to the whole region.
What do you think about Israel's claims that the rocket was fired by the so-called Palestinian Islamic Jihad group? Because I know you were saying that we don't have all the information, but a lot of stuff has come out. For example, videos of the alleged explosion, which suggests that this couldn't have actually been a missile that was fired by the Islamic Jihad.
At the present time, as I said, everybody going to be defending its position, the Israelis, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad. But at the present time, what we need to concentrate on is not just reporting a story, but as aiding or assisting in trying to put an end to this senseless killing. Israel will not secure a total eradication of Hamas or Islamic Jihad from Gaza by means of military intervention. They killed 3,000 Palestinians so far, adding the 500 or 600 or 1,000 from last night. It's not going to bring an end to Hamas or Islamic Jihad. What we need to do is seriously make Israel understand that they could do that, but it's going to need a collective regional will in addressing the eradication of Hamas. We need to do something else in Gaza.
Well, as you said, many civilians have died as a result of Israeli bombardments of Gaza. And many people are calling what this hospital strike is, the ones that are accusing the IDF of it, of causing it, a war crime. So how do you think this could affect relations between Bahrain and Israel when the smoke clears from all this chaos?
Listen, killing any innocent is a crime. Killing a group of innocent civilians, it's definitely a war crime. If it's being perpetrated by the Israelis or Hamas or Islamic Jihad, it needs to be stopped, and make sure the world needs to start making sure that nobody get away with a crime such as what's happening in Gaza by anybody. It's not just by Hamas or the Israelis, by anybody who betrayed a crime against a civilian need to be taken to the criminal world, justice tribunal and face the music there.
How are people in Bahrain reacting to this escalating conflict between Palestine and Israel? What do normal people on the streets think about it?
Damn, I can't
Put
go
it
through.
this way, people under our constitution have the right to express their point of view freely, and they are doing so by all means, whether they agree or disagree with certain policies. And you can feel that on, social medias and public gathering and everything. And that did take place a few days back. And we shouldn't be, comparing apple for apple. As a state, Bahrain need to address and manage this relation delicately, but from the scope of regional responsibility. But what the Bahrainis want to do in terms of expressing
the other team
their point of view,
means he's on the Israeli
Bahrain
side.
wouldn't mind that, and it is happening.
Well, one more thing on the,
Means he's on the Israeli
hospital bombing,
side.
because we've got a number of Israeli influencers, social media personalities, actually, one of which had actually said that the Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza, and a number of terrorists are dead. That's a quote from one of their...
It's embarrassing for all the people that are denying it. They seem to forget that we've been following this, and Israel's already warned the hospital twice, right? So they've been warning hospitals. We know that. We heard that. I've streamed that where the news has come through that they warned the hospital. They warned the hospital. Now they bomb the hospital, and everyone's running around saying, "Oh, it's a Hamas rocket. It's a Hamas rocket." Wow. Just wow. Mad. What are they saying?
Is still evident due to the short flight of the rocket because the launch failed. The following visual evidence shows infrared imagery of the parking lot. You can see the central locations of fires, some debris of rooftops, no craters can be identified. I want to show you that.
Listen to them. Listen to this.
Myself. This is the area of the hospital. Okay? We are showing the parking lot and the hospital. Okay? Those are in red spots. This is not in infrared, so you can understand it betterly. This is the parking lot. You can see the parking lot also now in this picture shown here. Okay? Aftermath. After the hit. There is no structural damage to the building. The walls stayed intact. There are no craters here. All of the above, which I said, no structural damage. The walls stay intact, no craters. These are the characterized that shows that are not an aerial munition that have hit the parking lot. We also have examples of what air-to-ground munition creator looks like. As you can see, they do not exist in this instance. Many media outlets immediately reported the unverified claims by Hamas. Those were lies spread by Hamas. I want to make something clear. It is impossible to know what happened as quickly as Hamas claimed they knew. That should have been an initial warning sign for many.
You're stupid.
Unlike Hamas, the IDF launched an immediate examination, which was overseen at the very highest levels of command.
All of you are stupid. That's what you
This professional review was based on intelligence, operational systems, and aerial footage, all of which we cross-checked. The evidence, which we are sharing with you all, confirms that the explosion of the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza was caused by an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired. Here are the four main parts of the examination process. First, we confirmed that there was no IDF fire by land, sea, or air that hit the hospital. Second, our radar system tracked.
Hey, look, man, we're going to get our information in a second. A picture and a slide. It's disgraceful, isn't it? It's disgraceful. They're going to do what they're going to do.
The trajectory analysis from the barrage of rockets confirms that the rockets were fired close proximity to the hospital. In addition, there are two independent videos which show the failure of the rocket launch and the continuation of rocket flight.
No. Those videos that video's got a timestamp at the bottom, and it's an hour before the actual explosion. That's already been debunked on Twitch.
Some that will be shared here, of communication between terrorists talking about rockets misfiring. The terrorists realize that the rocket has misfired and made specific reference to the Al-Hali al-Ma'adani hospital.
That was the Israeli Defense Force spokesman speaking this morning. Our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, joins us live now from Tel Aviv. Alistair, Joe Biden is here.
Cover story
He's
for
in
their
talks
cover story.
with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Anyone believes this?
But it's a
People
very
believe
different
this.
trip, really, to the one that he was planning.
It is, because as news of the
Wonder who
hit
believes
on the
this.
hospital was emerging last night and
That's
the
not
civilians
proof, no.
killed in that, Joe Biden was just preparing to leave the White House
That's
and
not proof.
board Air Force One for here. So there was a moment when some of us did wonder whether or not his trip might be cancelled. He has decided to plough on with that trip, but an element of it has been cancelled. That is the meeting that was due to take place in Amman after he met with Benjamin Netanyahu here. He was due to meet in the Jordanian capital with the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, King Abdullah of Jordan and President Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt. That will no longer happen, although he will have a phone conversation with Abbas and Abdullah after he's finished here. So he comes here with that tragic incident, that massive loss of life at the hospital as the backdrop, because it has inflamed tensions further within the wider Middle East. We saw immediate protests on the streets of Palestinian cities last night, but also in Beirut and in Amman. And so
Tehran,
Joe Biden
Turkey,
has got to try and use his
Arabia,
clout as the US president to try and lower the
Yemen,
tensions
Qatar.
and to try and find progress in possibly releasing some hostages, getting Hamas to release some hostages, opening up the Rafah border crossing with Egypt to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. It's much, much needed. And to understand probably better for himself what Israel's intentions are as this war continues now, heading towards a second week. I think it was a third week, I should say.
Yeah, and Alistair, he did, in making these remarks with Benjamin Netanyahu, it was interesting. He said that Israel will have what they need to defend themselves, they stand behind Israel. But he did make this point about the people he called innocent Palestinians caught up in all this.
On that note, Michael, we do have one map that is now just ready, which captures, zoomed out, the entire region.
Yeah.
Just talk us through what military assets are in the region, not just the US, but the UK as well. We've got Cyprus marked there. Where else are there military bases, whether it's in Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Cyprus for the Allies?
Yeah, well, I mean, start with the British base is in Akrotiri in Episkopi in Cyprus, very big air base in Akrotiri, and Mount Olympus, which is a big listening base in Cyprus. So we actually have a lot of material there. The biggest other bases for the West are in Doha, just outside Doha, the capital of Qatar, and a big base there, Al Udeid. There is a big naval base that we have, and the Americans use as well, in Bahrain. There is an American air base in Abu Dhabi. We don't use much in Abu Dhabi, but we've got bases there. And elsewhere in the region, there are quite a lot of Russian assets in Egypt, and the Americans are they don't have any bases in Lebanon, say, or in that western part of the Levant, but they have a lot of assets listening to it and watching it, and because they've now got two carrier battle groups, one in place, the Gerald R. Ford and the Eisenhower on the way, they've got an enormous firepower arriving in the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as a lot of intelligence assets.
And when we say those carrier groups have gone to the Eastern Med, how far east are they? They're east of Cyprus, or are they just...
The Gerald R. Ford is on station. CENTCOM said 2 or 3 days ago that the Gerald R. Ford is there with its kind of destroyer, its cruiser, and I think 4 destroyers. It's quite a powerful battle group. And the Eisenhower is on the way. We're not sure quite where that, or at least officially we're not sure where it is, but it'll be a few days before it gets there. And the British, 2 British Royal Fleet auxiliary ships, which again they're in the Navy, they're not warships, but they're ships that have got a lot of facilities on board for helicopters, humanitarian aid. They will be very close, the RFA Argus and the RFA Lyme Bay, and if they're not there now, they'll be there in a couple of days.
Michael, as always, thanks so much, Michael Clark. Lots more still to come, but we're going to have a quick look at the weather first.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
economic bloc, the Eurasian Union that has been built across the former Soviet Union, states that the Eurasian Union could be aligned and integrated with the Belt and Road Initiative, which is, 100%. Again, a huge boon to China and the partners, Russia included, that plan on doing business and developing along with China.
Nikki, President Xi obviously very proud. He's drawn all these people together, and it seems like such a positive celebration that when one puts one mind to something, you can actually change lives. Is that the vibe that you have there?
It has been an incredibly busy day as we try to get guests, as we listen into what the world leaders are saying, but also because Chinese media are so keen to speak to us to find out an outsider perspective on what China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative. So it's been quite busy in that way. Earlier, I was asked to sum up the Belt and Road Initiative in one word, and I chose cooperation because that's really at the heart of everything to do with the Belt and Road Initiative. And earlier, listening to the keynote speech at the opening ceremony by President Xi Jinping, he said that right now cooperation has never been more pressing as we're amidst unstable and uncertain times with the conflict in Ukraine, the situation we're seeing unfold between Israel and Palestine. And he said right now, countries should be coming together to talk, to work things out, to cooperate, to find an understanding. And he said that China opposes bloc politics. It opposes unilateral sanctions. What it stands for, the Belt and Road Initiative in particular, is development, is of respect, is of support. Focusing on the Belt and Road Initiative and its ideas, it seems like it's one that many countries want to be a part of and also have a common vision, because over 140 countries are in attendance in Beijing for the Belt and Road Forum, and many entrepreneurs also are here taking part in forums. And President Xi, speaking earlier, laid out an 8-point action plan looking ahead to overcome these challenges and face the next 10 years of the Belt and Road Initiative. Let's take a listen.
We will hold an international cooperation forum on cargo railways between China and other countries. Together with our partners, we will work on new logistic corridors across the Eurasian continent relying on direct railway and highway transport. As for economic support of the Belt and Road project, the China Development Bank and the Export-Import Bank of China will create credit lines. 350 billion Chinese yuan. The Silk Road Foundation will be increased by 80 billion yuan. At the CEO's conference of the Belt and Road Initiative, there were agreements signed totaling around $97 billion US. China will be working on thousands more smaller projects to improve the well-being of the people.
It seems to me that the Belt and Road Initiative is really the embodiment of this traditional Chinese custom, which in China we call guanxi, which means relationships. It's like you scratch my back, I scratch yours, creating a win-win. And the Belt and Road Initiative is about creating these kinds of win-win relationships that create a more fairer, a more just world, a common prosperity. As Xi Jinping said himself, China can only do well when the rest of the world is also doing well.
That's all the news we have for this hour, but we are expecting a press conference from Russian President Vladimir Putin at the Belt and Road Forum any minute now. So stay tuned because it could come up at any moment.
And hopefully with an English translation. So, what's going on right now is something that I needed to find out. I need to find out a little bit more information about what the Belt and Road project was. Now, as far as I understand it, it's like China is guaranteeing like supply routes of its stuff, like guarantee it's basically going to start exporting, but it wants to know that it has a, how can I put it, a smooth line of communication all the way out, and those other countries have a smooth line of communication all the way in again, if that makes sense. I still need to be kept on Taiwan. Well, this is what people are saying. When everything gets tied up, if it kicks off and everything gets tied up, that frees up China to do whatever it likes in Taiwan. That's what. Right now with Ukraine, Israel, Russia's tied up with Ukraine, America's tied up with Ukraine. But if this thing kicks off to be anything else, then America, and with Janet Yellen saying America can afford 2 wars, well, yeah, then that frees up China. What's America going to do? What, fight 3 wars? Who's being stretched here?
Controvertible really by this point is that what happened last night is that Palestinian Islamic Jihad launched a rocket from inside the Gaza Strip, that it misfired, it fell short inside the Gaza Strip and hit the parking lot of that hospital. Now, the evidence is there for everyone to see. This isn't a case of we're not 100% sure, he said, she said. The evidence from the IDF, declassified evidence, independent evidence, is there for everyone to see and examine the evidence. For one, Al Jazeera broadcast the whole thing live at 6:59. You can see on the Al Jazeera footage a rocket exploding from a volley and crashing, and then the fire at the hospital. There is also security cam footage from Netiva Asara, one of the villages destroyed by the Hamas death squads in the 7th of October massacre, again showing a volley of rockets, one falling short and an explosion. And the IDF has even declassified intelligence with a video recording, with a voice recording of a phone call between Hamas operatives saying this was Palestinian Islamic Jihad firing a rocket from a cemetery behind a hospital. So we can put this issue to rest. What happened yesterday was a war crime. It was a war crime by Islamic Jihad trying to commit an atrocity against Israeli civilians, but ended up killing Palestinian civilians. We don't know how many people were killed. Let's treat with a healthy dose of skepticism. Everything coming from the Hamas health ministry. We're disputing everything that Hamas claims. Let's remember we're 12 days since the October 12th massacre. Israel is still trying to identify and count the dead. And it was extremely suspect that Hamas within minutes immediately threw out outrageous numbers. There is simply no way that it could possibly have those numbers so soon. The Gaza health ministry is Hamas. Hamas is ISIS. It's the terror organization that perpetrated the October 7th massacre. That's not difficult. Absolutely, we dispute those numbers. We would expect the international media as well to independently verify things before reporting them. We know that Hamas has an interest in waging a war of misinformation against Israel in order to generate the very same international sympathy that we're seeing that then supports its claims to get Israel to lay off the airstrikes, so that we are taking in defensive action in order to destroy the terror organization that was behind that horrific October 7th massacre. Now, as for why it caused such a big explosion, first, let's get the evidence about how big the explosion was. But let's remember, one, if it was a rocket that misfired, it means its fuel wasn't used on the trajectory itself, and that fuel would have exploded in the explosion. And secondly, we know that Hamas often keeps ammunition underneath schools, underneath hospitals, and that, I assume, is one scenario that the army and the media should also be investigating, whether it hit a secondary depot. But certainly, a rocket that misfired and all that fuel from a long-range rocket falling short inside the Gaza Strip would definitely explain the fireball that we saw in that footage.
Yeah.
Now, the younger of 2 British sisters who were said to be missing after the Hamas attack on Israel has died. 13-year-old Yahel Sharabi and 16-year-old Noya Sharabi disappeared from Be'eri kibbutz after it was raided. Sky's Anna Botting spoke to the uncle of the girls.
A family in grief, a community of support for Raz Matalon, whose 13-year-old niece Yahel was confirmed dead today. Her 16-year-old sister, Noya, on the right, still missing.
He used to visit us for the weekends and sleep over. Noya and Yael were like friends to me. We didn't have the gap of the age. I looked at them as friends, and I believe they noticed it.
Their British mother, Leanne, had moved to Israel as a kibbutz volunteer at the age of 19. Her life taken too on that terrible day.
What we know about what happened in Leanne's house is not by eyewitness. No one saw what happened. But after the events, we managed to ask a friend who is a soldier in the army to go to the house and to see what happened over there. What we saw is gunshots on the shelter and also in the room in front of the shelter. And we saw 2 big blood stains on the floor. We need to go to the shelter. What you need to understand that the same happened in Be'eri, but outside the door there were terrorists, and the family stood here like this, and they just hold this as hard as they can, so they won't be able to open. And just that you understand now, we did this one, so we can be able to close the door, and so it won't be able to open the door. I don't know how to plan one funeral. I cannot think about doing 2, 3, or 4. So hopefully we will end with what we know now.
What he knows now is 2 dead, and Noya and her father Eli still missing, and his 22-year-old son called up to fight.
That was Anna Botting reporting there. Another one of the girls' uncles, Yossi, was also caught up in the attack. A witness saw him put in a car and taken into Gaza. The family believe he is one of the 199 hostages. Coming up later on Sky News, we'll have a special programme on the Israeli-Hamas war, live from here in Jerusalem.
Wow, so Sky News. Again, not allowed to condemn anything. It's a missile. They're saying they can't describe, they're saying people have been atomized. They're saying people have been turned to mist.
Also Palestinian leaders.
Hamas missile can't do that.
Though phone calls may. We'll find out more as the day goes on. Now back to Wilf in London.
Mark, as ever, thanks so much for that. And we are going to discuss the significance now of President Biden's trip to the region, only to Israel, as Mark was just saying, for now. Let's bring in Yossi Meckelberg, who's Associate Fellow at Chatham House for the MENA programme, Middle East and North Africa programme. Thanks so much for joining us, Yossi. We were discussing this earlier with Professor Michael Clark. Is there a risk that President Biden's presence there in the region antagonises more than it does calm things down?
Hello, thank you for having me. I think at this point, when the visit was planned and quite in a hurry, it was not a planned visit by President, only for a few hours. It was before the tragedy inside Gaza in the hospital, the terrible tragedy there, that we still try to find out what exactly happened there. But I think, in one way, it's an expression of support, reassurance for Israel, also to try to ensure that Israel is not overreacting to what happened, which is, considering what picture we just seen, it's not easy. And to look also into the political horizon of what's happening. But I think the cancellation of the meeting in Jordan, the summit with Egypt and Jordan and the Palestinian. At the same time, we see the reaction in the street, in some other places in the Middle East, probably complicated the situation, and probably the American administration, on reflection, might have avoided this visit.
Clearly, the rhetoric has been highly supportive of Israel throughout, and in the press conference an hour or so ago from President Biden, where he said we will give Israel what they need. There's 2 carrier groups in the region. There's even loose reporting of troops being prepared or on alert, at least back in the US. Is that all to be expected, or do you think the US is going further than you would expect?
Well, consider the magnitude of what happened, the attack of Hamas, and leaving Israel quite exposed, while the skirmishes with Hezbollah in the north. Yes, it might be also a natural reaction to it's to try and actually not to join in and not to enlarge the conflict in the region, but on the other to deter the Hezbollah, whether in Lebanon or in Syria, deterring Iran, ensuring that the West Bank is not joining in. So yes, there is a security, there's strategic logic into this, as long as it doesn't have to be translated into military action. So that's That's the rationale behind it. But let's say the shock of what happened on 7th of October and the idea that the IDF was not prepared for that, and at the same time that Hezbollah might join in, pushed the United States to intervene more than it expected.
And another, just again, reflection on what was said earlier by President Biden. He said, as it relates to Hamas, that they commit evils and atrocities that make ISIS look more rational. Again, do you think that is a totally fair statement for him to make in this regard? Or given the tensions, given what happened overnight and the question marks still around the hospital bombing, do you think that goes down with a bit of tension across the region? Or would many of the Arab states that he was potentially meant to be meeting agree with that?
Well, I think what Hamas committed is a terrible atrocity, unforgivable. But, I think actually sometimes, especially for world leaders, to reduce the kind of the flame instead of actually inflaming a situation that already is on fire. I'm not so sure how he compares between the atrocity of ISIS and Hamas. ISIS was a terrible organization that the United States spent a lot of resources in order to stop it and eliminate most of it. But I think rather deal with what's in front of us. And yes, I think Hamas, by what he did on 7th of October, excluded itself from the political process for a very long time, maybe for forever. But it doesn't mean, as long as everyone remembers, the Palestinians are not Hamas and Hamas not the Palestinians. It's an extreme organization that showed its character, if you like, on 7th of October. But, as the leader of the West, as a close ally of Israel, it's for the United States also to look why we got to this point. What's the contribution of the United States by actually neglecting the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? The previous administration, the Trump administration, caused a lot of damage. And I think it should serve as a wake-up call that immediately when the hostilities end, there must be a political process first to reconstruct Gaza, improve condition in the West Bank, and then to think in a long-term solution, a peaceful one and a just one.
Yossi, thanks so much for joining us. Very much appreciated from Chatham House. Two little bits of domestic breaking news. Paedophile Andrew Miller, 53 years old, who abducted a young girl and sexually abused her over 27 hours, has been jailed at the...
Okay. We wanted to hear about Simon Miller. Headline: Joe Biden looks like hospital blast caused by other team. Other team. Hold on, just gotta make a new thumbnail. Why are the numbers smaller? I don't understand. go. There you go. This is Gaza. I don't know if they're still burying in bodies. Something happened recently. So it kind of looks like something just happened again.
شباب شباب اي بابو الشباب
another hospital.
يا زلمه ابعد يا زلمه ابعد يا راجل كاميرات مباشر الله يرضى عليك
Oh, someone's kicked up. Oh, the Putin speech. We knew it was coming.
It's that they put into developing Russia's capabilities. So there is no competition here. Konstantin Panushkin, Channel 1. Just on the eve of your trip here, you had telephone conversations with heads of Middle Eastern states. What impression did you have back then after those telephone calls? Did you think that the big war in the Middle East could be avoided? And what do you think now after the atrocious attack against the hospital in Gaza and the response of the Islamic world? As for the attack on the hospital, it's a terrible tragedy. Hundreds of dead, hundreds of injured is a catastrophe, especially in a humanitarian location like this. And I really hope that this serves as a signal that this conflict should be ended as soon as possible. And some contacts should begin and negotiations. And number two, as for my impressions, after speaking with the 5 leaders of the region, yes, those were quite important talks. I will not go into details, but my key impression was that nobody wanted this conflict to escalate, to aggravate. In my view, the key players they were not ready to develop this conflict and to turn it into a large-scale war. My impression was that none of them wanted it, and that's important, I think. Pavel Zarubin, Russia TV channel. The president of Ukraine virtually bragged recently that Ukraine received and started using American long-range attack missiles.
Yep, that's true.
And as far as we understand, those missiles greatly increase the radius of possible strikes, including those deep within Russia's territory. How seriously do you think this is going to change the situation and the balance of power? Well, first of all, it's harmful and it creates additional threats. Number two, of course, we will be able to repel those attacks. A war is a war. And of course, those missiles are a threat, naturally. But what's most important, it doesn't change the situation on the battle line significantly. That I can say for sure. And this is yet another mistake on the part of the United States for several reasons. First of all, if they were not supplying weapons to Ukraine, they would be able to say in the future, if we had supplied everything that we could, then the situation would have been different, but that would have led to additional casualties, but we didn't do that. And yet they did, and there will not be any results. And that's a mistake already. And there is nothing good about this for Ukraine as well, as it only protrudes the agony. The long-announced counter-offensive on the Kherson direction hasn't brought any results, except casualties. There have been casualties, but there have been no results, just like in Zaporizhia. And this is yet another mistake. And another mistake on a larger scale, it's not visible yet, but very significant, is the fact that the United States is getting dragged deeper and deeper personally in this. The United States is getting dragged into this, although they're saying that they're not related to it. I think it is. So it only escalates the situation. Now they have two air carrier groups in the Mediterranean, and it's not a threat what I'm going to say now, but upon my instructions, Russia's Air Force is beginning permanent patrol missions in the neutral territory over the Black Sea, and our MiG-31 interceptors are armed with Kinjal missiles that have a range of over 1,000 kilometers at 9 Mach. The Kommersant newspaper. Mr. President, after your negotiations, can we at least surmise that after the Arab-Israeli conflict, can we expect there to be a Palestinian state, and especially given the fact that there are two belligerent Palestines, essentially? Well, I think you're exaggerating about there being two Palestines. There are conflicting parties within the Palestinian community, the West Bank and Gaza, but I wouldn't call them enemies. And the response of President Abbas says that they don't think the Gaza sector, they don't see them as enemies. It doesn't mean, though, that we don't have to increase the level of cooperation and that we shouldn't seek the unity of the Palestinian community as a whole. Of course, Palestinians should aspire to that, but it's up to them. We can't be controlling this process. And as for the creation of a Palestinian state, our fundamental position, that is not related to today's crisis, although it does bring it to the surface. We have always been in favor of creating a Palestinian state, an independent, a sovereign one, with a capital city in East Jerusalem. But we have been talking about that for a long time, and so has the international community, starting in 1948. when the task was set to create 2 independent states. I don't know if today's crisis is going to contribute to this task. But if it did, it would be the right thing, I think, as it would create conditions for a possible peaceful future in the long historical perspective. Because substituting fundamental historical issues related to substituting them with small economic stimuli, as the United States is trying to do, is impossible. And today's crisis is showing this. We need to solve fundamental political issues. So 2 more questions, please. TASS agency, yesterday you had a meeting with Hungary's Prime Minister Orban, and after this meeting he said you talked about the possibility of a ceasefire in Ukraine, and after talking with you, he said he had little hope. So can you tell us what did you tell him that Orban lost his optimism? And did you have a chance to talk to Vučić? Well, yes, we talked to Vučić briefly on the go. He's also worried about the situation developing around Serbia, and we share those worries. And as for my meeting with Prime Minister Orban, you said he lost his optimism. Well, I think Mr. Orban is a pragmatic man and rather optimistic. I don't think he lost his last optimism, but my position in this part of our conversation is no secret. It is well known. About the prospects of any peaceful settlement, I said what I had said many times before. If the Ukrainian party really wants negotiations, then they need to do this not through theatrical gestures, but the first thing they need to do is to cancel the decree of the Ukrainian president that bans any negotiations.
Breaking news.
We've been hearing that they want to start
the US has what it needs.
talks, and some Ukrainian officials who recently were talking about delivering.
Israel PM thanks Biden for unequivocal support. What's the other one? There was another one. Breaking news. Oh yeah, IDF deny any involvement in hospital bombing. Pound against the dollar, 122. 122. Up 0.21 against the euro there. But damn. Biden looks like hospital blast. Who was to buy other team? Breaking news.
And make that clear.
Well, let's just take you through the day's key developments so far. As we heard, the Gaza Health Ministry says at least 500 people have been killed in that explosion at a hospital there. A summit between the leaders of Jordan, Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and of course the US President Joe Biden. Well, that was cancelled after the hospital explosion. And mass protests have taken place across the Middle East, in the West Bank, in Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan and Iran, following the explosion in Gaza. The former Hamas leader, Khaled Mashal, has called for demonstrations in front of Israeli embassies across the world. Well, the explosion happened as Palestinians were taking shelter in the building amid Israeli bombings and the blockade of the territory. More than 500 people died, and doctors have been desperately working to save injured victims. Overwhelmed by the number of injured, doctors have even resorted to performing surgery on floors in the corridors of the hospital. Well, earlier this morning, the Israel Defense Force gave an update on its version of what happened. This is what they had to say.
According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened. They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties. They understood with absolute certainty that it was a rocket misfired by Islamic Jihad that damaged the hospital. Analysis of our aerial footage confirms that there was no direct hit to the hospital itself. The only location damage is outside the hospital in the parking lot, where we can see signs of burning, which I will show later, no cratering, and no structural damage to nearby buildings. This is the area of the hospital, okay? We are showing the parking lot and the hospital, okay? Those are in red spots. This is not in infrared, so you can understand it betterly. This is the parking lot. You can see the parking lot also now in this picture shown here, okay? Aftermath, after the hit. There is no structural damage to the building. The walls stayed intact. There are no craters here. All of the above, which I said, no structural damage. In addition, there are two independent videos which show the failure of the rocket launch and the continuation of rocket flight towards the ground within the Gaza Strip, falling in the hospital compound. Third, we have intelligence, some that will be shared here, of communication between terrorists talking about rockets misfiring. The terrorists realize that the rocket has misfired and made specific reference to the Al-Hali al-Madani hospital.
Oh no! You mean we tried to fire
that was
a
the
rocket
IDF
and it misfired and it hit the hospital.
This morning,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Bunkle joins us
That
live
is
now
what we
from
did. We
Tel
tried to
Aviv. And
fire
Alistair, Joe Biden arriving, but that
Yeah,
news
right.
conference by the Israelis was before he touched down. They were very keen to set all this out before he got here.
Yeah, it was a very detailed press conference with a lot of declassified intelligence by the Israelis to back up their position that they were not responsible for what happened at Al-Ahli Hospital in Gaza City last night. And they say they have further intelligence that they will share with the Americans as well. It was a long press conference. He took many questions from the gathered journalists.
Yeah, whatever, mate, whatever. Oh no, what am I talking about? What? 2 seconds. Following press. Following Russian citizens. Live. More research.
There we go, my panda scroll. Well, the schedule for the two-day forum is absolutely jam-packed. Aside from the big meetings between world leaders and their press conferences, which many people will want to watch, there's forums for business people and entrepreneurs. And right now we have 3 forums taking place consecutively, one on the Green Silk Road, one on the digital economy, and one on connectivity. So there's something for everyone and plenty more to come.
Nepal is a neighboring country of China. So Nepal is in between China and India, so that the dream of the President Xi Jinping for future of to connect with all the people of the world, this is the great dream for us, and we can benefit more and more benefit from China with this Belt and Road initiative. China is leading to hold the peaceful movement. So that main dream of the Xi Jinping is to conduct the peaceful movement and to the prosperity of the people. It's Russia and China. The relationship must be strengthened in the future also. Government to government relations, academic relations, so that it is very common for the future of the people. This is not military. There is no war. This is the further progress of the people.
Earlier, our correspondent Nikki Aron spoke with Swiss journalist and columnist Guy Mehta, who says that Belt and Road Initiative targets shared prosperity with no limits to all countries around the globe.
China's Belt and Road Initiative, it's been criticised by some European countries. They accuse China of creating a debt trap for some countries. They say that they're exerting its influence on other countries. There's also concerns about the environmental impact of its projects. I mean, are these valid concerns?
I didn't have this feeling when I am here since now 1 week. I participated to many meetings, media forums, think tank forum about the Belt and Road Initiative, and I didn't get this feeling because a lot of people are here and a lot of countries. There are more than 100 countries, 135 countries participating from all around the world. So I think there is no separation. The problem is that the Western countries are now separating from the rest of the world, but not China. Because if you look, for instance, the last declaration for shared prosperity launched last week by President Xi Jinping, that's the common goal is a shared prosperity, so it's open. And if you look the 8 points presented by Mr. Xi Jinping during the inaugural ceremony, it's really open. So it's up to every country to participate. There is no limit of participation.
All right, let's cross live to our correspondent, Murad Gazdiev in Beijing. Murad, can you take us through the statements made by the Russian president during his press briefing not long ago?
Well, he's just finished the press conference held by Vladimir Putin here in Beijing outside the residence he's been given by the Chinese side. We asked the president all manner of questions about different themes. There was, of course, about relations with China, which Vladimir Putin said are splendid at this point, that Russia is second amongst China's trade partners, now overtaking Germany, second only to the United States. There was, of course, many questions about the conflict in Ukraine. The Russian president said there are now hints that the Ukrainian government is at least entertaining the prospect of talks, which is something that has been entirely lacking for more than a year now. We will also ask the president about the supply of new missiles to Ukraine by the United States, with which they have recently carried out an attack, longer range, heavier missiles. And Vladimir Putin said that these will merely prolong Ukraine's agony. There was also a question I asked the president about a statement made by President Biden of the United States. He said that Russia had lost the conflict in Ukraine and that America's role now is to unite Europe against Russia. To which Vladimir Putin replied with laughter. He laughed it off. He said, if the conflict is lost, why are they sending these new missiles, attacking missiles to Ukraine? Let President Biden come and take them back if the conflict is lost. Of course, Vladimir Putin was joking here, but the sentiment remains. He also listed the numerous failures of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, offensive over this spring, this summer, in the Zaporozhye region, in the Lugansk region, and now Kherson, where Ukrainian forces are trying to break through Russian lines, but are only meeting significant casualties without any market progress. This is, of course, all after 2 days of intense talks, negotiations, sideline meetings, and the huge forum, the Belt and Road Initiative, during which President Putin met with many world leaders, including Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, which is a European Union nation. And the gist of, we asked the President to sum up, and he said that this summit has achieved more than what they set out to do.
All right, thank you for bringing us up to speed with that. Murad Ghazdiev, our correspondent there in Beijing, bringing us up to speed with the press briefing by President Putin earlier on. Thank you. After a short break, we're going to discuss the Gaza crisis with our correspondents and guests.
Okay. Today's going to be interesting, isn't it? We've already got the deniers out. People denying.
The West is all in on the side of Israel. It is essentially forbidden to speak of de-escalation and negotiations. At this point, Israel's war aims are unclear. However, if we use history as a guide, there is no military solution to this conflict. There can only be a political resolution.
I had RT up there.
All right, hundreds of Palestinians have been killed in what local authorities say was an Israeli airstrike on a crowded hospital in Gaza. Israel has rejected that accusation and said it was actually a rocket fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group. The hospital is the oldest in the Gaza region and is located near the Israeli border. It was packed with wounded civilians and others seeking shelter amid the persistent Israeli attacks that have pounded the province in recent days. Israel has insisted that civilians leave that area and head southward to refugee camps near the Egyptian border.
They were bombed.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. وين المصور؟ طفلة صغيرة. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. كل هذول شهداء. كل هذول شهداء. وين المصور؟ كل هذول شهداء. يلا هي طفل. هي وضيع. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. الله يكرمك. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. رضيع هذا. كلهم شهداء هذول. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
These were scenes of the immediate aftermath of the devastating attack on the hospital. Rescue workers and local survivors frantically tried to help the wounded and recover the dead. Victims were trapped under the rubble of the collapsed building. Now, the massive strike caused fires in vehicles parked outside the hospital. Other surrounding areas were also affected, with wreckage across the street and emergency personnel conducting rescue operations. The number of casualties in Gaza has been increasing by the hour. Medical facilities that are still functioning have been overwhelmed by the influx of wounded people in desperate need of treatment. A local reporter has this detail for us.
We are here at the emergency section, walking between these people who just arrived from different areas where the attacked are. So here we can see a lot of injuries laying down on the floor. Doctors dealing with them on the floors. Of course, a lot of people, a lot of civilians next to the injuries, and we can also see the medical crew and the ambulance crews working really hard to serve and do the job.
Since the beginning of the bombing, we have a signal from the operation room that we must go further. When we went there, we have seen a massacre in the hospital. We have seen a lot of bodies, hundreds of bodies. They were sitting under the trees. They are living. Most of them are women. Most of them are children. We have evacuated hundreds of them. We couldn't find any injured of them. So we haven't found any room to put the patient in them, so that we put them on the floor, as you see here. They are on the floor. we take them and put them on the floor, and they are dealing without anesthesias, and sometimes because there is no medical operation for surgical. I'm so sorry to saying there is no safety in Gaza because the Israeli doesn't know how to deal with these people. They want genocide in Gaza. They do war crimes in Gaza. Most of the children was burnt. We couldn't take them easy. So and also some of the women were burnt from that. I don't know if it's a new weapon.
We can see also civilians hiding inside these sections, and we can see children also looking to dead bodies and sleeping next to dead bodies. And this is terrifying, and the international world should take action of what happening here right in the hospital. What happened inside Al-Ma'madani hospital was big war crime, but we don't want it to happen here and others hospitals.
Now, these images speak for themselves. Now, those still with a chance to live have been rushed to the nearest hospital still standing.
So it's a misfiring rocket that just happened to kill 500 people, bam, with the explosion from a pipe dug up from the ground. Because remember, Gaza's got no water because it digs up its water pipe to make pipe. Yeah, okay. Well, one of those apparently killed 800 people in one go. Oh, we know what he's saying. We know what he's saying. Let's see. I want to see Press TV.
That was Hamas spokesman Osama Hamdan holding a press conference in the Lebanese capital Beirut. But we're going to continue with our in-depth coverage of the Israeli war on Gaza. Live demonstrations taking place in cities across the world. These are live images that we've been showing you from Birjand in eastern Iran, but various cities across Iran and various cities across the globe have been gathering in rallies to support Palestine, to support the besieged Gazans who are undergoing this indiscriminate and asymmetrical aerial assault by the Israeli regime. And they're also all denouncing the Israeli massacre that took place on the Al-Ahli hospital in central Gaza. We're going to go back to Saeb Shath, author and Middle East expert, who's joining us from Belfast. Mr. Shath, you were speaking about the hypocrisy that we're seeing with regards to the mainstream Western media. But that hypocrisy is evident not just in the mainstream media, but also in many of the comments and the stances of those very Western officials as well.
True, that's because those guys, they believe from a race which is better than the people in the Arab world or in West Asia. They are supremacists, white supremacists. At the end of the day, run the Western governments and run the United States of America. And as we witness, this kind of supremacist ideology, which is the Nazists used, is failed and was destroyed and defeated at the time by the Soviet Union. When even the people in the Soviet Union, they sacrificed 27 million lives to stand against the Nazist supremacist invasion of their country. As well, the people in Algeria, they lost millions in standing against supremacist occupation, settler occupation of France. The same thing happening in Palestine. The people in Palestine, they know this fascist, Nazist, Zionist regime is committing brutal massacres, heinous crimes against the Palestinians, like in the Baptist hospital, to sow fear and terror and panic in the hearts of the Palestinian people, as the Nazis did when they besieged Leningrad, when we besieged Stalingrad, when they invade and were attacking many countries. And the Zionist entity copycat their master plan, the Nazism. Even in the ghetto of Warsaw, when they besieged it for many years, and the rationales of were counted entering the view, they done the same thing in Gaza. So they're repeating the same thing. They use genocide and ethnic cleansing to terrify the people, as they done previously, as we spoke, in other cities and towns, like in Deir Yassin, which is a tiny village beside Jerusalem, or Kafr Qasim. This kind of tactics to cleanse the land from its people. They don't know, the Palestinian people will not going to listen to the Arabic official regimes as in 1948. They told them, okay, just leave your homes for a week. We're going to cleanse it from the Zionist gangs and you can come back. And these Palestinian refugees around the world, over 8 million of them today, still waiting to go back to their homes. Even the United Nations issued 194, the resolution 194, Security Council, to allow the people to go back, the refugees to go back, never been implemented. 181, which is said at the time to divide historical Palestine, even some for the 50% for 55% for the Jewish entity, and the rest for the Arab to establish their own state. Till today, even at 22%, which is the West Bank and Gaza, they refuse. 1% of whole of Palestine is the Gaza Strip, which is besieged and terrified and used as an open air prison, bombarded by the Cuban, the international laws, norms we know, Geneva Convention, and annexes for it even up till 1997, which is displacing people within an own territory by occupation force is a war crime. Pushing the people outside their territory is a war crime. Cutting the water from the people in Gaza and humiliating them to look for even sewage water to try to find, to reuse or recycle is a war crime. Cutting them of electricity and targeting their hospital and pushing their fleeing convoys is war crimes. And at all of that, Mr. Biden in Tel Aviv leading the war against those innocent people in Palestine.
Right. What can we see when we're looking at the Operation Al-Aqsa storm that took place last Saturday? Many experts are pointing to the serious flaws that were exposed in the Israeli intelligence and security apparatus. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's you see, it's not just the flaws or anything. If you look at the border of Gaza, that's what they tried to send an image like there is something wrong happened at this time. No, it's not something wrong. As their soldiers were saying in social media, this border is no fly can go through the fence, electrical fence, and the CCTV footage and the info and the artificial intelligence devices in that area. Soldiers said they were sitting on their screens for hours and hours and hours, and so many hundreds of them watching the borders. Nothing can move without what happened? What happened is an intelligent resistance. Intelligence resistance
they were given the order to stand
away
down.
the first way of attack, which is cyber attack, and then it sent its own improvisation of tactics, which they never expected and never saw. So they are dealing with very intelligent resistant movement, know how to attack, and they got the will of steel to an iron to continue the battle. This is what happened. The Israeli army was built, as the Palestinian fighters will tell you, they never seen in a battlefield from the 60s up till the occupation of Beirut 1982, up till the last war in Gaza today. They don't see Israeli soldiers. They see machine attacking them. Their soldiers built like PlayStation fighters. They hide in rooms and push buttons. Okay, that's the way they are. The Palestinians are hardened in real field. They don't have the high tech. They besieged a place like Gaza Strip for the last 17 years. When this place manufactured their own drones, manufactured their own missiles, manufactured their own guns from material, recycled material, this is the ingenuity and the genius guys in there is amazing. While the United States of America and the West supply Europe with the state-of-the-art technologies, and at the same time, the Zionist entity became the base of the Soviet military complex after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Yeltsin and before him Gorbachev pushed 500,000 nearly of the Soviet scientists in there under cover. They were Jewish people who immigrated to Palestine, and all of them Russian Orthodox. Till today, they built the strongest military base in that area, which the United States of America used and the West used, and they invested in it heavily. And it's proved all of this technology, all of this hype, all of this Doom system, Iron Dome system, and the Arrow, and all of that is nothing can stand against the will of the fighters who want to counter their enemy. It's all hype and it's all collapse, and that's why the viciousness of this massacres after massacres in Gaza. They want to whitewash that image of failure from the psyche of the Zionist entity. Instead of installing horror and terror and fear within the Palestinians, they install it in their own settlers in occupied Palestine.
Let's cross over now to activist and commentator from Limerick, Ireland, Mr. Edward Horgan. Sir, welcome to the program. I want to start off with your thoughts, your opinion, your reaction to the news of the Israeli regime attacking the Al-Ahli hospital in central Gaza yesterday.
Like most people, I am shocked at what has been happening, in particular the bombing of the hospital by Israelis. The Israeli military have tried to put the blame back on the Palestinian people, but clearly a military in a country that is committing war crimes has no hesitation in also telling lies about those war crimes and trying to put the blame on the victims of those crimes. What's happening in Gaza at the moment, and in the broader sense against all the people of Palestine, amounts to a slow-running genocide beginning in 1948 and now being intensified over the last week in particular. I agree fully with the comments by the previous speaker, Saeed Shat, on his comments, but very clearly the breaches of international law are very clear in what's happening, including the breaches of the Genocide Convention, the Geneva Conventions on War, humanitarian law, and the UN Charter in particular. Several articles of the UN Charter have been breached and are being breached since 1948 by the Israeli government and by the Israeli military. The land of the Palestinians has been increasingly stolen. The people have been ethnically cleansed going right back to 1948 and continuously in the meantime. In 1973, almost exactly 50 years ago, I served as United Nations peacekeeper in the Sinai Desert. Quite a few members of the UN peacekeeping mission in Sinai were killed trying to achieve international peace 50 years ago. This has not been successful. The UN has not been allowed, particularly by the US, using its veto in support of Israel, and the UN has not been allowed to create international peace, particularly in the Israeli-Palestine conflict. The killing of innocent children in particular is most appalling, and huge numbers, many thousands of innocent Palestinian children have been killed in over the last decade in particular. And as we are speaking, children are now dying in Gaza in particular for lack of food, disease, and direct bombings. Many children were killed in the most recent bombings of that hospital in central Gaza. The forceful removal and ethnic cleansing of the people of northern Gaza into southern Gaza is a very clear breach of the Genocide Convention and the UN Charter. The international media, which is largely dominated by the US, has been taking the side of Israel and publicising the propaganda by the Israeli government, and this is happening even in Ireland. The European Union is also actively far more pro-Israeli and is not doing its duty to condemn the crimes against humanity that are being committed on a daily and on an hourly basis in Gaza and in the West Bank. Huge amounts of Israeli property, Palestinian property and Palestinian housings had been stolen by the Israeli government, and the establishment of Israeli settlements, particularly on the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, is in clear breach of international law, not only humanitarian law, but the UN Charter itself. There's a huge need for the international community to unite against genocide everywhere. In recent times, we have also seen genocide on a smaller scale happening in Armenia, with very little protest from the international community. What's happening in Gaza is now at least very public, but not enough is being done to create peace. The United Nations needs to be allowed to do its primary mission, which is the creation of international peace. But the United Nations has been prevented, particularly by the US and its allies on the UN Security Council, and the veto-wielding powers, particularly Britain, France and the United States, are supporting Israel and effectively facilitating the crimes against humanity.
Oh, I've got a dude here with his son in 2 plastic bags. And an arm sticking out of one of the bags. Son's blown apart.
Pro-Palestinian rallies that are
I
taking
can't show
place
that.
across the globe. From live images that we're getting right now from Ramallah and the occupied West Bank, all the way across to cities in Tunisia, cities across Iran. Even in European cities, we've been seeing these constant demonstrations taking place in support of the Palestinian cause, the Palestinians in Gaza, and also all of them denouncing the Israeli attack on the hospital in Gaza, the Al-Ahli hospital in the central Gaza. These are live images now, as we mentioned just a minute ago, from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Live.
سمع كل الناس سمع كل الناس وحدتنا هي الأساس وحدتنا هي الأساس وحدة وطنية وحدة وطنية فتح حماس
Live images from a rally taking place in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And now we see demonstrations taking place in Oman and what appears to be outside the Israeli embassy in Oman, which is denouncing the attack on the hospital in central Gaza, the Al-Ahli hospital, and now back to the images that we're getting from the demonstrations and rallies taking place in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Edward Horgan, what's your reaction when you see this widespread, worldwide international reaction to the Israeli crimes and in support of the Palestinian cause?
The Irish people have been very supportive of the Palestinian people, and there has been demonstrations in Dublin and in Limerick, and another large demonstration is planned in Dublin, Ireland for the coming Saturday. So the Palestinian people are not alone and have a lot of support internationally, even if this is not getting into the international media.
Same question to Mr. Saab Shath. Mr. Shath, we keep coming back to these demonstrations, but it's such an important and significant event that's happening right now in cities around the world. What's your reaction when you see these worldwide rallies in support of Palestinians? Mr. Shath.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
From yesterday, from last night, after hearing the news, the heinous crimes and massacre on the Baptist Hospital, we've seen capitals from the Arab world and Canada and Toronto in Canada and Rotterdam in France and lots of capitals around the world. That night, straight away, they went in the streets in their thousands. We seen in Barcelona hands-to-hands fight last night between the youth and the police protesting the massacre. So the support. This is what the Western elite, leading elite, who's engaged or in bed with the government, United States government or Western governments or EU elite as well, they couldn't understand, and they were in BBC asking me this question many times in radio, and why in the streets that massive support for Palestine, and if you look at the other side, the fascists who are engaged in support of the Zionist entity, very few. This is because the people don't depend, I said, on the media, mainstream media like BBC or ITV or the rest. The people are now are sourcing their media through their information and news through social media. And the people are smart and educated and aware, and they see the victim, they understand who's the victim, and they know who's the aggressor. Whatever the presentation, the Western media trying to present to the people the Zionist entity is the victim, the people rejecting it. And in the streets of Ireland or the streets of London or Manchester or and tens of thousands of people brought to the streets in support of Palestine. And all of them condemn the Zionist entity. And this is from all walk of lives. You can see the Protestant, the Catholics, the Muslims, the Jews, the voice of the Jews, they were at the forefront condemning the Zionist entity. Communists, socialists, atheists, students, young, old, that massive support is there, but this massive support shows you the tyranny within the Western societies. It's not translated into MPs representing their own community and districts in their parliaments. It's not interpreted as political decisions. The Western society on a regime established within Marshall Plan after the Second World War, which is rebuilding Western Europe as an investment for the United States of America. And all of the system in there is not sovereign. It's controlled by the United States of America. There is not a single state in all of West Europe especially who can take a decision contradict the American position. And we witness from the war in Ukraine, and we witness what's happening in Gaza. The people is on one side and their governing elite on the other.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Mr. Horgan, what about the issue of accountability with regards to the crimes that are being committed by the Israelis? There has to be some form of accountability, some serious consequences for the crimes that are being committed, for the killing of children, targeting schools, targeting medical facilities, attacking the hospital that took place on Tuesday.
The issue of accountability is a very important one. If you go back to previous genocides, even 100 years ago, the Armenian genocide occurred during the Ottoman Empire times. The Ottoman Empire and the successive Turkish governments have never been held accountable for those crimes. Genocide appears to be successful because there is no accountability. So there should be accountability for all serious crimes against international law, and in particular the crimes of genocide. To a significant degree, some accountability was achieved for the Holocaust of the Jews during World War II, but probably not enough. And during World War II was probably not enough. And the fact that genocides are seen to be successful, and that encourages the continuation of genocides in more recent times. The genocides that occurred in Cambodia, in Rwanda and elsewhere were those responsible for those genocides, including those who facilitated them. And many Western governments were complicit in facilitating past genocides. The fact that they were not properly held accountable leads to further genocides. What's happening against the Palestinian people since 1948 in particular is very clearly a slow-running genocide, now being more intensified. And the ethnic cleansing that's occurring not only in Gaza but also in the West Bank is an act of genocide. Accountability is extremely important, but accountability is being prevented by the members of the UN Security Council.
I'll be going today with basically all over my ex. They're trying to say, oh, it was a Hamas missile that accidentally bombed their own people and killed 800 people. I don't think pipe bombs have that level of explosive power, but hey, this is where we are, man. They don't want to stand by their work. I think they know they've gone too far, and the world sees it as an outrage. So now they've come up with a cover story saying it was Hamas that did it to themselves.
Boycott of Israel
That's where we
are extremely important, and get good support from the people of Ireland and elsewhere. But clearly international law is being breached on a daily basis in Palestine and elsewhere. And the fact that there is no accountability means that other genocides, in addition to the ones that's happening now in
but that's what's going on. Oh, then we also have protests in Iran, Gaza. How many places in Iran? 3 places in Iran. Gaza. There were protests in Turkey last night, protests in Oman, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, and London. Yeah, pretty much everywhere.
Few days, but the crimes that have been committed against Gaza since all the wars that they've carried out all the way back to the 2008-2009 CAS-led war, and also the crimes that have been carried out against the Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Now, before we continue with that, these are live images from Nablus, where the pro-Palestinian demonstrations denouncing the Israeli attack on the hospital in central Gaza, the Al Ahli hospital, is also commencing as well. So we can see that hundreds, if not even more, cities are holding similar rallies in support of the Palestinian cause. Mr. Schaaf, the issue of accountability, how can that issue change given the unequivocal support that the likes of the United States have given to the Israelis, which, as experts point out, the Israelis have shown over the years that they believe they are above international law. How can that status quo change?
Since the creation of the Zionist entity in Palestine, by the way, I just want to give a historical background to this entity in a minute. The idea of this entity in Palestine would separate West Asia from Africa, which is that region housing the Arab world, and then it's the heart of the Islamic world. And from there, they want to put Palestine. It was the idea of Bonaparte. When Bonaparte went and invaded Egypt in 1799 and then invaded Palestine and was defeated in Acre in Palestine and committed massacre in Jaffa, which is Tel Aviv today, besieged Gaza, was defeated, couldn't conquer Gaza as well. And the French left, their campaign was a failure in Egypt, since the leader of the campaign after Bonaparte, called Kleber, was assassinated by the revolutionary Salman al-Halabi, went from Gaza. And at the end of the day, when the French left, the English opened their eyes. They said this creating such, because the French used the French Revolution rhetoric, emancipation for the Jews. It was the most anti-Semitic slogan, which is decorated with emancipation terms for the Jewish people. Wanted to cleanse the Jewish people from Europe and put them in the heart of Palestine to serve the French Empire. The English got that, and the English continued their battle after defeating Muhammad Ali, who established a very strong Egyptian state which extended unity, Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and was nearly reaching the Asitana near Istanbul to control the Islamic Ottoman Empire, which was weak, and Europe wanted to divide at the time. So put new blood in it and make it stronger. All of Europe moved on, led by the English and the French, to destroy Muhammad Ali. And it was in near Syria when the English landed near Latakia, and they stopped Muhammad Ali and forced him back in Egypt and reduced his army to 5,000 soldiers. And reduced, they put the printing press, they throw it in the Nile, destroyed the schools, destroyed the whole thing. From there, the English occupation start creating the Zionist entity, and we start to hearing about the Balfour Declaration and that. For them, for the English, was the tool to secure the upper hand as an imperialist force in that area of the world, and de facto after that save its routes from Australia to India and take all this oil in that area. The same thing in that Hitler, when he had his campaign Barbarossa to occupy Russia and then to come down to the Middle East.
What do you mean balanced? Yeah. It's like I went into, when I was streaming on the other place. Oh no, don't tell me I haven't got any. Oh, I brought him into the shop. I'm an idiot. I think I've got a vape somewhere. Yeah, I've got a vape over here. It's got dust on it. Yeah, it's like I started off with the Ukraine war, right? And no dog in the fight. I'm going to be neutral, down the middle, impartial. I'd like to be the voice of one of the voices of balanced, reasonable assessment of what's going on. And then by the blowing up of the Kakhovka Dam. By the way, it's really weird. Now I remember it. Kakhovka Dam. I'd seen so many outrages, and I learned from secondary school doing modern world history. I passed my modern world history. I got an A in modern world history, right? I got an A in modern world history. And one thing I conclusion I came to as a very young man, right, teenager, was that these extremist regimes, irrespective of which one, communist, no, mostly fascist though, mostly right wing, they rely on outrages in deference to sloganism. So the left will have sloganism, food for bread, like freedom, justice, liberty, all that stuff like that. And the right, they don't bother with that. That's too much to think about. They just do something extreme and go, oh, right? And that's one thing I noticed. Right, so from that, every single outrage from Ukraine was committed by the Ukrainians, in my opinion. We know about Maidan, MH17, Kakhovka Dam, the ammonia pipeline. I could even say Nord Stream pipeline, but that was Joe Biden. But Ukrainian involvement. The energy price hike, because they cut off energy supplies to Europe. Like Nord Stream 2. I mean, I don't know if that's been sabotaged, but there's definitely Russia's had to increase its presence in the Black Sea because it's got its own pipeline going down directly to Turkey. So the Turk Stream, they got their eye on Turk Stream at the moment, just making sure nothing happens around there. So what you're looking for is another outrage. Kramatorsk. The bombing of actually Kramatorsk, I believe Kramatorsk was actually the Russians, because that was a load of NATO trainers and stuff like that. That's how I found out about the Canadians, the South Africans, and blah blah blah. That was Russia. But the market bombing that happened the other day, like nah. Every single time we're meant to get angry about this outrage or an outrage, we find out bloody Ukraine's behind it more often than not. So I don't see this as being any different. It's full, damn. I don't see this being any different. Right now, what are we looking at? Can I pop out the screen? I can, can't I? How do you do it again? Tools, view, full screen. I could go full screen. HP 30. No, on the Samsung. Hey, okay, it's done it 4 times. Just had an impact. There it is right there. Why is it giving me 4 of the same screen? 2 of the screen. View. Oh, multi-screen view. Well, multi-view window. It's multi-view. I mean, okay, I'll chill for a bit. Well, you would have thought, right? I think it's embarrassment. I think it's just embarrassment. See, hold on. That comment hasn't come up in the stream. That comment. Fucking hell, you think I've got anything today? But that comment hasn't come up. Look at the chat. So it's in my chat, but it's not in the chat. I don't have any. I've got allow all comments on. It might be a profanity filter. It might be a profanity filter. We test. Oh, go for your life, man. Go for your life. I'm cool. Yeah, well, come on, man. You have to go a little bit harder than that, I think. You have to go a little bit harder than fair. Right? Got enough for one more. Good. Okay, that'll take me into the afternoon. Was it 12 o'clock? Okay. Okay. But yeah, was it? You mentioned Hamza Yusuf, and it blocked that comment. You were the one who mentioned Hamza Yusuf. Hamza Yusuf. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's linked. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Maybe Scotland's more advanced. Maybe I'm the one who thinks less of people. But the Scottish National Party, the Scottish National Party is run by Hamza Yusuf. Now, he's probably very good. He's probably very good. But like, I can't fail to see the trend here. Is it a trend or what we're noticing here? Because we have Rishi Sunak in the UK, Hamza Yusuf. I mean, I don't know. Am I reading too much? Am I making something out of nothing? Is there anything to see here? I don't know what to see. I'm not even drawing a conclusion. But is there anything to see here? Hamza Yusuf, Rishi Sunak. Is that an accident? Both leading nationalist parties? The Conservatives? Scottish National Party? I don't know. I don't know. Is it? Am I reading too much into that? Am I a racist? Am I racist? Because it's one of two things. It's either hold on, Hamza Yusuf. Have the public voted for Hamza Yusuf? Like, he's there because the members have voted for him. And then also we have Rishi Sunak, who the public haven't voted for. The members have voted for him. Now, the real litmus test will be how the public react to those individuals, right? Hamza Yusuf, Rishi Sunak, 50 odd years on the planet, most of it in this country. Is the average Englishman happy with Rishi Sunak? Actually, probably just vote for the members vote for trust. I thought most of the members wanted, to tell you the truth, I thought most of the members wanted, Penny Mordaunt. If Penny Mordaunt had got in, Labour would have been fucked. If Penny Mordaunt had got it, like, come on, like, she's like to look at as well, isn't she? Penny Mordaunt. You know, it would have been like, all right. I don't know, man. I don't think from my time here in the UK that the British public are too enamoured with Rishi Sunak. I can't believe they are happy about that demographic. And likewise, the sort of, yeah, no, Penny Mordaunt is MILF. Penny Mordaunt is MILF. I have a weakness for MILF. Sue me. I have a weakness for MILF. Angela Rayner, Penny Mordaunt, Tulsi Gabbard, sue me, cancel me. Those are the fittest political women at the moment. Yeah, Angela Rayner's. Yeah, I'd take her out. Yeah. No, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. Yeah. This was all started off by Sarah Palin back in the day. She's kind of out of it now. Penny Mordaunt, is she World Economic Forum? Is she? Yeah, but you know, that's not how men think, is it? That's not how your average man, you know. Like, I've spoken to old English people before, right? You know, there was a period of time when they used to fancy the Queen. You know what I mean? They were young enough, they used to fancy the Queen. She was the Queen and she was fanciable. They used to fancy the Queen. So they would die for the Queen. Like, it would be like Princess Diana becoming Queen, Lady Diana Spencer. Are the men of the country going to die for her? Yes. All day, straight up and down. And that's where the strength of the British fighting force, for the most part, especially the masculine side of it, came with this particular Queen. There was a lot of men that rode with that Queen from fanciable all the way to, they always saw her as, once you fancy someone, even when they get older, you don't see them getting older, you see the person that you fancied. You know what I mean? And I think that if there was an unquantifiable part of the British strength under Queen Elizabeth, it would have been that she had a large demographic of the male populace who would have died for her. And they did. Do you think you would have had that with Lady Diana Spencer? Yeah. Straight up and down. Straight up and down. You know what I mean? Any 8 milk material. All the toys to watch, I think. Be fair, man. Gotta be fair. I think you'll be fair. Well, that didn't come up, by the way. Penny Mordaunt. Does that come up? That didn't come up. What's MILF blocked? I'm gonna have to get in these settings and unblock MILF. How is MILF blocked? How is MILF blocked? Nah. No, I won't have that. I won't have that. No, MILF is allowed here straight up and down all day. Like, no. Now I am pissed off. This is censorship. This is censorship, man. I'll have to stop and get in the settings. No. Man, Penny 8 MILF material. Christ, Esther McVeigh of Stories. I don't know, was Esther McVeigh? I've heard the name. I know the name. I know that. Hold on a second. Hold on, which one's Esther McVeigh? Esther McVeigh, there she is. Esther McVeigh. Which one's Esther McVeigh? No. Nah, not my. No, she ain't. No, she ain't. No, she ain't. What are you talking about? Was this our first disagreement, right? The fuck you talking? You chatting rubbish. You are chatting rubbish. Yeah, about Esther McVeigh's fitter than. This is the stuff we talk about here. Yeah. She actually ain't, man. You're talking rubbish, man. Oh, man. This is a deal breaker. Nah. Not me. I don't see it. I don't see it myself. Nah. But there are one or I'm not going to not be funny. There are one or two sprinkled around on the Tory bench, but I've forgotten their names. There's the one that looks like the witch out of Hogwarts. She's not attractive. I'm just saying. There's a woman that sits behind the Hogwarts looking. She's actually quite attractive. Always sits in the same place. I have to find out what her name is. But you know, I'm being sexist. See, I'm thinking I've got to find out her name, not for her policies, but because she's fit. Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, by the way, I don't know. I might get cancelled for sounding masculine. We got to be careful. Yeah, we got to be careful. There was a blonde one that's pretty hot. Yeah, I know. Very skinny looking with the nose that goes like that. Always sits a little bit too close to what's his name? That, you know, the one that looks like Boris Johnson's stepdad with the bad hair. Yeah. And what's the one that what's the one that looks like Boris Johnson's like illegitimate stepdad with the really bad syrup? Yeah, the wig. Yeah. What's his name again? He's got got a name that sounds kind of like a degenerate. Not like Ellen DeGeneres. Fabricants. Michael Fabricants. Yeah. So you got Ellen DeGeneres, Michael Fabricant, Fabrication. Yeah. There's a few people out like that. Yeah. Michael Fabricant likes sitting near her. Mr. Hansy. Very handsy Fabricant. All right, what we got? Wait a second. We got something. What's going on here? I'm missing shit.
And their positions don't go beyond words and just giving speeches. This comes at a time when the Israeli regime continues its crimes, and the international community just tallies the number of Palestinian victims. The Israeli regime and the international community turn a blind eye to the lives of Palestinian people and don't care about Palestinian lives. Crimes which include the killing of civilians and the destruction of a nation by racists over the past 11 days. Thousands of Palestinian people in Arab and Islamic countries have announced clearly, and they showed that what Israel claims is not.
I've got Penny Mordaunt in a swimsuit. Also stealing this. No, it's bona fide. It's genuine. Penny Mordaunt in a swimsuit. I lie. No. And just, I'm not lying. I'm not here to lie. Where's my, I made a politics channel, news and politics, boom. Told you. That's gone into my news and politics channel. Oh, but she's brave. That's very brave of her. Very brave of her. Very brave of her. She's all right. She's all right. As far as I'm concerned. I know who Charles Mullins is, unfortunately. Right. Anyway, sorry. Back to the politics. Must stay focused, brothers.
Palestinians.
Must stay focused.
We made every effort in order to reach a settlement based on international regulations and principles. However, we are seeing that settlers, they are throwing their weight around in conducting acts of aggression against Palestinians, and they commit crimes against Palestinians today because of the political and ethical defeat suffered by the Israeli regime in its policies. The Israeli regime continues its crimes against Palestinians in Gaza. Only yesterday alone in Ras Al Amud area in Al-Quds, it announced that it wants to expand settlements there. The Israeli regime is committing crimes, is committing racial crimes and ethnic cleansing, and this war of aggression should stop immediately. Also, actually settlement plans by the Israeli regime, this brutal colonialism should stop. The international community should hold the Israeli regime accountable for committing war crimes and for committing crimes against humanity. These measures by Israel is not an act of self-defense, rather it is committing crimes in the land of other people. So we can say that the crimes committed by Israel are not within the framework of self-defense. Rather, it comes in line with Israel's defending its own policies. The positions announced in this regard against Israel, these positions are not acceptable. Rather, these stances just justify the Israeli regime's crimes and acts of aggression. Israel targets hospitals, shelters, markets, everywhere, and here continues to starve the Palestinian nation, which is against human conscience. And undoubtedly, this is illegal and runs counter to international regulations. Israel's options are clear. It continues its acts of aggression against the Palestinian people and stops it from reaching independence and freedom. All of this come against the backdrop of double standard policies by the international community, and these policies justify Israeli crimes. This war of crimes stops humanitarian aid from reaching the people of Gaza, and this is a crime against humanity, not only against Palestinians. If Israel is allowed, it will violate all international laws and regulations, and no international regulations, it will not respect any of the international laws. Israel actually violates all international structures and all the humanitarian principles and has laid the foundation for savagery. If such crimes are allowed to continue, that will have grave consequences. We have a historic responsibility in this regard. We should not allow these crimes to become something ordinary. Our nations are angry and they demand action against these crimes which are being committed against our people. Today, we have gathered here in order to support the Palestinian people and defend Palestinians, and we demand immediate action. The Israeli regime, there is no doubt about the crimes committed by the Israeli regime, and there should not be any doubts either about actions taken in support of Palestinians. The crimes committed in Gaza today, the base of these crimes goes back to the Israeli regime, which has launched a brutal war against Gaza. Today, Gaza is suffering from hunger and thirst. Meanwhile, those who commit these crimes, they should be tried in international circles. These are crimes against our people in the Gaza Strip and in the whole human community.
Oh, I hear an aircraft. Wow.
Currently,
Wow.
first I announce the agenda, and I will mention some considerations in that regard. Let this session be an open one, so that we will follow up on the agenda the measures adopted by the executive committee of this meeting. Well, I'd like the Foreign Minister of Turkey to take the floor and deliver his speech. Mr. President, Mr. Faisal Farham, and dear audience, let me thank Saudi Arabia and the Secretariat of this extraordinary meeting. What is happening in Gaza is an act of aggression, is regarded as a full act of aggression against the whole humanity. What is going on in Gaza is a threat to the existence of civilization and humanity, continued occupation, of course, and the provocative moves against Palestinians at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and continued acts of aggression against Gaza. They have drawn the attention of all of us, and this shows that the continuation of occupation against the Palestinian people and the continuation of the suffering of Palestinian people.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What we're seeing right now are live images from the Gaza skyline, but just a little earlier we were watching the Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Maliki.
Back. Something happens. I think internet just dropped out and came back in again. Fully reconnected. 53. That's this minute. Am I still here? Looks like stuff's stopped. Chat successfully reconnected. Am I gone? No, I'm still here. Okay, and we're back. Sardash. Yeah. drone coming over? Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought they might have like given it a bit of a rest after the. But no, the whole point is to sow terror. This is the point. I've heard Benjamin Netanyahu speak enough times to know that terror is part of the tactic. Indiscriminate lack of trust, especially trust. That's all part of the tactic. Telling them to go somewhere, making them go somewhere, then bombing them. Yeah, that's to make them scared. It's to sow terror. So we know what the tactic is. It's like not rocket science. It's interesting the number of people trying to rationalize this outrage. Yeah, it's actually quite sad. All right, so I had a weird disconnection. I think I'm back. Connect. No, that was, I ran into a hacker. He might have put some disconnect thing on to my character. Possible. Anyway, we're back. 3,320 dead now. 1,300 children, 10,000 injured, and bombing of the hospital. And now they're being too cowardly to stand by their work. It's not good, is it? Going back to the skyline over Gaza, a couple of... Oh, that's the same picture, isn't it? Let's have a look. Hold up. I'm going to sort it out. But yeah, we can hear the drone over the top. One's Press TV, the other one is my normal one. Israel Hamas war, Piers Morgan versus Bassem Youssef on Palestine. Warning, this video contains swearing. Nah. Oh damn, I forgot PMQs. Are you kidding me? Oh, right at the end. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have to go back to the beginning of PMQs. Damn, how am I missing PMQs?
To take up the offer of breast cancer screening.
Stuart Malcolm Macdonald.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the sadism of Hamas can only be condemned, and there's no question of Israel's right to defence and security. But international law is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that acting against international law in response to terrorism is unjustified. So in all of the packages that the Prime Minister has announced vis-à-vis humanitarian aid and the military package he announced last week, can he tell the House how the government will ensure that international law is adhered to beyond just statements from Israel's head of state?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he talked about military assets. Let me be crystal clear. The assets that we have moved into the region are not there in any combat capacity. They are there for two reasons. First and foremost, to provide surveillance to ensure that this crisis does not escalate and that arms aren't being sent to entities like Hezbollah. That's what our surveillance aircraft are currently doing, and indeed the next set of assets arriving this week will also help. But also, they are there to provide contingency support for humanitarian assistance as and when required in the coming days and weeks.
Speaker, on Sunday, Terence Carney, a 70-year-old Hartlepoolian, was murdered by an asylum seeker. The people are afraid and angry. Every week, my office is besieged by asylum seekers. My staff are intimidated by young men. The fact is, most of them are illegal migrants who should be expelled. My thoughts and sympathies are with Mr Carney's family and friends, and all my constituents affected by this heinous crime. However, sympathy is not enough. They deserve action, and I am demanding it. Will the Prime Minister take action? Will he make sure enforcement is delivered? Will he ensure that people who have no right to be here are expelled? Enough is enough. I want these people out of Hartlepool now.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows, I'm unable to comment on cases which are currently before the court, but can I join her in expressing my sympathies to families affected? And I would like to reassure her that this government is doing everything we can to tackle illegal migration and the harm it causes by removing those with no right to be here in the UK. We have excellent long-standing relationships to return people to many countries. We are returning thousands of people more this year than we have done in the past, and we will continue to use every avenue at our disposal to ensure that it is only this country and this government who decides who come here and not criminal gangs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have all been horrified at events in Israel and Gaza, and it's right we condemn utterly the inhuman terrorism of Hamas.
I need to tell you
this
something.
should also be the case
it's
with
about
any
my mother
atrocities and
rights.
war crimes carried out
I
by
want
the Israeli
it
Defence Force.
warm.
Both the UN and the
Nonsense! The microwave is for soup or drying
socks. The withholding
socks.
of water to its people
I
as
want
collective
mine
punishment,
warm
a war crime under the Geneva Convention.
Müller,
Yet
laut
this week, both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition have supported Israel's right to do so. Why?
Quite simply put, Mr. Speaker, Israel suffered from a brutal terrorist attack at the hands of Hamas. And it is absolutely right that Israel does have a right to defend itself, to root out terrorism and ensure that such an act doesn't happen again. As their president has said, their military will operate within international law. But what the honourable gentleman failed to acknowledge, that it is Hamas that embeds themselves inside civilian populations,
Could have said the same thing about the IRA.
in harm's way, and he would do well to remember that.
Crispin Blunt.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend has been absolutely right to lead the nation in reassuring the British Jewish community in the wake of the utterly appalling atrocity visited upon Israel and Jews on the 7th of October. My right honourable friend, I understand, will be travelling to the region, and he will see for himself the shock and trauma that is through the Israeli nation after this event. And that is shock and trauma that is also accompanied by a rage. And the enormous danger is that the Israeli reaction, led by a Prime Minister who will be held accountable for this failure of intelligence, is indeed amounting to a war crime. And that will not only be a crime, it will be a mistake. And I urge my right honourable friend, there is now no one better placed to urge restraint upon Israel to stay within the international rule of law and exercise restraint on behalf of us all.
Mr. Speaker, as a friend, we will always urge Israel to take every possible practical precaution to avoid harming civilians and indeed to act within international law, as their president has said that their armed forces will do, whilst recognising the incredible complexity and difficulty of the situation on the ground. And it does bear repeating, Hamas is a terrorist organisation that embeds themselves inside of civilian populations. It is something we always have to remember, and Israel is taking every practical possible step to avoid harming civilians, and we will do everything we can to provide humanitarian support to the area.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
The Prime Minister will be delighted to know that nuclear veterans like my constituent's granddad John are starting to receive the medals he promised. But John is still not getting his full medical records, his blood tests from Christmas Island, which are crucial for claiming a war pension, are missing, and countless veterans report the same. So I asked the Prime Minister, as the MOD has admitted that it holds at least 150 files withheld from National Archives referring to blood test and other data, will he review those documents, report back to the House and hold a public inquiry into why medical record omissions have happened and on whose instruction?
Well, can I start by thanking all our veterans for their contribution to our safety and security. I'm delighted I was able to announce the new nuclear test medal last year, and it's starting to be received by many people, including the Honourable Lady's constituent. The Honourable Lady will know that I can't comment on ongoing litigation in respect to requests for health records. However, I can say that anyone can request copies of their own medical data by submitting a subject access request to the department, and if they are not satisfied with the processing of that request, they can make a formal complaint via the complaints process.
Mr. Speaker, we appear to be on a downward spiral in the Middle East, which is inevitably going to lead to a humanitarian crisis. The role of Egypt would be fantastically
that's the chick there
important.
to the left.
What can we in the wider international community do to help work with the Egyptians to ensure that refugees, legitimate refugees, coming onto Egyptian soil pose no threat to the Egyptian state and are not terrorists in disguise?
Possible.
Good question. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an excellent point about the concerns of the Egyptians with regard to that border, but I can tell him we have prioritised speaking with President Sisi and are in continued dialogue with our Egyptian partners to see what we can do to provide reassurances, get humanitarian aid to the region. We are currently working with local partners like the Egyptian Red Crescent and the UN on the ground. There will be a significant logistical challenge in stockpiling aid at the border and then moving it into Gaza. I want to reassure my honourable friend and the whole House that is something that the Development Minister is actively engaged in as we speak, so that we can play a leading role in facilitating the provision of that aid.
This is the final question before the urgent question. Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The industrial dispute at the Defence Equipment and Support Ministry of Defence site at Beath in my constituency is dragging on as workers engage in strike action for parity and fairness in the workplace. These workers are critical in ensuring that necessary supplies to Ukraine are uninterrupted. But all attempts by the workers to resolve this dispute have proved unsuccessful in the face of management intransigence. Will the Prime Minister personally and urgently use his influence to ensure a meaningful offer is made to these workers in order that this matter can be resolved, further strike action can be averted and supplies to the Ukraine can continue without disruption?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable member for highlighting the critical role played by non-craft support operatives at Defence Munitions. Differing rates are paid for workers with different skills and qualifications, which is entirely normal practice in both the public and the private sector. This year, a generous pay award was delivered as part of DE&S Pay 2023. It significantly improved the base pay of workers engaged in the dispute, and I am told that officials continue to be open to talks on a constructive basis with the GMB to resolve the situation.
I'll just let the chamber clear before we come to the urgent question.
All right, well, that wraps up PMQs. I got it the last probably 15 minutes, 10 minutes of PMQs. I'll go back to the beginning because obviously I want to know what the opening questions are. There's the Andrew, whatever his name is. We'll find out who this black MP is. Tory MP always sits in the middle at the back. Always sits at the middle at the back. Right here, David Henry, I think his name is.
Is an appalling tragedy. A hospital is a place of compassion and care. This devastating loss of human life is profoundly disturbing, and I'm sure I speak for the whole House when I offer my sincere condolences to the families of the deceased and the injured.
You don't care.
The UK is working intensively with our allies to establish the facts.
You don't care.
We will not rush to judgment. The whole House will understand that pointing fingers prematurely only fuels regional instability and upsets community cohesion here in the UK. We need a firm grasp of what has happened, not a slew of social media commentary. We all share a duty to be thoughtful and careful in how we respond to reports emerging from this conflict, which can, at best, be incomplete or, at worst, examples of active disinformation. We are carefully analysing the evidence that has been put in the public domain and other information, and as soon as we have reached a definitive conclusion for ourselves, we will make that public. However, there are some things which are not in doubt. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out, Hamas carried out a terrorist assault in Israel unprecedented in that country's 75-year history, and the whole House united in support of Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. In defending itself, Israel must act with professionalism and with an unwavering commitment to international law. States must take every precaution to minimise civilian casualties and ensure humanitarian support reaches those in need. And I welcome President Herzog's unequivocal commitment, made both directly to me and in public, that Israel is operating in accordance with the rule of international law. By embedding themselves in civilian populations, by using innocent Palestinians as human shields, by launching thousands of rockets since Saturday from one of the most crowded places in the world and preventing civilians from heeding Israeli warnings about future areas of operation, Hamas reveals themselves and their callous indifference to human life. In this tense situation, UK diplomacy is relentlessly focused on our aims, and that is to support our nationals in their moment of need, to push and deliver humanitarian support, and working to prevent the tensions spilling over into the wider region or playing out on the streets of this country. I have travelled to Israel. I've engaged with G7 allies, regional partners, and will be visiting the region again later on today, because we recognise that this will require intensive effort. None of us know how this complex, protracted situation will develop. The government is committed to keeping the House updated, and both here in the UK and in the region, this is a time for cool heads and determination to make a positive difference.
David Lamb.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for granting this urgent question. I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for his engagement with the opposition at this very difficult time. Today we stand united in mourning the death of hundreds of innocent Palestinian civilians at the Al Ali Mosque. A place of healing, hospital, forgive me. A place of healing became a scene of destruction. Hospitals must always be protected. The death of every civilian, Palestinian or Israeli, is an equal tragedy that pushes back the cause of peace. When facing an incident of this magnitude, we all have a duty to act responsibly and judiciously as the facts are determined. Will the Foreign Secretary join me in urging everyone in this House and beyond to be wary of disinformation and to avoid dangerous speculation before the facts are clear? And on the point that the Foreign Secretary raises, will he also update the House on what he's doing to deal with outsized powers that might be seeking to drive division within our own shores? I know that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have rightly said that they're working to establish the facts, looking at intelligence with our allies, and that must be right. We note also President Biden's comments earlier today. Can he confirm if the UK government shares that initial assessment? I ask him to share what information he can with us, either publicly or on Privy Council terms. And does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that those responsible for the deaths at the Al Ali Hospital must be held to account? Since Hamas' appalling terrorist attack on Israel 11 days ago, Labour has been crystal clear. First, we support Israel's right to defend itself, rescue hostages and protect its citizens. Second, international law must be followed at all times. And third, civilians must not be targeted, aid provided and innocent lives protected. Gaza is in the middle of an active humanitarian emergency. Innocent Palestinian civilians are terrified for their lives. Can the Foreign Secretary today commit that the government will leave no stone unturned in its diplomatic efforts to secure humanitarian access to food, water, fuel, electricity and medicines, ensure the establishment of humanitarian corridors and the proper protection of humanitarian workers. Palestinian civilians in Gaza must know the world is not simply watching, but we are acting on their behalf.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman makes a number of incredibly important points, and I commend the House to listen to the points that he made, a number of which I will respond to and indeed amplify. He is absolutely right that this is an incredibly sensitive situation, not just for the region itself, and our desire to prevent this tragedy expanding into a regional conflict remains an absolute priority. And of course we have a duty as a government, and it's a passion I'm sure shared by the whole House, to ensure that Jewish communities in the UK, Muslim communities in the UK are safe and feel safe and do not experience ramifications of circumstances far beyond these shores and beyond their control. For that reason, everybody, particularly those who have a voice, whether formal or informal, in the public sphere, should be particularly careful.
His mother fled Sierra Leone
Information they
as it became
disseminate. They should be
independent.
particularly vigilant against disinformation, and speculation is never useful. I appreciate that the House...
James Cleverly's mum fled Sierra Leone before it became independent. Well, it lets you know whose side she was on. Suella Braverman's family fled Uganda just before independence. They were with the British. Rishi Sunak's family, oh sorry, let me get that right. Suella Braverman's family fled Kenya, right, as it became independent, right? Rishi Sunak's family fled Uganda as it became independent, okay? Kemi Badenoch's family fled Nigeria as it became independent, right? Nadeem Zahawi's family fled Iraq, I believe, when Saddam Hussein came to power. So, yeah, you know, yeah. Who's the other one? Savage Javid's family fled Pakistan, or when it became independent. Give me another one. Give me another one. Who's another one? Who's another one? There's another one there. There's another one. Ah, Kwasi Kwarteng's family fled Ghana. When? As it became independent. Look at their family.
Okay,
and
the protection of those people are as close to our hearts as the protection of Jewish people here in the UK. We will relentlessly pursue what is the enduring UK government position, which is a viable...
Rishi Sunak's family fled Uganda with a lot of Ugandan mineral wealth, came to this country, and like any normal family, they bought a pharmacy. Yeah. You know, like one of those huge buildings on the corner. So it's not just a house, it's like a pub. So you know, way more than the average house costs at the time. You know, as you do. They just came over and they went, oh, yeah, we're a normal family. Oh, we're just going to buy this pharmacy. Where'd you get the money to get a pharmacy from? Where'd you get the money in the 60s? Where'd you get the money to get a pharmacy? To buy a pharmacy? My parents could just about afford to buy the bottom floor of a 5-bedroom house. The 4-story house. We had the first floor and the 3rd floor. And our neighbours had the 2nd floor and the top floor. No, we had the bottom floor and the top floor. And our neighbours had the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. How it went. Yeah, in the 1970s. Right? But the Sunak family, they could afford a pharmacy. Yeah. And he was doing accounting for his family. Yeah. So, you know, the normal average working class upbringing, you know, from Uganda.
As a direct result of the draconian collective punishment against the civilian population of Gaza, children are dying of thirst.
So will the government now finally tell the Israeli government that the imposition of a collective punishment is a crime? It's a breach of international humanitarian law, and it must end immediately.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I note the words he said about the incident, the Al Ali hospital. As I say, we will be making a statement only when we are comfortable of the facts. We have to be realistic that the opportunity for any kind of independent investigation going into Gaza severely limited, which is why we are taking time to ensure that we get this right. We have, in all our conversations with the Israelis, reinforced the need for the protection of civilians. They understand that, they agree with that. President Herzog has made a commitment about the adherence to international law. We must, however, be completely clear that Hamas accepts no such limitations on its actions. It has specifically targeted civilians and children. It went out of its way to identify and murder the most vulnerable, and it is completely appropriate for Israel to take action to protect their civilians and prevent Hamas from perpetrating further atrocities in that country.
Yes,
Chair of the Select Committee, let's you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation is unbearable. And whilst the horrors of last night cannot be unseen, we must not look away. Violence across the region is increasing, but also in Europe and the US. We in this House have a duty to protect British nationals. So can I ask what assessment has been made by the government as to the need to raise the threat level by JTAC? And can I also have reassurance about what is being done to protect our diplomatic staff around the world after the heinous attacks we saw on Israeli and American embassies overnight?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. We can constantly assess the threat picture both here in the UK and in the region. I conducted an all-staff meeting with Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office staff across the whole world. Over 5,000, I'm told, over 5,000 people attended that briefing. I made it clear that as their employer, I regard my duty of care towards them uppermost. We do, of course, continue to support British nationals overseas, including in the region, and our consular team are maintaining as best they can contact with British nationals in Israel and indeed in Gaza. It is an incredibly difficult consular situation, but I can assure her and the House that we will remain as far as we're able to in contact with those British nationals seeking our support, and we're consistently trying to reopen exit routes from Gaza so British nationals can leave.
Diane Abbott.
The Foreign Secretary will be aware of the horror, the missile strike in Gaza on a hospital, which caused hundreds and hundreds of casualties, the horror of which it is regarded, not just here in Britain, but internationally, and also in the region. The House has heard his injunction not to jump to conclusions, but would he support a genuinely independent inquiry into what has happened?
So, of course, an independent inquiry is the gold standard in the event of a circumstance like this, but the simple truth is having any kind of independent investigation in Gaza with the current situations, bearing in mind that our own embassy team there are severely limited in what they're able to do, the international community is not able to operate freely, makes the practicality of that incredibly difficult. We are making our own assessment. We will gather and analyse as much information as we can. We will not be led by any other nation. It will be a UK assessment of the situation. Once we have come to a conclusion, we will share it with the House and the country.
Foreign Secretary James Cleverly there, responding to an urgent question from the Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy about what happened overnight in Gaza. James Cleverly making it clear that the government is going to wait until there is any clearer indication of exactly what happened before it makes its position clear. Let's bring in our political editor Beth Rigby to reflect on that, and also Prime Minister's questions. Beth, it was inevitable that this would dominate today.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There's a few breaking news lines from that, though. The first is that the Foreign Secretary confirmed in the Commons that he will be travelling to the region, to the Middle East. He said today, we understand he's going to be going to Egypt, Qatar and Turkey. It was planned that the Prime Minister would also go. It's unclear whether the events of last night with the bombing has changed that decision, but as we understand it, as of last night, before the hospital bombing, the Prime Minister was also planning to go, and then also
of the impact that they have. And I would make a broad point to broadcasters, and I've had this conversation directly with broadcasters in the past. I believe there is an attempt by broadcasters to try and outpace those social media platforms. The days of breaking news on those traditional platforms is long in the past. They should focus on accuracy rather than pace, because their words have impact here in the UK and around the world.
Sam Turritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My heart breaks for everyone that lost their lives in the Episcopal Hospital disaster last night. It's quite clear now that even hospitals are not a safe place of refuge anywhere in Gaza. That hospital was struck by a missile a week before yesterday. I want to know quite clearly from the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Speaker, that we, as we call the country for humanitarian access to Gaza, to understand why we are not also calling for an immediate ceasefire to enable that to happen. It seems to me bizarre that we cannot call for a ceasefire to enable that humanitarian corridor to happen, because the scale of death that is now unfolding will reach tenfold over the next few days. And in line with that, I'd really like to hear from the Foreign Secretary assurances that you are speaking to our Israeli counterparts to ensure that any Gazans and Palestinians that do evacuate will have an absolute right of return to their lands and do not end up languishing as the millions of other Palestinian refugees currently still do in both Jordan and Lebanon.
Mr. Speaker, I have conversations regularly with the Israeli government and the governments of the countries in the neighbourhood about Palestinian refugees. I'm not able to go into the detail because they're extensive, but he should be aware that we have always supported Palestinian refugees. 27 million to UNRWA. The recent announcement of additional 10 million is a direct response to the situation there. The simple truth is Israel does have a right to defend itself. The truth is Hamas have no interest in a ceasefire. They have no interest in resolution. They have never attempted to engage in a two-state solution. They made every attempt to collapse the Oslo process. They are no friend of the Palestinian people, and they have fired literally thousands of rockets since Saturday into Israel. Israel does have the right to take action to defend itself, to recover its hostages, and the UK, whilst respecting that, will of course always encourage them to adhere to international law and protect civilians.
Rob.
What, are we leaving? We're leaving it. What was it? Was it getting too? Was it being too informative? Oh wow! Looks like they've left it. As watch Israel Hamas urgent question in Gaza hospital. Well, then. What's this? What?
In the history of the state of Israel, I'm reminded it is the largest loss of Jewish life on a single day since the Holocaust. And of course, Israel has the right to defend itself, and we must never forget that Hamas's actions, embedding themselves in civilian communities, putting Palestinian lives intentionally at risk to pursue their political aims, is completely unjustifiable.
John MacDonald.
Whatever the outcome of the independent inquiries into what happened, the tragedy in Gaza yesterday, the reality is that Gaza is such a densely populated area. No matter what efforts are made, the effects of bombing will be indiscriminate. Yep. If the government cannot go as far as calling for a ceasefire, can at least call for the end of the rockets and the bombs. And if they can't go as far to end the bombing, to call for the end of the bombing, can they at least call upon Israel to stop bombing the south from where the refugees from Gaza City are going at the instructions of the Israeli army? Because this could, a cease in the bombing, could trigger the negotiations that enables the release of the hostages.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to the work of the international community in trying to secure the release of the hostages. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, emphasised the work that the Qataris are doing in this instance. They're not the only ones doing it, and we will continue to support their efforts. I hear what he says about calls to prevent or calls to stop the air attacks into Gaza from Israel, but the simple truth is the alternative is a ground assault by Israel, and the practicalities of any, as he said, the practicalities of any military operation in an area as densely populated as Gaza will be deeply challenging. But again, I remind the House that the people who murdered those revelers, those partygoers, those children, those old people, embed themselves in civilian communities, in hospitals, in schools, specifically to use innocent Palestinians as human shields. And we must all understand the culpability that they hold for many of these civilian casualties. But I will, of course, once again, speak with the Israelis about making every effort that they are able to minimise civilian casualties.
Mark Pritchard.
Speaker, whoever was responsible for the hospital attack last evening, it was a human tragedy and appalling when we think of all those that have lost their loved ones at this time. But can I welcome the Foreign Secretary's commitment to be evidence-led in what the government says about this particular incident? And does he agree with me if the UK intelligence community, whether that be GCHQ, SIS, Defence Intelligence and so on, are having to take time and to deliberate in order to come to a conclusion that perhaps all of us in this place, including media organisations outside of this place, should also show the same caution and consideration before making statements that could prove incendiary?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. There is, of course, an understandable desire of media outlets to report promptly. That is completely understandable, but I believe they have a greater duty to report accurately and responsibly, because the words that emanate from the UK are taken seriously. We have huge standing in the world. Things that are said at the dispatch box in this House and on our media are listened to around the world, and therefore we do have an enhanced duty to make sure the words that we say are accurate.
Evacuation orders.
Steve McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I deplore the loss of all civilian life, Israeli and Palestinian, and I commend the Foreign Secretary for his caution over attributing blame for last night's attack. Does he think we should also be cautious about the figures for casualties coming from Gaza? They don't describe all as civilian casualties, but there's reason to believe there's a very high volume of Hamas combatants amongst those figures.
Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Gentleman makes a very important point. I'm not going to minimise the pain and the suffering of those Palestinian families who have lost loved ones and had people injured. But what we know, just as Hamas are abusing the Palestinian people, they're also abusing the figures that they put in the public domain, and we have to be highly sceptical of any information coming out of Hamas, just as the Prime Minister said that we should be. We remain focused on trying to reduce the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people, as well as supporting Israel and its self-defence. But whilst doing so, we should be deeply, deeply sceptical of any and all information coming out from Hamas spokespersons.
Mr. Speaker, can I commend my right honourable friend for his caution in all of this? We should remind ourselves of the words of Mark Twain, which is a lie halfway around the world before the truth has got its boots on, and never more certainly was this the case here. I remind everybody, of course, my right honourable friend, that, of course, Hamas bears complete responsibility for everything. Our hearts go out to all the innocents who have died and suffered in this, of course they do. But Hamas is the perpetrator. They have brought this on themselves, and we remind ourselves that when they murdered all of those Israeli Jews in the territories, they filmed them and they committed atrocities deliberately. This was to remind the Israelis of the Holocaust and what was likely to come. So does he not agree with me? Broadcasters should not enter into discursive debate. When an issue like this happens, they should report the facts as known and then nothing further.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend speaks with authority and clarity on this, and I find myself in complete agreement with him. I have Jewish friends who are trying to keep their children off of social media because they know that they will be assaulted with images of Israelis who have been murdered and whose bodies have been desecrated. No one in the modern era should have to endure that kind of...
I'm on the internet right now, I don't see that shit. What's he talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Evacuation orders of the last week have included hospitals and have meant that many vulnerable people are unable to move because of their disabilities, because of their illness. What conversations has the Foreign Secretary had directly with UK aid agencies here and NGOs about that individual situation, and what more can the UK be doing to ensure that civilian populations, including medical and aid workers, are protected?
The Honourable Lady raises an incredibly important point. My department remains in very close coordination with international aid agencies and NGOs. We recognise the practical difficulties of that evacuation order, and in a very highly dense area like Gaza, we completely understand the practical difficulties, particularly of organisations like medical organisations in doing so. But I would make the point that attempting, as imperfect as it may be, to remove civilians from a future area of military operations stands in sharp contrast with Hamas, who are actively seeking to prevent people leaving an area of future conflict, intentionally putting civilians in their way, using innocent Palestinians as human shields.
Sir Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Foreign Secretary and his shadow for their tone. But the fact is that last night, an evil terrorist organisation that murders Jews and oppresses Palestinians was instantly believed in a number of quarters, whereas many refused to acknowledge Jewish babies had been brutally murdered without demanding graphic proof. Now, does he agree that unsubstantiated reports like those that we saw last night may actually cost lives because it helps inflame tensions in an already highly volatile region?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Everything has a cost, and rushed, inaccurate reporting costs lives. And everybody, whether they are formally involved in the reporting process, or whether they are a citizen journalist, or whether they are just active on social media, should be very conscious that this involves real lives in the most sensitive of circumstances, and could have repercussions not just in the area, not just in the region, but in this country as well.
Hannah Bardell.
Much, Mr. Speaker, we rightly unite to condemn the barbaric actions by Hamas against innocent Israelis. And the loss of Palestinian lives and the unfolding humanitarian crisis is a profound tragedy. The scenes at Al-Ali Hospital shock us all, and I hope he will do everything to ensure an independent investigation. But, Mr. Speaker, people in Gaza are trapped. So what more will the Secretary of State do to ensure consular support, not just on the ground there, but to families heartbroken back here in the UK? And will he hear and indeed heed the words of Nadia El Nakla, the wife of our Scottish First Minister, whose family are trapped there right now? She said, "We are not watching a natural disaster. It can be stopped."
Foreign Secretary.
The Consular Department in the FCDO has got in contact with the families of those people who are trapped in Gaza, those British nationals trapped in Gaza. We are providing ongoing consular support. She will understand, and she's the experience of the First Minister, his wife and their family is a very live example of the plight that a number of families find themselves in. Information is incomplete, our access is severely limited, and sadly we have to rely on a number of interlocutors, a number of people over whom we don't have direct control, including, of course, Hamas themselves. But we will continue to support British nationals as best we can until they have been evacuated from that area.
Andrew Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One fact that is not in dispute is that every rocket fired from Gaza into Israel is aimed at murdering civilians, in stark contrast to Israeli defensive action. Last night, there were members in this place, including senior members, scurrying around, stating as fact that this incident was caused by an Israeli rocket. The BBC and other media referred to Hamas statements by Hamas officials, I think they meant to say Hamas terrorists, and they presented them as fact without challenge. This is not only risking radicalisation of communities in this country where we already know there is a problem with anti-Semitism, it is also putting Jews at risk. And I would just urge colleagues to be careful of their comments, given the role blood libels play in promoting anti-Semitism.
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and I restate my request of all people commenting on this, whether their role is formally within the media or in high-profile positions like members of this House, to be thoughtful of the implications of their actions, to be sceptical of all information coming out from Hamas, and taking the time, a little bit of extra time, to verify can literally save lives both here and abroad.
Rachel Muscle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is complex, and the taking of life and hostages, whether Israeli or Palestinian, is abhorrent. But we have to recognise that Palestinians cannot defend themselves, they have no means, and now their place of sanctuary, such as hospitals, are no longer safe places either. And for that reason, I just urge the Foreign Secretary once more to call for a ceasefire so that we can see a de-escalation of this horrific conflict.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, everybody, I rephrase that, all reasonable people want this terrible situation to be resolved and resolved quickly. This was not a conflict that Israel asked for. It is a conflict that they were forced to engage in because of the mass murder in their country perpetrated by Hamas terrorists, terrorists who embed themselves in schools, in hospitals, and in civilian communities. Calls for ceasefires are all well and good, but I have seen nothing which leads me to believe that Hamas would respect calls for a ceasefire.
Crispin Blunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say to my right honourable friend that whatever the investigation finds out, it's not going to matter a great deal to all those who are dead in the hospital. Whether the Israeli explanation is correct, that it was an Islamic Jihad missile that misfired and then landed amongst explosives that were on the hospital site, which then killed so many people, or whether it was an Israeli strike, in the end, both sides have now committed war crimes. If there are just additional crimes being added to the ledger on either side, that is just simply what this will be. And I say to my right honourable friend, in his relations with Israel, in reinforcing the position of the Prime Minister, is the only way to get out of this mess is a ceasefire, because otherwise we are going to see the relief we will not see the relief of people who are starving, are dehydrating to death, which is a collective punishment, which is illegal under international law, following the deportation of people from northern Gaza, which is again illegal under international law. There are specific offences that have already taken place. And I say to my right honourable friend, for all our sakes, work, as you said, with clear-minded determination to get the best answer from our ally.
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the House needs to understand that prior to Hamas's terrorist attack, tens of thousands of Gazans passed through the border into Israel every day in order to work. Israel provided, often without payment, water, electricity and gas to the people of Gaza. That was interrupted as a direct result of Hamas's brutal terrorist action. Thousands of rockets are fired from Gaza into Israel, from in and amongst schools, hospitals and civilian communities. We do, of course, always remind Israel, as we would do with any other nation involved in military operations, of their duties under international law. President Herzog, the head of state of Israel, has reinforced that commitment. We hear no such commitment from Hamas.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think last night's absolute tragedy of the explosion at the Al-Ali hospital will simply intensify passions and also polarise the debate even more. Many children and young people here in the UK will have seen the images on our televisions and our screens and have read the social media platforms, and I think will be influenced by that. And while I thank the government for the money and the support they're giving to the organisations that are protecting faith schools, mosques and synagogues, I would urge the Minister, and perhaps he can tell us, what he's doing about providing advice and support to ordinary schools and to our universities, where there is an intensification of hatred emerging and where I am hearing of both anti-Semitic and Islamophobic views being expressed and attacks being wrought on individuals.
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, she makes an incredibly important point. And whilst, of course, I won't go into details of conversations at Cabinet, I can assure her that the protection of all communities in the UK was something that the Secretary of State for Dulac highlighted. That goes very much hand in hand with the commitment the Home Secretary has made that we will protect all communities in the UK, Muslim, Jewish and others, and we will work with institutions, whether they be educational institutions and others, to try and ensure that the people who are at those institutions can go about their lives free from fear, intimidation and discrimination.
Roman Chistey.
Madam Speaker, I very much agree with the Foreign Secretary. The entity responsible for the loss of lives that we're seeing now is Hamas, a terrorist, barbaric organisation which killed innocent Jewish people. The question that we have now is, to do everything we can to save lives, both Israeli, Palestinian, Israeli innocent people in that regard. And I welcome the government's commitment to the humanitarian assistance for the ordinary people of Palestine and his differentiation, as the Prime Minister's differentiation between the people of Palestine and the terrorist organisation Hamas. The question I have for the Foreign Secretary is this. Moving forward, he says we will work towards a two-state solution. The people in the region want to know, what is that two-state solution? Is that based on the 242 Security Council resolution on 1967 borders, which the United Kingdom signed up to? What is a clear framework for that? And the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has previously asked for the UK to appoint an envoy for the region. And we have two brilliant contenders, if I may say so. William Hague, former Foreign Secretary, gets the region. Alistair Burt, who's a brilliant former minister, well respected. We have choices, we have options. When will the Foreign Secretary outline that part of the next steps?
I mean, he makes some very important points, my honourable friend. And the truth is that we remain committed to a two-state solution, Palestinians and Israelis living side by side in peace and prosperity. And whilst that might at the moment in these circumstances feel like an unachievable aim. We refuse to be fatalistic. We refuse to give up that aspiration. The details will be for negotiation, but he will have heard, the House will have heard on a number of occasions that we've said based on 6-7 borders with land swaps and a shared capital in Jerusalem. But we are not going to be dogmatic. What we want is to see peace brought about to this situation. I hear what he says about appointing a special envoy. We have some of our most capable people in our posts in both Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and in Gaza.
Alan Kayser.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I repeat my condemnation of the Hamas attacks against innocent Israeli citizens. We saw civilians in Gaza forcibly moved from their homes with no guarantee of safety or return. The English government failed to speak out. We saw food, water and electricity cut off in Gaza. The English government failed to speak out. Last night we saw the destruction of a hospital in Gaza. This government now needs to speak out. Will the Foreign Secretary support the International Criminal Court investigation into the situation in Palestine, given the prosecutor has said its mandate includes the current context? And it's so...
She's not MILF yet. She's still quite young enough to be... She's a young lady, but she is attractive. The hospital strike. Yeah, man, I was streaming live when it went down. Do you see... I mean, I was following this. I knew shit was going to go down. I knew it was going to pop off big style. I knew it. They don't want Twitch people knowing how this thing pans out. They don't want you knowing how it, they don't want you knowing how it pans out. Like, if you're watching things go down, then like everyone will be able to make up their minds for themselves. They don't want that. They don't want that. So it is what it is, man. But yeah, Now, if you jump onto X now, everyone's saying, "Oh, it was a missile that went wrong. It was intercepted and it landed on the hospital, and it landed on some arms that they were holding in the hospital illegally, and that blew up the weapons cache, and that's what killed everybody." Like, oh, I'm hearing planes over the top. Why is my man so near dead? Feed him up a bit. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just taking in the news, and I'm going to do a little bit of fishing, see if anything breaks on this hospital strike. Basically, what I'm waiting for now is the rest of the Arab world to do something. I mean, are they going to do something after this? Are they going to do something, or has it just all been like, it's all been all mouth and no trousers from the Muslim world, isn't it? It's ready to pull up. Cheers. Yeah, I mean, just the other day they were laughing on X, saying, "Why hasn't Gaza got any water? Because you take up the water pipes and you turn them into missiles." And now they're saying that water pipe killed 800 people. Oh no! They're saying the water pipe landed on the hospital by accident and hit an ammo cache, which blew up everyone. I mean, really? I mean, wow. I mean, just wow. But yeah, anyway, shout out to you. Nice one for popping by. I appreciate it. They're mooring the lawn. Yes, that's right, yeah. Periodically, they go out and kill a few. Up until this point, 268 Palestinians had been killed prior to that action. Just over the course of the year, just on a bog standard, 268 Palestinians. That's a lot of Palestinians, just from Israeli settlers and the police. Bum, bum, bum. Over there. Just the mist comes in. This works for me. Works for me. Yeah, so James Cleverly's up at the moment, and he's just agreeing with everyone. I don't know what teeth England are going to show. Apparently they've sent a humanitarian effort down there, but it's a humanitarian effort for the soldiers that will back up the American soldiers and the Israelis if there are any casualties.
Incredibly passionate on both sides, but as I've said a number of times, we have a duty to be calm and careful when we speak about this issue. and we will continue to work for peaceful coexistence of all the communities in that region. And as difficult though that is, that will remain a priority for the UK government.
Order. It is my intention to call everybody who was here at the beginning and who is trying to catch my eye. But I have to say to the House that this is clearly a very sensitive, emotive and sad subject that we're dealing with. But it is not necessary for everyone to express their grief and their understanding and their empathy. That has been done. Let us take it for granted that we're all broken-hearted about this situation. Let us not now repeat that before every question. This is not an occasion for speeches, it's about questions. And if we can have straightforward, short questions that will enable the Secretary of State to give straightforward, short answers, then we will get everyone in. If not, there will be disappointment.
I hit it in the head.
Sarah Champion.
Got it. I hit it in the head.
There will be an escalation leading to many more civilians on all sides being murdered. I've listened intently to what the Foreign Secretary has said about why he's not calling for a ceasefire. But both as a diplomat and as a military man, could he explain then how we can get humanitarian aid in, how we can create safe zones, how we can prevent civilian loss of life? And slightly longer term, could he also tell us what conversations he's having with the international community about long-term aid and support for the inevitable Palestinian refugees?
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Committee, makes an incredibly important point. I have, the Prime Minister has, my ministerial colleagues, and of course our ambassadorial teams in the region have been speaking extensively to try and facilitate humanitarian access, most notably with Egypt, but also using our very, very good relationship with the Qataris to try and influence Hamas, and of course our direct relationship with Israel to try and broker some kind of humanitarian access, even if only temporarily. Thus far, that has been unsuccessful. We will continue to work on that, and the additional £10 million that we have allocated for direct humanitarian support for the Palestinian people, we're not limited to just that, and of course we are coordinating with the international community to ensure that whether in Gaza or wider in the region, Palestinians are looked after in these difficult times.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, the Reverend David Long, is a priest back in North Norfolk and has also served as a priest formerly in Jerusalem. I spoke to him last night on the telephone, and he has potentially lost friends who were working in the Al-Ali hospital bombing. He tells me that there are Gazans who are sheltering in churches, so can I ask the Foreign Secretary to make it absolutely clear in his discussions, please, that the humanitarian role that the churches are partaking in at the moment cannot be underestimated, and that the Roman Catholic Church in North Gaza and the Greek Orthodox Church are absolutely protected for the people that they are sheltering.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the importance that the faith communities have. And whilst we often talk about the Jewish faith and Islam, when it comes to this region, of course, the Christian churches play an incredibly important role, and I pay tribute to them as well. I have absolutely heard the point that he has made, and will continue to speak about the avoidance of civilian casualties, and particularly those places of safe haven like churches.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When seeking to counter an insurgency in Afghanistan over a decade ago, General McChrystal adopted a new concept for NATO soldiers: courageous restraint. This was to separate the insurgents from the civilians amongst whom they lived. Can the Foreign Secretary inform the House how courageous restraint can be urged on all of the combatants, including the full resumption of the water supply to Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
The concept of courageous restraint, which he has highlighted, is now a well-embedded concept in professional military forces, and I've discussed actually with representatives of the IDF my admiration for their professionalism and my expectation that they will maintain that professionalism through any future military operations. Courageous restraint is not a concept in the heart of Hamas terrorists. And we have to be realistic about that. And therefore, we will, of course, work with Israel and other countries in the region to try and bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible. But we do maintain our support to Israel's self-defense, and we do highlight the fact that Hamas are just as willing to see Palestinians killed as they are to see Israelis killed to pursue their political aims.
Nicola Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last night, much of the UK media felt it was appropriate to immediately and without leaving any room for doubt blame Israel, before the IDF gave their evidence that the rocket was launched from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It is right that the UK government independently assess what happened, but all of this is made so much harder because Hamas have no morals, no boundaries, no problem with killing any innocent civilian in Israel or Gaza. So will the Foreign Secretary reassure me he knows that standing with Israel now will put us on the right side of history?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right to highlight the callous nature of Hamas's activities and indeed the activities of other terrorist groups embedded in Gaza. And we expressed our solidarity with Israel in their time of grief in the aftermath of those terrible attacks. We stand in solidarity with them still. We are good friends with the State of Israel. Good friends, speak honestly with them, and we will always do that.
I think we're
but
going
we
to
will
war.
always stand beside
I've never
a
felt
nation
like
who
this
seeks
before in my
to
life.
protect
All the
itself
things
and
I've
its
seen,
people in the face of such relentless
right?
terrorist threat.
I'm not even lying. All the
Lillian
things
Greenwood.
I remember going interrailing because I thought the UK were going to draft us for the Iraq War. So when I was a student, I went interrailing and travelled around Europe. The last time I felt like that was then, and even then, it wasn't really that 100%. But this, I really feel like, we might end up in a war because there are just too many ignorant warmongers who are like going go go go, and I think they're deluding themselves. If I don't know what the clapback is going to be. Iran really has been talking a lot of shit. It's going to have to put his money where its mouth is now. After that bombing of the hospital, you're going to have to do something. Syria's going to have to do something. Lebanon going to have to do something, right? And it's when the Israelis get spanked, right? When they get spanked for what they did, they're really going to cry. And is America going to back them? Is this the war against Iran that they've always wanted? I don't know, man. But we're certainly heading towards that direction.
Fellows.
Egypt, Saudi, Morocco, will have something. Or face revolts. Exactly. It's going to cause instability.
I've done for the last week. Twarangs didn't make it right.
Hamas
is an indefensible organisation in any person, any right-thinking person puts. But the fact that they won't do right doesn't mean that the UK government should not demand a ceasefire, work hard towards a ceasefire, and to make sure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. I keep thinking repeatedly, as do many others, of helpless children. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and that's what I think about every night. Will the Foreign Secretary please make every effort not just to have money set aside, but to tell us how he is going to get humanitarian aid into Gaza City and to help those who are suffering in Israel as well.
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, calls for ceasefire are understandable, and I have much sympathy for the position she sets out, but a ceasefire has to be respected by both parties in a conflict, and I have seen absolutely nothing in the behaviour of Hamas during the terrorist attack and since the terrorist attack that gives me any confidence at all that they would respect a ceasefire. And unless they respect a ceasefire, it is not credible to demand that Israel do not defend itself against terrorism.
Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, can I just follow up on that point? The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has also called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Clearly, the Foreign Secretary has some issues with that. I'm not really understanding why, but given that, is it appropriate for a third party, such as the UN, who have people on the ground, and their assessment with respect is probably more realistic than his?
Short-term tactical nukes.
In the intermediate time,
I know that they bought
what are the
short-term
safe
tactical
corridors
nukes off
that are
the
being
South Africans.
proposed?
I knew
Has
that
the
in the
Foreign
90s.
Secretary considered that so that we can at least have some safe evacuation for Gazans?
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I remind the Honourable Lady in the House that we have people on the ground. My staff are in danger in Gaza. They choose to put their lives at risk in an incredibly dangerous part of the world in order to give me direct insight into the realities of the ground. So I would just urge her to be a bit more thoughtful with regard to the danger that my diplomats, both UK-based diplomats and locally engaged staff, put themselves in. The truth is that I have received nothing that gives me any indication that Hamas or the other terrorist groups operating in Gaza would respect a ceasefire. And of course, I respect the UN Secretary General's call for a ceasefire. We would all love to see the bloodshed cease, but we also have to be realistic about the fact that Hamas has demonstrated, as have the other terrorist organisations in Gaza, demonstrated over and over and over again a complete callousness towards human life, whether it be Israeli or Palestinian.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, after all the decades of suffering, injustice and occupation endured by the Palestinian people, this terrorism and the scenes of death and destruction at the Al-Ali Arabi Baptist Hospital are truly heart-wrenching. Those responsible must be held to account, international law must be adhered to, and there should be no collective punishment of the Palestinian people. So can the Secretary of State advise the House as to how he feels peace can be attained, and about his efforts to urgently deliver food, water, medicines and other aid to the blockaded Gaza?
Our hair colour is up. Secretary.
Well, he in the House will have heard the detailed explanation I gave in answer to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Foreign Secretary's initial question. We work relentlessly with the countries neighbouring Israel and Gaza. I will be travelling once again to Egypt to try and work with them to facilitate humanitarian support, and of course we will work with those countries who are able to influence the leadership in Gaza. So we will not rest. We will not rest. We will continue to do everything we can to try and alleviate this terrible humanitarian situation. And ultimately, he asks, what is the best thing that can be done for peace? I think a good starting point would be terrorists not firing rockets from densely populated areas into Israel.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his clear commitment and true words that have captured, I believe, the collective opinion of all of us in this House today. As the Secretary of State has said, Hamas terrorists last weekend killed 1,400 Israelis.
It is coming from there. It's coming from that side.
This morning fill us all with despair. The bombing of the ill and the elderly in the Al-Ali Arab Hospital is reprehensible to the extreme, and it is to be condemned. However, the circumstances of this horrific event are not clear. Does the Secretary of State agree that whilst horror and sympathy is to be expressed, judgment should and must be withheld until all facts are known and clear?
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman, as always, speaks with great thoughtfulness on this issue. And of course, the immediate and understandable expression of sympathy and condolence is absolutely right and proper, but that should not be conflated with a rush to judgment, because doing so has significant effects, and as I have said, can quite credibly cause further pain, suffering and loss of life, and we should all be conscious of that when we speak in the public domain.
Margaret Greenwood.
for the work he's doing to bring home my constituent who's trapped in Gaza. And I note his comments about the consular support for UK nationals. I would be grateful for any further information he can provide with regards, if he can, facilitating the safe passage of UK nationals and the flow of humanitarian aid. And I urge him to pursue these matters in his trip to the region.
Well, I can assure the Honourable Lady in the House that these are exactly the issues that I will be raising on my forthcoming travel to the region. The consular team in the FCDO is making regular contact with those people for whom we have contact details in Gaza to give them as much notice as possible as and when an exit route has become available. At the moment that has not become available, but we will continue. We will keep working to open humanitarian routes and to inform people once they are opened.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We don't yet know who's responsible for the unspeakable atrocity at the Gaza hospital, but we do know that hundreds were killed and hundreds more injured. We do know that yesterday an IDF airstrike hit an UNRWA school where thousands were sheltering, killing more. And we do know that over 3,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza so far. So while Israel does have the right to self-defense, it cannot include mass bombing of densely populated areas if Israel is simultaneously to stay within international law. So I urge the Minister to think again about the issue of a ceasefire. Of course it would need to be worked for, of course it's going to be hard, but unless the UK government gives its backing to the UN on this issue, then thousands more are going to be killed, and we should be on the right side of history, and I'm very much afraid right now that we won't be.
Foreign Secretary.
Israel, of course, is one of the parties engaged in this military operation. But there are others, including Hamas, including Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and others. And I would suggest that anyone calling upon Israel to cease military operations, at least calls on the terrorists to do likewise. But you.
Ansar Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as hospitals are targeted, medical relief organisations are desperately trying to evacuate sick and wounded patients to increasingly fewer places of safety, while protecting to dedicated staff looking after them. Will the Foreign Secretary confirm how many functioning hospitals are left in Gaza and how Palestinians who are continuing to be targeted by bombardments are supposedly to receive life-saving medical treatment?
Foreign Secretary.
I mean, the simple truth of the matter is I don't know the status of the medical facilities in Gaza. We do want them to be protected. We've made that clear, and we will continue to do so in all future engagements and conversations that we have with Israel. And we will, of course, call upon Hamas and the other terrorist organisations to remove themselves from the proximity of those hospitals if they're conducting military operations.
Hal Williams.
The UN reports that the last water treatment desalination plants in Gaza shut down. At the same time, people are drinking contaminated tap water, polluted seawater. Now, the WHO says that people need 50 litres of water a day, and people in Gaza are surviving on 3. So, can you tell me what practical steps are being taken to ensure the resumption of fuel supplies to water treatment works in Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
The situation with regard to the provision of electricity, gas and water from Israel to Gaza, of course, is an important one. We have spoken with Israel about this. He makes the point, actually, that Gaza did have its own water production capabilities. We saw videos posted by Hamas proudly demonstrating how water pipes funded by European aid were being ripped up and turned into rockets to fire into Israel. So whilst, of course, we speak with Israel about the support to the Palestinians in Gaza and our own support to the Palestinians in Gaza, we must not overlook the fact that Hamas has habitually persecuted, punished and oppressed the Palestinian people in Gaza.
Sharon Hodgson.
It's hard to listen to. Really hard. We've already seen one Iranian terror proxy, Hamas, launch attacks against Israel in the past 11 days. But we know that another Iranian proxy, Hezbollah, is waiting in the wings to attack Israel from the north, and indeed this may have already started. What steps has the government taken to deter Hezbollah from seeking to attack or otherwise undermine Israel at this most difficult time?
The Honourable Lady makes an incredibly important point. The United States of America and the United Kingdom have put naval assets in the eastern Mediterranean. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said at Prime Minister's questions, that is not to conduct military operations. It is to conduct surveillance operations to prevent Iran or indeed anyone else supplying Hezbollah with lethal aid that might be used against Israel.
I saw it coming, but...
Stephen Ferry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In recognising Israel's right to self-defence against Hamas's brutal terrorism, the government has rightly cited international humanitarian law. However, it does seem to be the position of the government that so far has not yet been broken. And indeed, the Foreign Secretary today has several times cited President Herzog to that effect. By contrast, we have a number of UN agencies and actors, NGOs and international lawyers all saying that collective punishment is a clear breach of international humanitarian law, including, for example, the cutting off of supplies and also forced movements of people, and frankly, forcing people to leave their homes because they're under threat of bombing or hospitals is a forced movement. How does the Foreign Secretary address those contradictions in the UK government's position?
Secretary.
There are no contradictions in the UK government's position. I've set out the government's position. He may disagree with it. Others indeed may disagree with it. There are no contradictions.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. The terror attack on Israeli citizens and the subsequent abduction was brutal and evil. The scenes from Al-Hali hospital last night on the television were beyond comprehension upsetting. And the impending humanitarian crisis in Gaza, it goes without saying we have to do everything we can to stop that from happening. But I'm really concerned, and I'm sure the Foreign Secretary is, that the conflict between Israel and Hamas does not spill over into the streets of any community in the United Kingdom. My home city, Manchester, is welcoming of Muslim and Jew alike. What more is the government doing to make sure that the catastrophe in the Middle East does not end up on the streets of Britain?
The Honourable Gentleman makes an incredibly important point. I can give him and the House our commitment to protect all communities in the United Kingdom. No one should be held responsible for actions happening thousands of miles away. They have an absolute right to live in peace and security here in the UK. The Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and the rest of the government are absolutely committed to doing everything we can to protect all people of whatever faith or community here in the UK.
Kenny McCaskill.
Years on from St Adomnim's Law of the Innocents to protect women and children in conflict, both the terror of Hamas and the utterly disproportionate and illegal response by Israel stain our modern world. Rather than the supine acceptance of Israeli-US policy, will the Secretary of State instead heed the wise counsel of President Higgins of Ireland and seek both an immediate ceasefire and indeed justice for the Palestinian people?
Secretary of State.
UK foreign policy is set in London, not in Washington, not in Dublin, in London.
Cleverly is arrogant.
The Foreign Secretary has talked about accountability and accuracy in broadcasts and social media. I just wondered if he shared my bafflement at why the BBC, our national broadcaster, has repeatedly refused to describe Hamas as a terrorist organisation when they are a prescribed terrorist group.
Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am baffled, genuinely baffled by this. I understand, when the BBC say that to do so would take sides. I fundamentally disagree with that. They have used the word terrorist in a number of occasions, both domestically and internationally. I just cannot understand why they cannot bring themselves to describe Hamas as terrorists, because that is what they are.
Munira Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, it's absolutely imperative that we get to the bottom of the terrible tragedy that unfolded at Ali Hospital last night and hold whoever was responsible accountable. Having visited the region last year, I saw and heard just how difficult it is to provide medical care to the Palestinians. And now hospitals across Gaza face running out of food, fuel, water. Several have evacuation orders that the WHO have stated patients will not survive. So can I urge the Foreign Secretary once again, will he join the UN in calling for the immediate resumption of essential supplies to Gaza in line with international humanitarian law, which he says he keeps calling for?
Secretary. The Honourable Lady recruits a question that's been asked a number of times to the House, and she will have heard the answers that I've given on each of those previous occasions.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The grief and loss of millions in Gaza and in Israel was just added to by the horrific and heinous attack on the Ali Hospital. I was really pleased that Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary both reiterated our commitment to international law and the importance to bring those who commit war crimes to justice, but equally not to rush to judgment on war crimes. We have our own staff, we have international humanitarian agencies on the ground in hospitals in Gaza. What is the Foreign Secretary doing to ensure that hospitals can carry on treating innocent civilians, working with the UN, with the International Red Cross and hospitals in Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
We do, of course, speak with Israel, and as I've said, we call upon them to use the professionalism of which they are understandably proud in this circumstance to minimise civilian casualties and ensure that where possible civilian infrastructure, particularly schools, hospitals, religious sites, are not damaged. But again, it is not by accident that Hamas habitually embed their terrorist operations from those very places, making the lives of Palestinians inevitably far more dangerous than otherwise they would need to be.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the UK Government for the announcement of an extra £10 million of aid for Gaza? But frankly, it will be of no use to the civilians who are trapped and injured there if it just piles up at the border. Therefore, can he tell me what analysis his officials have conducted of the legality of the Israeli authorities' order to restrict water, food, fuel and electricity to
They can't,
Gaza?
it's illegal.
And what analysis his officials have conducted of the legality of their order to 1.1 million Palestinian civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate south? Questions of legality, please, Foreign Secretary.
Questions of
Secretary. She will know that legal advice within department is for ministers in order to inform our decision making. The broader point is that we, of course, want to see Palestinians to end the suffering that they are experiencing. The best way of doing that is to remove the yoke of Hamas from their shoulders, and that is why we do support, within the framework of international law, Israel's right to self-defence.
Simon Malwater.
Hundreds of my constituents have written to me in horror at the attacks that happened in Israel and now at the unfolding catastrophe in Gaza, with one having 25 members of their family in Gaza. The Ali Hospital is one of 22 hospitals in northern Gaza, and with hundreds killed last night, with children writing their names on their palms of their hands, with mothers giving birth in the street as their homes are destroyed and now hospitals are damaged. Can the Foreign Secretary update the House on action being taken with international partners now to ensure that hospitals and medical staff are being protected, because he has said today he is not sure of the situation with hospitals, that mothers and pregnant mothers, with 50,000 estimated in Gaza, there is a plan for their healthcare, and to update the House on his confidence that that is being dealt with and that urgent medical and humanitarian supplies are getting through.
Foreign Secretary.
As I said previously to the House, in a fast evolving situation during a conflict like this, it is incredibly difficult to have an up-to-date assessment on the ability of medical facilities in Gaza to maintain operations. We do, of course, want to see civilians protected. We want to see civilian infrastructure protected. But I say again to the House, this is made infinitely more difficult in a situation like this because Hamas and other terrorist organisations specifically embed themselves in that civilian infrastructure. Of course, we want civilians and civilian infrastructure to be protected wherever possible. This is something we have communicated to Israel, but again, the long-standing habit of terrorist organisations to embed themselves in civilian infrastructure makes this infinitely harder.
Deirdre Brock.
Speaker, I welcome the Foreign Secretary's recognition of the need for caution before leaping to conclusions, given the difficulty in situations of crisis of verifying information. But will he commit to personally making contact with different social media and technology companies, urging them directly to help prevent the spread of disinformation and prevent any information war around this horrific situation?
I won't commit to do that personally, but I know that the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport takes this incredibly seriously. We are taking action to try and improve professionalism in social media platforms. So whilst I personally won't be doing that directly, I know that this is being done and will continue to be done by the government.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At this tragic time, I am of course driven by my desire for peace and the protection of innocents, and while this tragic war continues, will the Secretary of State do everything he can to ensure international law is followed, which includes, of course, the protection of hospitals, medical professionals and civilians, and humanitarian aid to Gaza? But this war will only end with dialogue. So will the Secretary of State also do everything he can to keep that flame of hope alive for a negotiated peace settlement and make this a priority for his government, even when at times it feels like such a very distant hope?
Foreign Secretary.
She's absolutely right about not losing our desire to bring genuine, sustainable peace. And as I've said, this might feel, in this particularly difficult times, like a very far off, indeed an impossible aspiration, but we will remain relentlessly focused on bringing a lasting, sustainable peace for the Israeli people, the Palestinian people, and indeed the wider region. So I can give her that assurance that whilst dealing with the immediate challenges, we will also keep that long-term aspiration in the forefront of our minds.
Jonathan Edwards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the British Government support the motion by Brazil later today at the UN Security Council calling for a humanitarian ceasefire? And if not, what are the grounds for not supporting the motion, as the Brazilian text does include criticism of Hamas, which the Russian text didn't on Monday? And if Hamas refuses to honour the ceasefire as he fears, would they not be seen in the eyes of the world as not protecting the people they purport to represent?
I don't know.
I spoke to the Brazilian Foreign Minister about the UN Security Council resolution text. We are liaising closely with them and others. I won't be able to give a commitment about our voting decision until the text is closed and the negotiations have concluded.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I visited Israel and Palestine 3 weeks ago with a group of MPs, and we met with aid workers and health workers who say their last goodbyes to their family every morning because they don't know if they're going to return. It is urgent to support them, and the UK public are being very generous in response to appeals. In the absence of humanitarian corridors, and I do support the Foreign Secretary in arguing for them, can the Secretary of State update the House on efforts to work with UK-based agencies who are on the ground in Gaza with support for mobile health clinics, medicines, food and water in Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the distribution plan for the additional £10 million that the Prime Minister announced on Monday is still being worked upon, but I can assure her that we have very, very close relationships with NGOs and aid organisations based in the UK and operating in Gaza and the region, and we will of course be liaising with them both in terms of getting an up-to-date understanding of the situation on the ground and maximising our support to the Palestinian people.
Richard Berger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The most urgent priority must be to prevent the loss of any more civilian lives. To do so, the UN General Secretary has called for an immediate ceasefire. Leading humanitarian agencies like Oxfam have also called for this. Surely the government must add its voice to this, because if not, isn't he accepting that many thousands more will die? And will the Foreign Secretary withdraw his earlier remarks that what is going on is not forced relocation? Because if he doesn't, I believe he'll come to regret those remarks later.
Foreign Secretary.
Look, of course, all of us want to see an end to the lives that have been lost. But we also recognise that Israel feels the need to take action to protect the lives of its citizens from the attacks emanating from Hamas and other terrorist organisations in Gaza. And we have always said in our support for that activity, we do call upon them to abide by humanitarian law, as their president has committed to do so.
Carol Monaghan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we do need swift confirmation of who is responsible for the devastating attack on El Ali Arabi Hospital, but of course the immediate priority is humanitarian support for those affected. The £10 million pledged by the UK government is genuinely welcome, but can the Foreign Secretary explain to the House how that aid is going to get to those affected when Israel has closed all humanitarian corridors?
Good question.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the situation is that at the moment, of course, all humanitarian support going to Gaza is severely limited. There was an open border, there was a fluid border between Israel and Gaza. As I said, tens of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza, tens of thousands of Gazans, worked in Israel on a daily basis and moved to and fro from Gaza into Israel. That crossing had to be closed, as did the Rafah crossing with Egypt, in response to the terrorist attacks that were perpetrated against Egypt. We are against Israel. Sorry. We are working with the Israeli government, with the Egyptian government, and with the international community to try and open up humanitarian corridors, and we'll continue to do so.
Christian Wakefoot.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the level of conflicting information and indeed the disinformation coming from Gaza, the irresponsible reporting as fact, and indeed actually coming from the BBC yesterday, is surely something that we should be condemning. So I'd like to ask what the Foreign Secretary and his department is doing to correct this approach from broadcasters, and to join me in saying that blame should not be cast until all the facts are known, especially to avoid inflaming tensions both here and in the Middle East.
Foreign Secretary.
We all, particularly broadcasters that have the level of international standing. I'm a big fan of the BBC, and I know the huge influence the voice of the BBC has internationally. And because of that...
I can't show you that.
The number of casualties in Gaza has been increasing by the hour. Medical facilities that are still functioning have been overwhelmed by the influx of wounded people in desperate need of treatment. A local reporter has the details here.
We are here at the...
1 second. Don't worry. It's coming.
From different areas where the attacked are. So here we can see a lot of injuries laying down on the floor. Doctors dealing with them on the floors. Of course, a lot of people, a lot of civilians next to the injuries, and we can also see the medical crew and the ambulance crews working really hard to serve and do their job.
Since the beginning of the bombing, we have a signal from the operation room that we must go further. When we went there, we have seen a massacre in the hospital. We have seen a lot of bodies, hundreds of bodies. They were sitting under the trees. They are living. Most of them are women. Most of them are children. We have evacuated hundreds of them. We couldn't find any injured of them. So we haven't found any room to put the patient in them, so that we put them on the floor, as you see here. They are on the floor, and we take them and put them on the floor, and they are dealing without anesthesias, and sometimes because there is no medical operation for surgical. I'm so sorry to saying there is no safety in Gaza because the Israeli doesn't know how to deal with these people. They want genocide in Gaza. They do war crimes in Gaza. Most of the children was burnt. We couldn't take them easy. So and also some of the women were burnt from that. I don't know if it's a new weapon.
We can see also civilians hiding inside these sections, and we can see children also looking to dead bodies and sleeping next to dead bodies. And this is terrifying, and the international world should take action of what happening here right in the hospital. What happened inside Al-Ma'madani hospital was big war crime, but we don't want it to happen here and others hospitals.
Israel, however, has denied firing the missile and said it came from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group.
Anyone believe that?
At 6:15 p.m., a barrage of rockets was fired by Hamas to Israel. Then, at 6:59 p.m., a barrage of around 10 rockets was fired by Islamic Jihad from a nearby cemetery. It was at the time that 6:59 p.m. when there were reports of an explosion at the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza City. According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened.
Global media.
They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties. They understood with absolute certainty that it was a rocket misfired by Islamic Jihad that damaged the hospital. Analysis of our aerial footage confirms that there was no direct hit to the hospital itself. The only location damage is outside the hospital, in the parking lot, where we can see signs of burning, which I will show later, no cratering, and no structural damage to nearby buildings, as opposed to the damage caused by any aerial munition, which would have been of different nature.
Earlier, I discussed the inconsistencies that have arisen in the contrasting claims about the hospital. You are responsible. No, I'm responsible. Civilians have died. What is going on here?
Well, it's because we're looking at two seriously conflicting narratives. I mean, the IDF is claiming that the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza was hit by a malfunctioning rocket launched by Islamic Jihad. And to back up that claim, Israel's released what it claims to be a leaked conversation between Hamas militants, somehow putting the blame on Islamic Jihad for this bombing. Although we haven't been able to independently verify this.
I'm telling you, this is the first time that we see a missile like this falling.
And so that's why we're saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
What?
They're saying it belongs to Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
It's from us?
It looks like it.
Who says that?
They're saying that the shrapnel from the missile is local shrapnel, and not like Israeli shrapnel.
What are you saying?
Shut up, man.
But God bless. It couldn't have found another place to explode.
Never mind. Yes, they shot it from the cemetery behind the hospital.
On the other hand, we've got Hamas, the Red Crescent, other organizations around the world saying this was clearly devastation created by an IDF airstrike. There are more than a few strange things with Tel Aviv's narrative, to be honest. I mean, almost immediately after this explosion took place, we started seeing on social media posts from people working in the Israeli government justifying what they called an IDF strike on this hospital that was allegedly being used by Hamas as a so-called terrorist facility. Then, all of a sudden, we see the official Israeli narrative changing to blame Islamic Jihad for this bombing at the hospital. We've also got a humanitarian organization called the Anglican Overseas Aid Organization, which has said that Israeli airstrikes have actually hit this hospital before.
The hospital's diagnostic cancer treatment center was already severely damaged by Israeli airstrikes on October 14th, injuring 4 hospital staff members and affecting the mammography and ultrasound departments. The latest attack on the hospital compound, which was sheltering thousands of displaced people, is a grave violation of international humanitarian law and human rights.
Now, the Turkish disinformation arm has rebuffed as false the Israeli claim that they have put forth as to the Palestinians being the ones striking the hospital in Gaza. Can you talk to us more about that?
Well, yeah, the Turkish report, it says quite a few things. First of all, it reiterates what I just mentioned about the fact that the inconsistency between the timing of what the Israelis say when the explosion took place and the timing on the video that they released and then subsequently deleted.
Deleted, yeah.
The official Israeli state account posted a video on the X platform at 22:42, blaming Hamas for the bombing of the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital. Despite the fact that the hospital was struck at approximately 1927, the video shared from the account was recorded in 1959, which constituted significant disinformation. After realizing that the video's time was incorrect, at 23:04, the Israeli account removed the video from the past.
I said that.
The IDF is still firm in its assertion that this was the result of a malfunctioning Islamic Jihad rocket, but with these inconsistencies in the narrative as it's developed, as well as this clearly Israel deleting something that could potentially be used as evidence to get to the bottom of what happened, I mean, that narrative is looking more and more shaky as time goes by.
You know, seeing it from this is not the first time conflicts like this are coming up. But let's look at the evidence that the IDF say they have. They have evidence that, you know, all that came from the Palestinian side. And all. I wonder what your reading concern, what your assessment of this whole situation is.
Well, from the videos that came out, it's hard to judge what kind of missile it actually was. Things like that are usually judged by pieces of the missile that are recovered or the shrapnel that's recovered because each design has its own form of shrapnel. But from the videos that have come out with people on balconies having taken videos, from the sound of the impact, right before the impact, within a second of the impact, it doesn't sound like a missile at all. What it sounds like is a JDAM. A JDAM is basically an old gravity bomb that has been repurposed, and that there is the back end has been replaced with a controlled tail that directs it and 2 wings that open up. So a fighter bomber takes it up 3,000 meters, for example, drops it, the wings open up, and by GPS or by satellite or by an AWACS plane, it's guided in on the target. And it can glide up to 80 kilometers. It can make circles, it can turn around, and it's very, very accurate weapon system. Ukraine has it. Russian military is jamming it. Russian military has the same things, which work very well. Hamas wouldn't have any of the equipment needed to jam such a bomb. It makes a very, very specific screeching sound as it impacts. There's lots of videos out where you can see American JDAMs being tested. Near impact, people videotaping it, military people videotaping it. And you can hear that very, very specific screeching sound as it comes in. Doesn't sound like a missile.
Nope.
There's videos that came out with people from balconies that happen to be, they were videotaping the missiles, the different missiles flying in different directions, and the hit. And you can hear the exact same sound. In my opinion, it's probably a JDAM. JDAMs vary in size between 200 to 1,500 kilograms. So these are big bombs. A 200 kilogram bomb, so it's almost all explosive. Would easily take out this hospital, at least in the area it hit. Plus, since it hit vehicles, the fuel in those vehicles would explode and burn equally. It's gasoline, so you have an add-on effect from the explosion. So in my opinion, at least from the sound, before any parts are recovered,
like a JDAM.
I think it's a JDAM. And JDAMs wouldn't be Palestinian because they don't have an air force that could drop a JDAM. So they're looking only, in this case, Israelis working.
That's right.
As Israel has accused Palestinian Islamic Jihad militants of being responsible for the strike, a representative of that group in Iran called...
There's some hope in this world, man. There's some hope in this world. That's a T-Bird the third. Shout out to Richard. It is what it is. We've got to take it in. It's sickening, isn't it? But we've got to take it in. Do you know what I mean? As they slowly try to wriggle out. They won't stand by the work. Now they don't want to stand by their work. Now the world is disgusted. They don't want to stand by their work. It was them. We recorded them. If you hear it, it goes. It's. Their rockets don't sound like that. Their rockets. Hamas rockets go. That's what Hamas rockets sound like. Israeli rockets go. That's what they sound like. Massive difference in the sound if anyone's been even paying attention. The round's going in. I've got another from Phil Scott 10 hours ago. Low black voter turnout made Democrats lose big in Louisiana. Now, but there was a racist attack today. Now, from Laura Loomer's reporting earlier on, we know there was going to be some hyped racist attacks closer to the election. There were going to be direct racial attacks to try and force the division to try and, remember, lever in this Trump is racist thing. And these guys will be saying, vote Trump. They'll be outwardly saying, vote Trump. They're going to commit an atrocity. Then they're going to say, vote Trump. Now that's the Democrat plan. It's coming. It's coming, and we've had an atrocity to date. I can't keep showing dead bodies, man. This is not right. So I'm going to change up the video just for one. I'm going to put in Phil, the advisor. I want to hear what he has to say. I want to hear what Phil has to say.
It's a Republican Attorney General Jeff Landry sailed to victory in Saturday's primary contest without needing a runoff.
1 second.
Analysts attribute the Democrat Party's failure to get a candidate into the runoff to low black voter turnout. Tepid enthusiasm for leading Democrat Sean Wilson, who sought to become the state's first black governor since Reconstruction. And surprisingly strong support for Landry among those black Louisianans who did go to the polls. Well, look at there. There were some black people that voted the other side. See, I don't know. Don't let these Boule members tell you, or even some of the Shields tell you that black folks aren't fed up. That black folks, either they're not voting for nobody at all, or they say, you know what, I'm just going to go on the other side because I'm sick of these policies. I'm sick of what these Democrats are doing. There's a lot of black people are starting to say that now. That's right. All over America.
My family are out there.
All over.
My family.
And a few reasons why, and y'all know the reasons. I don't have to keep going into it. Of course, the economy, the inflation, watching the Democrats give everybody resources and give nothing to the black community. Nothing. You see, Boule Martin and the gang, they can't get black people to the polls because they don't even know how black people even feel.
Nope.
And even when they talk about the feelings of black people, people like Boule Martin and the gang, all they're going to do is talk down to you and cuss you out and belittle you. They're not going to engage.
Boule are black Freemasons, by the way, if you didn't know. Prince Hall Lodge, mostly. That's who people like Bill Cosby belong to, and Roland Martin, and they're all Prince Hall.
With you and understand your plight and where you coming from, because they're not even dealing with you like that, right? So this is why you deal with the real people that can actually know the pulse of black America. Now, you have one of them say, I think that in Louisiana, Democrats are in serious trouble. That is a John Covillian. You say a Baton Rouge-based pollster who typically works with Republican clients and was the first to call the race for Landry on Saturday. He said, and it's not just Sean. In other words, it's not a Sean Wilson problem. Just like I said, in Chicago, it's not a Mayor Brandon Johnson problem. It was not a Lori Lightfoot problem. It is a Democrat problem. Now, they said about 36% of Louisiana's 3 million registered voters cast ballots in the primary. That's a little over 1 million voters there. Not even 1.1 million, but 1.08 million voters showed up. Everybody else stayed home, okay? So a lot of people were not even engaged in the process. They say Democrats suffered due to particularly anemic numbers. They say in blue strongholds such as Orleans Parish, where turnout was just 27%. So hardly nobody showed up to vote for the Democrats in Orleans Parish. Nobody. See, black people are fed up. And you remember when we covered where Democrats cannot win elections without black people? Even if the white voters, Asian voters, and Hispanic voters, if all them vote and black people don't vote at all, Democrats cannot win elections. Do you see this? This is proof that they cannot win elections without black people. Now they say Wilson received 26% of votes cast statewide. They say while none of the 4 other major candidates for governor reached 10% of the vote. Now they say the result was, they say, a stunning victory for Landry. They say as the favored Republican seized 51.6% of the primary vote. They say candidates competing in Louisiana's primary need over 50% to win outright and avoid a runoff. Now I say while pollsters have predicted low overall turnout following a quiet early voting period, they say the numbers surprised even seasoned political operatives. They say Landry's fundraising strength and polling success made him a front runner throughout the race. They say, but the state's typical breakdown of Democratic voters meant few had considered an outright Landry victory in the primary a serious possibility. They say, and they quote, "I didn't see this coming," said a Robert Collins, a professor of public policy and urban studies at Dillard University in New Orleans.
Didn't see it coming.
He said nobody, and I mean nobody, saw Jeff Landry winning outright.
No.
Now they say as Governor Landry, they consider him a conservative firebrand backed by Donald Trump. They say it's sure to swing the state's policies to the political right. They say his victory cements the GOP's increasing dominance in Louisiana. They say as Republicans appear poised to keep their supermajorities in both chambers of the state legislature. They said the GOP is also well positioned to sweep down ballot statewide races in the November 18th runoff. And they said turnout in the primary was lower than any gubernatorial, they said, contest in more than a decade. They say the showing was near a low after historic lukewarm turnout in 2011 when former Governor Bobby Jindal, they said, cruised to re-election after no well-organized opponent challenged him. They say about 280,000 fewer ballots were cast this year than in 2019 when Democratic Governor John Bel Edwards faced 2 Republican opponents for re-election. About 52,000 fewer people voted than in Edwards' first race in 2015. They say St. Bernard Parish, they say, was the only parish in the state where turnout actually increased over the last gubernatorial race. They say inching up from 34%, 38%, but a 4-way race for parish president, and say was also on St. Bernard's ballot, and more voters actually marked down a preference in that race than they did for the governor's race. We just kind of building it up, folks, because we're going to get to the meat of this. Now, I say the most dramatic drops came in the north. They say Louisiana Parish of Richland, they say East Carroll and West Carroll. They say in each of these parishes, turnout fell, and say for more than 50% in 2019, less than 38% this year. Now, if you're looking at this picture I'm put up on the screen, this picture that we have up on the screen here is what it looks like on the map, right? And when they mention East Carroll is a Democrat stronghold. And remember, they said that had drops in vote too, okay? So let's continue. They say in New Orleans, the bluest, it's a parish in the state, and the only one that gave Wilson over 50% of the vote, turnout was 30% lower than in 2019. The turnout there fell at a faster rate, but in all 7 other parishes, the 8 parish New Orleans metro area saw lower turnout than the state as a whole at 32.7%. That's according to analysts by Ed Chevernak. It's a University of New Orleans political scientist. Say 15 parishes grew their turnout compared to 2015. They say the most substantial increase was Wynn Parish. I said those who rose by 46% to 53%. And I said Landry performed better on election day than he did during the 7-day early voting.
By the way, this is the Philip Scott podcast, right? He's been going for quite a while. He used to have a show called The Advice Show, in the early days, and then I think he's aligned with the African News Network as well, so he does stories for them as well. But this is his own channel. It's called Philip Scott Channel, and really, I mean, if it's documenting anything in this whole process, this dude here, as well as another couple of other people, has been documenting the slow move away from the Democrat Party. He, in the early days, he was all giddy and wanting stuff and asking for stuff and campaigning for stuff, and then if you've been watching him for a period of time, he's been constantly getting slapped in the face, slapped in the face, slapped in the face, expecting certain Democrat policies to be championed, and then they're not. He's noticing the benign neglect policy as it pertains to Black America, and slowly but surely, because a lot of people listen to the advice show, there's various grades of individuals that will fit your particular style, right? So there are more refined guys than Phil Scott. I'll give you Kevin Samuels, for example, was a more refined social commentator than Phil Scott, and he potentially could have satisfied the mind. And there are less palatable gentlemen than Phil Scott, more rugged, more sweary, blah blah blah. But there's one consistency, irrespective of what caliber of man that you're listening to get your political opinions from. They're all disillusioned with the Democrat Party because they've received nothing. If it indeed is the party of handouts, okay, because the other one is the party of do for self. If it is indeed the party of handout and government help and government intrusion into the life, then surely over this period of time, if you kept voting for them, you should have seen some discernible benefit. And apparently, all the worst places are Democrat-run places. Like, I watch Kensington Station, Philadelphia, just for shits and giggles, to see everyone bent over. Democrat-run. What is it about the philosophy that allows that level of degeneration to go down and almost like countenances, almost like goes, oh no, let them carry on being crackheads on the corner. No, let them stay there. No, we need to build a shelter for them to take their crack or their heroin. We need to give them cleaner needles. What is that? It almost facilitates it. And the people don't want that. The funny thing is, I've got people talking to Mayor Adams, screaming at Mayor Adams, and he decided to talk about something else. I mean, what is it? Because Phil covered it. The Mayor Adams one. Let's go to his videos. Yeah, Brandon Johnson.
Welcome everybody. And our cities and border towns and our state have been taking migrants for decades. Well, maybe it's your turn to start taking some of them, and now you're getting them, and now it's all of a sudden a right-wing problem. Okay.
That's the disconnect. The Republican Party can't even nominate their own leadership. Now, of course, I've said this multiple times. State, county, the federal government has to lean in and do more. And let's be very clear about what's happening here. That you have the destabilization of countries across the globe, which, by the way, are individuals that identify as Afro-Venezuelan or Afro-Colombian.
Bruh, we do not see a bunch of Afro-Venezuelans and Afro-Colombians coming across the border, bruh. Like, remember I talked about this before, and we'll go back into this maybe a little bit later. But notice all the people that's coming over, where all the black people at?
Yeah.
I don't see all the Afro-Venezuelans because it's black people in Venezuela. It's black people all in Latin America. Notice it's not black people. So either you're preventing the black people from coming up here, or it's not that bad like you say, and you want to handpick those who got lighter skin, but they're not the descendants of slaves, right? So you want them to stay back in their home countries and suffer, but the other ones with straighter hair and a little bit lighter skin, they can go ahead and come on up here. Now, that's a conversation that we need to have.
You know, as we're talking about, eliminating tipped wages for black and brown people, we're fighting the same system that doesn't humanize black people across the globe. And isn't it quite disturbing that you have an entire party that is more interested and dedicated to destabilizing black and brown people around the globe than actually passing a freaking budget to make sure that people can eat and have somewhere to live? That's the disconnect.
That's what Democrats are doing.
Sir, the party you in is disconnected too. You're giving all the freaking resources to migrants and not giving it to.
This guy's really bad. This guy's horrible, man. That's really bad. He's talking, oh my God, it's the Biden administration that's been helping France destabilize West Africa. Trump didn't have that much to do with it. They were really disappointed that they weren't seeing any action out of that base under Trump. 4 years, no wars. It's the Democrats under Joe Biden that have increased the drone bombings out of the drone base in Niger. It's Democrats under Joe Biden that was providing soft air cover for the French as they sabotaged West African troops and armies and tried to create coups. The Biden administration that was buying uranium at 80 cents a kilo when the real price is something near $270, which is the market price. And then this guy fixes his mouth. It's incredible. And it's the foreign policy of the party that he's in that's doing the worst for Africa. In fact, if Trump gets in, Africa would be better than under the Democrats currently. Africa would develop faster with Trump in. And this guy is a member of the party that's helping retard African development, West African development at least anyway. Incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's like the average American voter can only see as far as domestic policy. It's like they have no understanding or knowledge or want to know what their party is doing internationally.
The black folks, your party is disconnected. How you gonna wag your finger and you literally giving taxpayer resources to people who aren't even legal citizens? They're not residents. They're not anything. They just come over.
Now, hang on a second. There's a black man saying this. It's a black man saying this. Is he a racist? Is he a racist? Is he a racist? I mean, he's only like a legitimate citizen of the United States, passport holder, legitimate. He's allowed to be there. Is he racist for pointing this out? Interesting, isn't it? Isn't it weird? Politics makes for strange bedfellows. I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 Republicans have this sentiment. I know, a lot of Republicans have this sentiment. Funny that, isn't it? Dear. There's so much scope. Look, my good man, if he does not vote for Joe Biden, he is not black. Remember that. I don't understand. I don't understand. See, the thing is, British politics, okay, is a lot clearer. It's a lot more polarized. American politics is a blur. Like, British politics is a lot more polarized. The left be left and the right be right. Okay? But in American politics, the right is pragmatic but also savagely racist and genocidal, and the left is illogical and slightly racist and genocidal. It's like the logic falls more on the Republican side, but then with that comes a lot of genocidal, savage racism. See, going through my ex at the moment, while we're still appreciative of the whole Donald Trump thing and we get it, we understand, blah, 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 you need to see the cadre of individuals that are hyping him, from Roger Stone to Laura Loomer and all of these right-wing nutters. And they're nutters. They're nutters. And they're the ones who are going to be swept into power. And they're nutters. And it's all because of Trump's charisma. But they're nutters. And the funny thing is, if you want a better economic outlook for your family, you have to go with those nutters, because you're not going to get it with the Democrats. You're not going to get a better economic outlook. Joe Biden's always, how many billion does he want for Ukraine and Israel? Joe Biden's just gone to ask for 240 billion. Billion. 240 billion. He wants 240 billion to help prosecute the war. Like, that's all potential, and he's doing it with a straight face. That's all potential domestic money, self-development money. Shout out to Richard. Anything happened? Other than just spent the day debunking the Israeli claims that it was an errant Hamas missile that hit the hospital. They said it was an errant Hamas missile that broke up and then landed in the hospital on a weapons cache that then blew up and killed everyone. That's their official line. But then, yeah, sorry, I was just going through Mayor Johnson being arrogant, Chicago Mayor Johnson being arrogant. And this is kind of his response to most of the residents telling him that they do not want Chicago as a sanctuary city. The people have spoken. Yeah, the people have spoken, and they said, we don't want. Sounds like that Jeff Kennedy, isn't it? So it's so absolutely convenient and tragic and just coincidental.
So yeah,
it's not like they hadn't warned the hospital that they would bomb them, which they had, and it's not like they hadn't already bombed that hospital, which they had. It's not like they hadn't bombed the evacuation that they told everyone to do going south, which they did. And it's not like they didn't bomb the Rafah crossing where the humanitarian aid is meant to come over, which they did. So they did all of those things that are documented, but when it comes to this hospital, oh no, it was a stray Hamas missile. We've got protests going on right now. So I'm expecting this all over the place. Expecting this all over the place. LCP. Yeah, it's kicking off. This is the Beirut border. This is Beirut in Israel. There might be soldiers. A lot of Palestinians in Lebanon. So that's what it's bad. might be a little bit of a lively day. I'll be here for the day with the multi-screens on. I'll be dropping in at the top of every hour to different news organisations. I'll do RT in a minute. We've got Sky, we've got Press TV, we've got Al Jazeera, and then we've got CBS, we've got NBC, MSNBC. I'll just be dropping by different bits. I'm going to try and keep away from the Western understand because it's infuriating. It's infuriating. And it's mostly lies. But it's infuriating, it's triggering. Testudo! Ray Shields. So this is live right now on Pivot. But we've had a couple of strikes on the city today. Had a couple of strikes on Northern Gaza today. It's getting dark. It's getting dark now. It's getting dark quickly, isn't it? Not sure where that is geolocated. The American War, Part 4. That's a really good book. I think something Neil. The American War. But they've got their own documentary. Let's go. They're pushing them back. I'm not sure if these are Israeli or Lebanese? They're probably Lebanese. They're Lebanese soldiers. That's their own people. Just trying to maintain control. Where am I going? Oh, the wagon was destroyed. No. Horrible place you've done the run. Right, so looks like we've got protests going on live in Beirut right now. There's going to be a few protests going on around the world. The cursor. Shit, it really does sound like it's going down. It's trying to quell the public. We've got another skyline. Let's go back to this skyline. 10 minutes before the top of the hour. Doesn't sound like the public are letting up in Beirut at all. But like, here's a picture of the Gaza skyline.
This is the UK's sustainable toilet roll from Naked Sprouts, producing 50% fewer carbon emissions than other eco-new
absolutely. Holy moly. I should just follow the train track. Oh. We just followed the train track. What's happened to the Reuters? When it goes like that, sometimes it means they got hit. I hope they get hit. Is that live? What happened to Reuters? Stop being silly. You were just there a second ago. Further coverage is expected. Yeah. I'll just leave it. It's going to be black screen for a bit. Funny, at least take some of this delivery after I've crashed the wagon. I'm playing Red Dead Online, trying to stay away from the hackers. I'm just enjoying the gameplay because it's a very beautiful game. But unfortunately, the online is full of hackers who just come along breathing fire and flying around, and you're just like, oh, way to break the immersive. Way to go to break the immersive. Just followed the train tracks, so I would have been fine. out the bandits. Another bandit somewhere? Taking out the bandits. More bandits. Taking out the bandits. Right, what's going on? Seconds, I mean, and now what I'm supposed to do, there isn't a bandit left. Take out. I guess I'm done because there's no... What's that? Okay. Something coming past. I thought we were about to say something. Fly over the top. You know, but the goods were sold. Damn right. Damn right. Didn't make as much money as meant to. But anyway, yeah. So, what's the deal?
Biodiversity is crucial to our planet's survival, and investors can aim to make a positive impact on it.
Climate change, biodiversity.
Not allowed to do that. Adverts are always so much louder, aren't they? Okay, fair enough. Oh, look, we got something breaking. Something's about to go down. I'm out of cigars. It is a low cigar day. Do not have any more. I need some cigars, man. Oh. Or a cigarello. Finishing my last cigarello. Cigar base, I like. Any thinner. Back to camp for $1. $1. Oh well, wait. That's how they're gonna be. I should have followed the train line. I would have been there in no time. But the train line, it comes to the train line here. Been there in no time. Dead.
Good afternoon, this is Sky News. I'm Anna Botting, live from Jerusalem.
Anna Botting.
President Biden in Israel amid claim and counterclaim over who is to blame for an explosion at a Gaza hospital. The two leaders meet in Tel Aviv in a major show of international support from America.
Boy, here we go.
The Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, is to travel to the region today as it's confirmed that 7 from Islamic Jihad. Earlier today, at a news conference, the Israeli Defense Force laid out its version of what happened.
Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened.
As the blame game persists, protests take place across the Middle East, with violent clashes outside the US Embassy in Beirut. Well, we are expecting to hear from the US President Joe Biden in Tel Aviv shortly. We'll bring you that live.
And also ahead this afternoon, 20 years in prison for a paedophile who abducted a schoolgirl from the street in the Scottish borders. And inflation remains sticky. High fuel prices cancel out the first monthly fall in food costs for years. The rate remains the same.
Well, this is Sky News live from Jerusalem on the day President Biden visits Israel with a pledge of support from the United States. His trip to Tel Aviv to talk to the Israeli president comes less than 24 hours after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza and more than a week after Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th. Well, this afternoon, the British government confirmed that 7 British nationals have been killed and 9 others are missing from that attack. Well, in a moment, we are expecting to hear from Joe Biden in Tel Aviv. We'll bring you that when we get it. But first of all, let's take you through today's main developments. The Gaza Health Ministry says at least 471 people were killed in the blast at the Al-Ali hospital last night. Hamas blames Israel for the deaths, but Israel's defense forces says a misfired rocket from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group was responsible. Joe Biden touched down in Tel Aviv this morning and has now held a series of meetings with Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss the attacks that were carried out by Hamas earlier this month. But not all of the US president's planned meetings are going ahead, as the deaths at the hospital resulted in a summit between him and the leaders of Jordan, Egypt and the Palestinian Authority, all being cancelled. Well, last night, mass protests took place across the Middle East, in the West Bank, in Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan and Iran. The former Hamas leader, Khalid Mashal, has called for demonstrations in front of Israeli embassies across the world. Here's Tom Homerton with our first report.
With thousands already dead and the Middle East in turmoil, President Biden landed in Tel Aviv to embrace friends, but with a mission to try and find conciliation in this crisis. It is perhaps the biggest diplomatic test of his presidency.
Oh no.
The dispute over who hit the Ali Arab hospital in northern Gaza is clouded by the fog of war. The Palestinian authorities are adamant it was an Israeli airstrike.
No, that's a
the Israel Defense Forces have said it was not them.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there who are not sure.
What is not in doubt is the effect of what happened.
There was no advance warning before the targeting of the hospital. There were more than 3,000 people here for whom this place was a safe haven. During our shift, without any warning, and at around 6:30 p.m., a shell struck the hospital. We don't know what it was, but we saw its devastating impact, with children being torn to pieces.
The Palestinian Health Ministry said 471 people were killed here. Over 300 others were injured.
This is the area of the hospital.
This morning, the IDF presented what they say is evidence that the rocket came from inside Gaza.
According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened. They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties.
The explosion prompted the Palestinians to cancel the face-to-face meeting they had lined up with President Biden. He will try to hold a phone call with them instead on his way home from Israel.
This aggression against our people must stop, and these crimes must come to an end. We will not allow another catastrophe in the 21st century, and will not accept the displacement of our people once again. Our people will remain steadfast on their homeland.
The hospital strike prompted street protests and anger across the Middle East. In Lebanon, the militant group Hezbollah called for a day of rage against the enemy. In Tel Aviv, President Biden went on to meet bereaved families and emergency workers.
Let's take you straight to Joe Biden.
Not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone. Most importantly, I know the recent terrorist assault on the people of this nation has left a deep, deep wound. More than 1,300 innocent Israelis killed, including at least 31 American citizens by the terrorist group Hamas. Hundreds of young people at a music festival. The festival was for peace, gunned down as they ran for their lives. Scores of innocents, from infants to elderly grandparents, Israelis and Americans, taken hostage. Children slaughtered, babies slaughtered, entire families massacred. Rape, beheadings, bodies burned alive.
We haven't seen no evidence of that.
Hamas committed atrocities
No evidence of that,
that
man.
recall the worst ravages of ISIS, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil upon the world. There's no rationalizing it, no excusing it, period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and the genocide of the Jewish people. The world watched then, it knew, and the world did nothing. We will not stand by and do nothing again. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. To those who are living in limbo, waiting desperately to learn the fate of a loved one, especially to families of the hostages, you're not alone. We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages. To those who are grieving, a child, a parent, a spouse, a sibling, a friend, I know you feel like there's that black hole in the middle of your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it. The survivor's remorse, the anger, the questions of faith in your soul, staring at that empty chair, sitting Shiva. First Sabbath without them. They're the everyday things, the small things that you miss the most. The scent when you open the closet door. The morning coffee you shared together. The bend of his smile, the perfect pitch of her laugh. The giggle.
What is this guy on about?
The baby. For those who have lost loved ones, this is what I know. They'll never be truly gone. There's something that's never fully lost. Your love for them and their love for you. And I promise you, you'll be walking along some days and say, what would she or he want me to do? You smile when you pass a place that reminds you of them. That's when you know. When a smile comes to your lips before a tear to your eye, that's when you know you're going to fully make it. That's what will give you the fortitude to find light in the darkest hours. When terrorists believed they could bring you down, bend your will, break your resolve. But they never did and they never will. Instead, we saw incredible stories of heroism and courage, of Israelis taking care of one another, neighbors forming watch groups to protect their kibbutz, opening their homes to shelter survivors, retired soldiers running into danger once again, civilian medics flying across rescue missions, and off-duty medics at the music festival caring for the wounded before becoming a victim himself. Volunteers retrieving bodies of the dead so families could bury their loved ones in accordance with Jewish tradition. Reservists leaving behind their families, their honeymoons, their studies abroad, without hesitation.
What is he on about?
And so much more. The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why it was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. While it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people. And I promise you, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that it will be. 75 years ago, just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now. My administration is in close touch with your leadership from the first moments of this attack. We're going to make sure we have what you need to protect your people, to defend your nation. For decades, we've ensured Israel's qualitative military edge. And later this week, I'm going to ask the United States Congress for an unprecedented support package for Israel's defense. We're going to keep Iron Dome fully supplied so it can continue standing sentinel over Israeli skies, saving Israeli lives. We've moved U.S. military assets to the region, including positioning the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the USS Eisenhower on the way to defer further aggression against Israel and to prevent this conflict from spreading. The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever. And my message to any state or any other hostile actor thinking about attacking Israel remains the same as it was a week ago. Don't. Since this terrorist attack took place, we've seen it described as Israel's 9/11. So for a nation the size of Israel, it was like 15 9/11s. The scale may be different, but I'm sure those horrors have tapped into some kind of primal feeling in Israel, just like it felt in the United States. Shock, pain, rage, an all-consuming rage. I understand, and many Americans understand. You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, their communications tunnels in residential areas. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world. I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy. The people of Gaza need food, water, medicine, shelter. Today I asked the Israeli cabinet, who I've met with for some time this morning, to agree to the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections and that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas. Israel agreed the humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. Let me be clear, if Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian people. And it will end. As a practical matter, it will stop the international community from being able to provide this aid. We're working in close cooperation with the government of Egypt the United Nations and its agencies like the World Food Program and other partners in the region to get trucks moving across the border as soon as possible. Separately, I ask Israel that the global community demand that the International Red Cross be able to visit hostages. I just demanded that the United States fully supports. Today, I'm also announcing $100 million in new U.S. funding for humanitarian assistance in both Gaza and the West Bank. This money will support more than 1 million displaced and conflict-affected Palestinians, including emergency needs in Gaza. You are a Jewish state. You are a Jewish state, but you're also a democracy. Unlike the United States, you don't live by the rules of terrorists. You live by the rule of law. And when conflicts flare, you live by the law of wars. What sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life. Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. You can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win. And we can never let them win. You know, Israel's a miracle, a triumph of faith and resolve and resilience over impossible pain and loss. Think about October 7th, the Jewish holiday, where you read about the death of Moses, a tragic story of a profound loss to an entire nation, a death that could have left hopelessness in the hearts of the entire nation. But though Moses died, his memory, his message, his lessons have lived on for generations of the Jewish people as well as many others. Just as the memory of your loved ones will live on as well.
Strike.
After reading the story of Moses' death, those who observed the holiday began reading the Torah from the very beginning. The story of creation reminds us of two things. First, that when we get knocked down, we get back up again, and we begin anew. And second, when we're faced with tragedy and loss, we must go back to the beginning and remember who we are. We're all human beings, created in the image of God with dignity, humanity, and purpose. In the darkness, to be the light unto the world is what we're about. You inspire hope and light for so many around the world. That's what the terrorists seek to destroy. That's what they seek to destroy. Because they live in darkness, but not you, not Israel. Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel are not measured solely by the example or power. We're measured by the power of our example. That's why, as hard as it is, we must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace. For me, that means a two-state solution. We must keep working for Israel's greater integration with its neighbors. These attacks have only strengthened my commitment and determination and my will to get that done. I'm here to tell you that terrorists will not win. Freedom will win. So let me end where I began. Israel, you're not alone. The United States stands with you. I've told the story before, and I'll tell it again, of my first meeting with an Israeli prime minister 50 years ago as a young senator. I was sitting across from Golda Meir at her desk in her office. And she had a guy who later became prime minister, sitting next to me, just before the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And she flipped the maps up and down, telling me how bad things were and how terrible they were. All of a sudden, she looked at me and she said, "Would you like a photograph?" I looked at her. She got up from her desk and walked out into that hallway. I think it's marble flooring. Walked out in the hallway. We walked out and there were a bunch of photographers standing in front of us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. Without her looking at me, she said to me, knowing I'd hear her, "Why do you look so worried, Senator Biden?" And I said, "Worried? Like, of course I'm worried." And she looked at me and she didn't look. She said, "We don't worry, Senator. We Israelis have a secret weapon. We have nowhere else to go." Well, today, I say to all of Israel, the United States isn't going anywhere either. We're going to stand with you. We'll walk beside you in those dark days.
I'm out.
We'll walk beside you in the good days to come. And they will come. As you say in Hebrew, which I'm not going to attempt to do because I'm such a terrible linguist, I'll say it in English.
I'm not out.
The people of Israel live. The people of Israel live. Israel will be safe, secure, Jewish, and democratic state. Today, tomorrow, and forever. May God protect all those who work for peace. God save those who are still in God's work. Thank you very much.
Oh, he's not going to answer any questions. He's not answering any questions.
So Joe Biden departing the stage there, directly addressing the Israeli people. You are not alone, he said. He said he understood that the deaths of 1,300 innocent people had left a deep, deep hole. He came, though, with a number of announcements suggesting that he was working hard with the Egyptians and organisations like the World Food Programme to open that Rafah border crossing. He also suggests he supported calls, rather, for the Red Cross to be able to access the hostages currently being held by Hamas inside the Gaza Strip. He also suggested that he would go to Congress asking for a package, that they have long supported Israel's qualitative military edge, as he put it, and he announced $100 million for both Gaza and the West Bank, which he suggested would help 1 million displaced people. Well, let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who joins me now from Tel Aviv. And just another element of what he announced, an independent assessment he suggested had backed up Israeli claims that it was an errant rocket that had caused the explosion at the hospital in Gaza. Alistair.
Another bombing.
Well, yeah, that event last night was the backdrop to the US president's visit here. The Israelis this morning coming out with what they said was proof that it was not them at fault for what happened at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City. And tonight, or this evening here in Tel Aviv, the US president saying they have conducted an independent assessment. So I assume that means using US intelligence, and they have come to the same conclusion, that it was a rocket that misfired from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a smaller militant group in the Gaza Strip. Biden's speech was a speech of many parts. It started reflecting on the lives lost on October the 7th and a message to the victims and their families. And it would have been a message that President Biden would have delivered with tragic first-hand experience. He lost his wife and his one-year-old daughter in a car crash, and then his son many years later, so he knows what it is like to experience it. He said, when a smile comes to you before a tear in your eye, that's when you know that you're going to make it through. He then repeated his warning to Iran and any proxies of Iran that might want to get involved in the region. Don't, he said. And then there was a gentle warning, I felt, towards Israel and the leaders here about how they carry out this mission to eliminate Hamas. While you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it, he said. We made mistakes after 9/11. Being a wartime leader requires clarity of decisions. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. I think that was just a gentle warning to the Israelis that they have to be careful in their conduct in the Gaza Strip. They have to be careful that it doesn't spill over into the West Bank as well. You are a Jewish state, but you are a democracy, President Biden said. You live by the rule of law. What sets us apart is that we value human life. Israeli, Palestinian. We are not measured by examples of our power, but by the power of our example. And then he ended how he began, and that was firmly beside Israel and in support of Israel. We stand by you, Israel. We walk by you in your dark days, and we will walk with you in the good days to come. So this was a message of solidarity to Israel and the Israeli people. It was a message of condolence and support to the victims and their families. It was a message of caution to Israel's military and political leaders in the battle ahead. And it was a message of some hope that humanitarian aid might finally get into the Gaza Strip.
All fold. And just quickly, he reminded people that he was the first US president to travel to Israel at a time of war. So your assessment of the significance of the visit today, Alistair?
I think it was a visit that carries huge risk. I think it is a visit that was probably carried out because of the emotional and historical connections that the United States and Israel have. I think it was a visit that needed some progress in order to make it a success. And so if the gates of the Rafah crossing are opened in the coming hours or tomorrow, then that will be a sign of some success from this visit. If the Red Cross are allowed to visit some of the, or all of the hostages being held in the Gaza Strip, then that too will signal some success. Whether or not he has success in speaking to other regional leaders and dialing down the tensions, well, that we'll have to wait and see on. But I think President Biden will go away satisfied, maybe not entirely pleased, because that meeting, important meeting in Amman in Jordan with the Jordanians, with the Egyptians and with the Palestinians has been cancelled. But he has come here, he has demonstrated his support for the Israeli people, and he hopes has made some progress on the humanitarian front in Gaza.
Alistair joining us there from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's also bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who was listening in from Ashkelon in southern Israel. Deborah, your thoughts on, first of all, what he said, and secondly, on the news that America says it's carried out its own independent assessment. He suggested, in fact, via his own Defence Department, made him confident on this, that it was indeed an errant rocket. So, your thoughts on both of those?
Yes, well, as Alistair was saying, he was really here to show solidarity with Israel and really underline how this all started with those horrendous atrocities back on the 7th of October when Hamas militants came into Israel and launched that terrorist attack against civilians here. But then very interesting how he was also drawing on America's experience of having to deal with terrorism on their soil in the wake of the September the 11th attacks back in 2001. Obviously, we all remember what happened after that with the so-called war on terror that was announced by the then President George Bush, with that fateful decision to move into Afghanistan, hunt al-Qaeda, and then that mission morphing into a years-long, nearly 2 decades-long war that ended in American retreat and many civilians killed. And of course then the war, the invasion into Iraq, obviously not directly related, but again seeing America drawn into a long war as part of its fight against terrorism, against, in that case, al-Qaeda, which obviously then morphed into Islamic State. And here you have Israel using the same kind of language in terms of wanting to eliminate Hamas and likening Hamas to ISIS, understandably given the brutality of the tactics that were used by the militants, but clearly that note of warning when it comes to going after a terrorist group that lives amongst civilians, and actually the risk of losing the moral authority when, in so doing, you end up killing a lot of civilians, which is exactly what's happening in the Gaza Strip now in the wake of the aerial bombardments that Israel's been conducting. And that brings you on to the second point about this attack on this explosion at the hospital yesterday. Hamas very quick to blame the Israelis. The Israelis very thorough in coming back with their denial and their evidence, saying that actually no, this was a Islamic Jihad misfired rocket. And interesting and important that America too is backing that up. Not surprising. The real question though is whether the enemies are listening of Israel, probably not, and whether the Arab countries that have so condemned Israel's military action will be listening too, and whether it matters, because they'll probably just be arguing that those civilians would not have been in that parking lot anyway by the hospital had it not been for Israel's aerial bombardment of the past 12 days.
Check or raise? Deborah, joining us there from Ashkelon. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's pick up on that, shall we? Our Defence and Security Analyst, Professor Michael Clark, joins me now. Clearly, last night, Israel accused by Hamas of an airstrike on this hospital, the British government analysing its own evidence, and now it looks like the US government coming forward and supporting Israel's version of events. I know you've been taking a look too.
Yes, and I have. The evidence last night, the videos that were coming out last night, looked pretty chaotic. And as you would expect, there was a great deal of flame, a great deal of fire, which is why people assumed that many had been killed, and that clearly that was pretty bad. When you look at that, you always have a maximum figure in your mind as to how many might have been killed or badly wounded. And of course, these figures of 500, then 400, 300, 400 were circulating around. In the cold light of day, it looks a little bit different. The Israeli Defense Forces have produced this image, and there's the crater, quite a small crater, a lot smaller than you might expect. There are the vehicles that were clearly hit by the missile, misallocated missiles, it seems. There they are again. Those are the vehicles, completely destroyed. But look at the vehicles around. They've not been thrown onto their roofs. They've not been thrown about. They have suffered fire damage. Every one of them has caught fire. Most of them are still in their parking spaces. That, it would seem, would account for the fire. And here, we are assuming something like 200 or 300 people camped out in the car park, which they might well have been killed. Well, that could well be true in the sense that many people will have been killed and certainly injured by this, but there's not a lot of other evidence on the ground that actually took place. What? So when we look at this, I mean, clearly this is not quite as big a strike as it seemed last night. And the United States and I think British intelligence services are looking at the evidence that the Israelis have provided from the tracks that they've kept of missiles and what they were doing at the time. And the US has come out and said independently, they said, we believe the Israeli version of events. And I suspect that the British security services will come out quite soon and say something similar. Hamas, of course, will give their own story. They'll undoubtedly produce pieces of an Israeli missile and say this is the missile, and we'll choose whether we regard that as credible or not, as and when they present it.
Listen to this guy.
Yes, of course it could have been found from elsewhere because there are clearly airstrikes taking place in the Gaza region. Joe Biden, of course, was supposed to go to Jordan for a summit with regional leaders. A lot of concern about contagion. He mentioned that too. So what are the dynamics right now in the wider region?
Yeah, the dynamics are very difficult because, I mean, Gaza itself is a very, very small place. And what the Israelis are worried about is that they end up fighting a war on three fronts, in Gaza, in Lebanon, and on the West Bank. And you know where Hamas is most popular throughout the whole of this area is in East Jerusalem. Not in Gaza, they're most popular in East Jerusalem. So Hamas have some psychological hold over the Palestinians. Of course they do. But in the wider region, what goes on in Gaza really affects the wider region. And the region itself is really interesting because the Gulf is really important. And states like Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, even Kuwait and tiny Bahrain, all these states have a role to play, particularly those like the UAE and Qatar who have a great deal of money to offer to resettlement and so on. And of course, Saudi Arabia. If the Saudis come on board with some multinational package, then other things might be possible. But the only country that can create that multinational package is really the United States. And that's what Joe Biden is trying to do at the moment, get some sort of momentum going, to put a fire break in the present momentum of the crisis, which could spin out of control very quickly.
Yes, and also talking to the Egyptians to get that Rafah border crossing open, he said. Professor Michael Clark, fascinating as ever. Thank you very much indeed. Well, coming up next on Sky News.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We will have the very latest from Lebanon, where there have been violent clashes following protests outside the US Embassy in Beirut.
poker, yeah. There's too many hackers on. Too many hackers on Red Dead Online. Too many hackers. Oh, I faulted. Maybe for the best. Maybe 3, 4, 5. Ace. Just straight. Ace. Oh no! What? 2, 3, 4, 6. Ah! The straight. Yeah, that is wind. Is it loud? Doesn't sound too loud where I am.
Free flow.
Is it loud? Yeah, it's wind. It's open mic. This is the one that I'm using to hear the airstrikes. The sky was just coming. No, the sky was just coming really loud.
Free flow.
Yeah, the sky was just coming. The sky was just coming really loud. They got no windsock on their mic. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. That's 22. Oh shit, you heard that right? All in. I've got it. 8, 8, 8. Why not? Oh, another strike. Oh, you got a pair of jacks. 7, 8, 9, 10. No. He wins with a pair of jacks. Damn it.
2 pair.
2 pair. Oh, I thought I was in for the 2 pair. I thought an ace was going to save me. I've come third. No, that's rubbish. It's the first time started for my first roll, 1 straight away. Right, we're hearing airstrikes going in. It's 4, 5, 6, just coming to 7 o'clock there. 7 o'clock in the evening. Joe Biden has spoken. They didn't intensify the bombing when Biden was speaking, but as soon as he finished speaking, it's fine to hear.
Well, following yesterday's devastating attack on a hospital in Gaza, there have been protests across the Middle East. Violent clashes have taken place outside the US Embassy in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, and our international correspondent Alex Rossi is there.
Yeah, Anna, the atmosphere here is very charged indeed, and these scenes are being replicated across the region. You can see people here, they're breaking stones. I'll give you a little bit of a geography tour. Over there where the smoke's coming up, that's the road. That's the road leading to the US Embassy, and people here are effectively saying that the United States is complicit in what they claim are war crimes being committed in Gaza. We'll try and go a bit further forwards and show you what's going down here. As you can imagine, the air is thick with tear smoke. We're not probably going to be able to stay here for very long. But I reckon there's probably a few hundred, perhaps a few more people here. Now, just round that corner where the smoke is thickest is the entrance to the US Embassy. We'll try and make it there, but you can see there's a lot of tear gas. And it's quite difficult to breathe here. It gets in your eyes as well. But you'll forgive the language there as the atmosphere extremely charged. Just move around here. Dean, follow me. Come down here. You can see people are slinging. They make slings to throw stones as well. We'll just move around the corner here, and you can see where I'm struggling now with the tear gas. But this fire here, which started last night, this is the second day of protests that have happened
2, 3,
here.
4, 5,
We're just going to
6.
move back a bit
5
now,
for the straight. Let's go.
because the tear gas is overwhelming. It's quite difficult to talk. It's quite difficult to breathe. The danger, of course, for the Middle East is that these kinds of eruptions, these protests, they just carry on and they become uncontrollable, igniting the whole region. President Joe Biden is speaking with what is a key ally, but that, if anything, is inflaming the reaction here on the streets. So you don't see the United States as an honest broker at all in all of this. they see the United States as complicit. People here have told me that the bombs falling on Gaza are for a large part made in the United States. So that's the kind of reaction that we're seeing here. But there is another thing that people are extraordinarily worried about as well. And that's what's going on the border with southern Lebanon. There have been daily clashes with Hezbollah. Some of their supporters are here. You can see their flags over there. That's the yellow flag of Hezbollah just over there. And again, that is a huge problem. If that erupts, the clashes that we're seeing are not contained to that border area and spread further, then you could possibly see, Anna, a breakout into a regional conflict, and that would be very hard to keep a lid on at all.
Alex Rossi reporting there from tense scenes in Lebanon from Beirut. Well, a series of protests taking place then across the Middle East in response to the explosion at the hospital in Gaza last night. Joining me now is Laura Friedman, president of the Foundation for Middle East Peace.
Yeah, with the Queen,
We saw in places like Amman, in Jordan. In the context of what we've seen in the protests, how did Joe Biden do today, and was it the right decision in the end for him to come here?
Two pair.
I think it's too soon to know what he achieved in coming. I think he set out the decision to come. I think for a lot of analysts,
he's still in.
I mean, it really depends where you're sitting from. If the goal is to say the U.S. stands shoulder to shoulder with Israel, there's not an inch of daylight, and we are in it for the long haul. If Hezbollah attacks or anything else, Biden has made that statement very clear. And he's made that to the satisfaction of those in the United States who want that to be the U.S. policy. If he came, and I think as most analysts thought when it was announced, if he came to try to start pinning down Israel onto an end game and eventually some de-escalation and what comes next, and to try to put into place some mechanisms, some guardrails with the PA, with Jordan, with Egypt. That clearly didn't work, and you know, the U.S. policy of trying to engage with Israel on this was already not entirely successful. We had Blinken in the region. He thought he had negotiated an agreement for Americans to get out of Gaza via Rafah, and then Egypt bombed Rafah. So those Americans who had made their way to the border weren't able to get out. And then with what happened in Gaza at the hospital,
pair of eights, let's go.
I think the space for Biden to achieve anything with regional partners pretty much evaporated. And the question of whether Israel is responsible or not for that bombing, it doesn't matter in the context of the regional dynamic.
Well, he did say he would give $100 million to both the West Bank and to Gaza. It would help 1 million displaced people, that he would go to Capitol Hill for more money for weapons, effectively, for Israel. But there had been talk about humanitarian corridors, and that he would announce them while he was here. And the Rafah crossing, which is still not open. He's still having talks with Egypt. So in a substantive sense, will it help people in Gaza, which would have ameliorated, some of the consternation here that he's coming here to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel.
All in.
It doesn't seem that this visit does anything to ameliorate the situation for Palestinians in Gaza. The U.S. approach still seems to be no daylight and not putting any pressure on Israel to de-escalate or even to just back off bombing civilians. Again, setting aside the debate around who bombed the hospital last night, Israel over the past 11 days, even before the bombing of the hospital, had killed more than 3,000 people, and more than 1,000 of those are children. Displaced more than 1 million people. Damaged and destroyed humanity, civilian infrastructure across the area. Right? This is a population that is suffering tremendously. And there doesn't seem to be any energy right now in the U.S., from the U.S. side, and certainly not in Israel, or most of the international community, to put pressure on Israel to stop. It seems to be we're going to let Israel do what it wants to do, and then we're going to talk about how we recover or what happens next. And that isn't even available yet because the Israeli endgame is not clear.
Laura Friedman, president of the Foundation for Middle East Peace. Thank you very much indeed. Just quickly, actually, on a number of the things we were just talking about, a statement now from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. saying in light of the overwhelming and essential American support for the war effort and in light of US President Biden's demand for basic humanitarian aid, the cabinet has
Have
agreed
you had an accident in the
that
last
Israel
2
will not
years and
import
haven't filed a
humanitarian supplies
compensation claim
from
because
India,
you thought
as
your
long
mortgage was too
as
minor?
it is only food, water and medicine for the civilian population located in the southern Gaza Strip or those moving there, and that these supplies do not reach Hamas. There's more to that statement. Talk more after this break. We will have plenty more coming up, including calls for international action to protect civilians and healthcare in Gaza. I will be joined by the Chief Executive of Medical Aid for Palestine.
Pair.
Only a matter of time before I'm out. Second place. Pair of sevens. Damn it!
Other players.
That's me. It's been nothing but news. NBN, nothing but news network. So we got strikes on the skyline. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on now, man. There you go. Back to Zino. Alrighty then. Let's go for some dedicated gameplay. Came second. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
Waiting for other players.
Oh, there's another strike. How are they going to tell me that J-Dam strike? Oh, there's another strike. Are you going to tell me that wasn't a J-Dam? This is like, first casualty of war is the truth, right?
All in.
Yeah, you heard that, right? All in, folks. 5. Oh, I would hit a pair of 10s, but he's got a pair of 10s. Ace, no, and on the river, 2 pair of 5s. I'm in a 1 with 2 pair. He wins with the 10s. That was stupid.
Pair.
Stupid. I would have had 2 pair. I would have won. Oh, Jack 9. Jack 9. That's cool.
Call or raise.
Call. Some of them are cars going by.
Check or raise.
Oh no, that wasn't a car going by. Damn it, man.
Call or raise.
You be hearing this shit going over. Oh, 9-10 Jack. Oh no, see to get to me. Oh, look, concentrate. 9-10 Jack. Oh no. Oh. Maybe that was a gamble. It would have been a gamble. It would have been a gamble, but I'm not concentrating.
Call or raise.
I'm not concentrating. I'm just hearing booms in the background, right?
Flop.
We'd hit a pair of 2s. Pair of 2s ain't shit. Oh,
Turn.
2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair.
River.
Oh, full house. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. 2 pair. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't play a 10-2. I wouldn't play a 10-2. You're supposed to know a 10-2. I'll play a 7-8.
Call or raise.
But I'm neither, so I'm not going to play a 7-8. Let's see how the 7-8 comes up there. Oh, what? Everyone folds. Boo.
All fold.
Even though he folded, even though he was small blind. That's just giving away your money. You might as well go through to the flop. 4-8.
Pre-flop.
Man. Damn it. I have to get the shit cards when I'm on the big blind.
Flop. Check or raise?
Means nothing to me. He bets. What's he got? A jack or a queen? Oh,
All
piss
in.
off, man. I ain't got a jack or a queen.
All fold.
Ain't giving nothing. 8-3. I'm all in. I've got to play this. Hopefully hearts will come up. Folding, folding, folding. Keep the doggies folding. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. I've got a high card. I've got the high card. Higher than a pair of jacks with the 8 kicker. Boom. That's me. Pair of jack with the 8 kicker. Ooh. Here.
Pair.
Absolute rubbish hand. That was better than his hand. Oops, someone else is all in. 3-2. Boom, boom, boom.
Flop.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
River.
He went with the pair of 5s, 2 pair, 5 7s.
2 pair.
There's something else going over.
Pre-flop. Flop. River.
What? Who? What? What's going on? Why am I there? Why am I all in?
Pair.
Something I could do. I was on the right. I started off out of position in this, and that's me out. 3rd place. Boom. Absolute waste. Absolute waste. Let's go again. Boom, boom, boom.
Pre-flop.
We got the
Call
takes.
or raise.
Start off with the quates. No. Wow. So you got my 1 grand. Well done. Oh, no, you don't.
Flop.
King, 3 of a kind. Oh dear, my 2 pair, but he's got 3 of a kind.
River.
Dear, Callaghan is out round 1. What an idiot.
3 of a kind.
There's your explosion.
Pre-flop.
Jack 7. Oh fuck. They're going in. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom.
All in.
Oh. Gonna fold as well, right?
All fold.
Okay. Yeah, great. Very queen.
Pre-flop.
You slow played it.
Call or raise. Flop.
Hello.
Check or raise. Turn. Check or raise. River. Check or raise.
Go all in. All in on my 2 pair. Someone's got a straight though. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, he's got the straight. Oh, he's got the straight. He's got the straight. No.
Straight.
And I'm out in 4th place. Oh, wow. Oh,
Pre-flop.
wow. Oh. Oh, shit. Damn it. 2.
Pre-flop.
I should be kicking ass. What's going on?
Flop. Check or raise.
There goes another one. There goes another one. Yeah, I couldn't see this straight.
Turn.
Pair of sevens
Call
with
or
a king
raise.
kicker. Nah, you got two pair. Or three of a kind. Everyone saw that three of a kind going.
All fold.
Sky News. They're going on around. Boom, boom, boom.
Pre-flop.
Let's go, let's go. I'm in this one. I'm in this one. All blind, I'm in this one anyway. Boom, boom, boom.
Flop. Check or raise.
Means nothing to me.
Adem.
Oh.
Call or raise.
15'te Skype Ahmet Hakan'a.
Off an ace ball. What have you got? What can you possibly have? Stupid bet. Oh, he's going with him though. Let's see what he had. Don Payne.
Turn.
What did you have? What, pair of queens? We'll never know. Pair of queens.
All fold.
I knew it. Pair of queens. What did I say? Pair of queens.
Pre-flop.
Four.
Okey misin?
Call or raise.
Talk about Willis.
Flop.
Oh.
River.
High card. What's that? Pair of tens wins. Pair of tens. Two pair of tens jacks.
Two pair.
Right, I need to get through this round. Something good. 8 10.
Pre-flop.
Let's go now.
Call or raise.
Put that away. Going all in. Oh.
Turn.
And the river is so this is rubbish hand. This is rubbish hand. What's that? A pair of sevens with a jack kicker. Here.
Pair.
It's weak, mind you. This one is bad. Oh, hello.
Pre-flop.
Let's go. Oh, here fouls, come on. I'm the big blind anyway, so I get it.
All in.
Boom, boom, boom. No! I need a 5. I need a 5. I need a 5. Give me a 5. I need. Ah! Two pair! I hit it. Oh no, but he's got the queen. Oh, he's got a queen. Oh, for goodness sake.
Full house.
Full house. Oh shit. My pair got battered. Oh, and I'm out. And I'm out again. Third place again. Fourth place. It's even worse. That's even worse. What's going on? Fourth place. Oh, at least I wasn't out first, but bloody hell. Oh, come on. Ace 9 suited. Let's go. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom.
Flop. Check or raise. Turn.
Pair of 5s, ace kicker. Someone who's got bet. Yeah, what's that? He's got a 3 or something like that. 2 pair probably. Ugh.
River. Check or raise.
He's got to bet if he's got anything now. That's where he makes his move. And whatever he's got, has he got pit 3 of a kind? Or is it 5-3 or something like that? Full house.
All fold.
If he was really desperate, he would show us. I told you. I told you. I told you.
Pre-flop.
I told you.
Check or raise.
Boom.
Flop. Check or raise.
5 or 2 bets. No.
Turn. Check or raise.
Other impacts. And the river is a jack.
Check or raise.
Oh no, what's he got? Oh, we have the jack 9 2 pair. Bugger.
2 pair. Pre-flop.
My first in was a mistake. Oh.
All in.
All in. I mean, Queen 9 ain't gonna get a better opportunity. But oh no, 7 8 9. Oh, King. Oh,
Turn.
Ace, King, Queen. Oh no, like 8 9 10 Jack. Oh no, this is fucked. I'm fucked. I'm out first.
River.
Holy shit. It's conspiring against me.
Pair.
Wait, I'm still in. Oh, I'm not. Oh boy. And now I feel okay.
Pre-flop.
What's it saying to me? Like 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's like. Okay.
Flop.
This is. Oh my gosh. Let's go back to the war.
As the deaths at the hospital resulted in a summit between him and the leaders of Jordan, Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority being cancelled. Last night, mass protests took place across the Middle East, in the West Bank, in Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iran. The former Hamas leader Khaled Mashal has called for demonstrations in front of Israeli embassies across the world. Well, our correspondent Tom Thomas has our first report tonight.
It was kicking off in.
With thousands already
kicking
dead
off in the West Bank
and the Middle East in turmoil, President Biden landed in Tel Aviv to embrace friends, but with a mission
pretty much giving them another
to try and find conciliation in this crisis. It is perhaps the biggest diplomatic test of his presidency. The dispute over who hit the Ali Arab hospital in northern Gaza is clouded by the fog of war. The Palestinian authorities are adamant it was an Israeli airstrike. The Israel Defense Forces have said it was not them.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there not sure.
What is not in doubt is the effect of what happened.
There was no advance warning before the targeting of the hospital. There were more than 3,000 people here for whom this place was a safe haven. During our shift, without any warning, at around 6:30 p.m., a shell struck the hospital. We don't know what it was, but we saw its devastating impact, with children being torn to pieces.
The Palestinian Health Ministry said 471 people were killed here. Over 300 others were injured.
This is the area of the hospital.
This morning, the IDF presented what they say is evidence that the rocket came from inside Gaza.
According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened.
Oh, impact.
They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties.
The explosion prompted the Palestinians to cancel the face-to-face meeting they had lined up with President Biden. He will try to hold a phone call with them instead on his way home from Israel.
This aggression against our people must stop, and these crimes must come to an end. We will not allow another catastrophe in the 21st century, and will not accept the displacement of our people once again. Our people will remain steadfast on their homeland.
The hospital strike prompted street protests and anger across the Middle East. In Lebanon, the militant group Hezbollah called for a day of rage against the enemy. In Tel Aviv, President Biden went on to meet bereaved families and emergency workers.
I've treated wounded people, soldiers, civilians, but mostly the children, as I am a pediatrician. So babies burned in their mother's arms, some with stories that I don't think they'll ever recover from.
This is why he came, to listen and support. In front of the cameras at least, President Biden said nothing that would deter Prime Minister Netanyahu from his mission to keep targeting Hamas in Gaza.
Every day, they perpetrate a double war crime, targeting our civilians while hiding behind their civilians, embedding themselves in the civilian population and using them as human shields. We've seen the cost of this terrible double war crime against humanity that Hamas is perpetrating in the last 11 days. As Israel legitimately targets terrorists, civilians are unfortunately harmed.
In his final address, President Biden reiterated his unwavering support for Israel, but urged them to stay within the rules.
Like the United States, you don't live by the rules of terrorists. You live by the rule of law. When conflicts flare, you live by the law of wars. What sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life. Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. You can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win.
The closed border crossings into Gaza will open, he said, and he promised to send $100 million worth of US aid into Gaza and the West Bank. It is desperately needed. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Well, let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who joins me now live from Tel Aviv. We heard from Joe Biden then in the last hour, Alistair. Empathy for the people of Israel, support for them, but a warning, as we heard there, that you live by the rules of the rule of law. I can't say it either, nor could he. But in conflict, you live under the laws of war, and also a push for humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. There seems to be some movement on that this evening.
Yeah, just firstly on his statement after his various meetings he's had today, as you say, I think overwhelmingly it was a statement and a message of support and solidarity to the Israeli people at what they're going through at the moment. But there was that subtle warning from one ally to another about what comes ahead and how the Israelis must approach the coming war, well, the ongoing war, but the coming battle that we think they're going to have with Hamas. You're a Jewish state, but you're a democracy, Biden says. We are not measured by examples of our power, but by the power of our example. And on the potential for humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, which I think was substantially the most hopeful element of what he had to reveal from that statement. The Israelis, through the Prime Minister's office here, have released a statement saying that Israel will not allow any humanitarian aid from its territory to the Gaza Strip as long as our abductees are not returned. But it says, in light of President Biden's demand, Israel will not thwart humanitarian supplies from Egypt as long as it is only food, water and medicine for the civilian population located in the southern Gaza Strip or moving there, and as long as these supplies do not reach Hamas. So, sounds to me as though with the Israeli blessing, President Biden has perhaps uncorked that issue, and humanitarian aid, as long as the Egyptians are on board with it, will be able to move finally from where it's been gathering on the other side of the Rafah crossing into Gaza, perhaps in the coming hours, perhaps tomorrow.
Alistair joining us there from Tel Aviv, thank you. Well, following the devastating blast at that hospital in Gaza, there have been protests across the Middle East today, violent clashes taking place outside the US Embassy in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. And our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, was there.
Yeah, Anna, the atmosphere here is very charged indeed, and these scenes are being replicated across the region. You can see people here, they're breaking stones. I'll give you a little bit of a geography tour. Over there where the smoke's coming up, that's the road. That's the road leading to the US Embassy, and people here are effectively saying that the United States is complicit in what they claim are war crimes being committed in Gaza. We'll try and go a bit further forwards and show you what's going down here. As you can imagine, the air is thick with tear smoke. We're not probably going to be able to stay here for very long. But I reckon there's probably a few hundred, perhaps a few more people here. Now, just round that corner where the smoke is thickest is the entrance to the US Embassy. We'll try and make it there, but you can see there's a lot of tear gas. And it's quite difficult to breathe here. It gets in your eyes as well. But you'll forgive the language there, as the atmosphere extremely charged. Just move around here. Dean, follow me. Come down here. You can see people are slinging. They make slings to throw stones as well. We'll just move around the corner here, and you can see where I'm struggling now with the tear gas. But this fire here was started last night. This is the second day of protests that have happened here. We're just going to move back a bit now because the tear gas is overwhelming. It's quite difficult to talk, it's quite difficult to breathe. The danger, of course, for the Middle East is that these kinds of eruptions, these protests, they just carry on and they become uncontrollable, igniting the whole region. Now, President Joe Biden is in Tel Aviv speaking with what is a key ally, but that, if anything, is inflaming the reaction here on the streets. They don't see the United States as an honest broker at all in all of this. They see the United States as complicit. People here have told me that the bombs falling on Gaza are for a large part made in the United States. So that's the kind of reaction that we're seeing here. But there is another thing that people are extraordinarily worried about as well. And that's what's going on the border with southern Lebanon. There have been daily clashes with Hezbollah. Some of their supporters are here. You can see their flags over there. That's the yellow flag of Hezbollah just over there. And again, that is a huge problem. If that erupts, the clashes that we're seeing are not contained to that border area and spread further, then you could possibly see, Anna, a breakout into a regional conflict, and that would be very hard to keep a lid on at all.
Alex Rossi there in Beirut. So let's take you to the airport at Tel Aviv. Joe Biden saying his farewells after becoming the first US president to visit Israel at a time of war. He will board Air Force One and now head home. He had been intended to go to Jordan, of course, for this four-way summit with the Egyptian President al-Sisi, the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas and King Abdullah of Jordan, who eventually cancelled that meeting after Mahmoud Abbas pulled out and after the scenes in Gaza at that hospital we saw last night. Up the stairs he go. One wonders how he will be feeling about this visit today. He held meetings with Netanyahu, with elements of his war cabinet, and with victims and first responders as well of October the 7th, that appalling attack here in Israel that has devastated so many families, and he expressed his sympathy and concern for them. He said he knows that the loss of 1,300 Israeli lives has left a deep, deep hole for people here. Well, let's talk about what happened in Gaza as well, shall we? The number of people who died in that hospital explosion has now been estimated at more than 470, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which is, of course, run by Hamas. That figure and who's to blame is hotly contested. Our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, joins me now. And certainly the Israeli military has given their assessment. The US has given theirs too. The British government saying they are still analysing the evidence, Michael.
Yes, Anna, and the footage from last night looked pretty dramatic. Lots of flame, a great deal of fire, and it looked like a really awful massacre of some sort. By the light of day, it looked a little bit different, which is not to say it wasn't extremely destructive, but it's a bit difficult to see how 500 people might have died there during the night. And even during the night there, look, those cars are still in their parking places. They haven't been blown onto their roofs. And if we look at the area where the missile actually landed, the crater is relatively small, and the area around it, apart from 2 cars that have been completely demolished, are really not too badly moved. They're just burned out, and that obviously accounts for the flame. However, who's responsible for all of this will run for quite a while. The Israelis have presented circumstantial evidence based on their understanding of the tracks, the missile tracks that they were looking at the time through radar, and the United States has said that they will believe that, and I suspect most of the Western governments will align with that. But that doesn't convince Hamas, it doesn't convince most of the Arab world, who were convinced from the very beginning that this was an Israeli strike. I think that's relatively unlikely now that we know what we know, but the issue will run and run. Meanwhile, in the area in general, Gaza may be a very, very small area of the Middle East, but it poses Israel with a major problem because it is likely that if they're not very careful, this will become a 3 or even a 4-front war to Israel. A war in Gaza, as and when they intervene, possibly a war in southern Lebanon involving Hezbollah. They are very worried about that. An explosion of outrage again on the West Bank, and even an attack possibly by individuals and Iranian-backed IRGC, Revolutionary Guard people, on the Golan Heights, which has been Israeli since it was conquered in 1967. And you know, Hamas are not the most popular in Gaza. They are more popular in East Jerusalem than they are in Gaza. So Hamas do have a hold on the imaginations of so many Palestinians who are so disillusioned with the Palestinian Authority over the last 10 years. And if we broaden the map out even further, you can see what it is that President Biden is actually trying to create. He's got a balancing act here. He's trying to, as it were, keep into the process Egypt and Jordan, who are fundamental to what happens in Israel. Keep them in. He's trying to keep out of the process Iran and Iraq and Syria, particularly Syria and Iran, but even Iraq may get pulled in. So he's trying to keep those 2 in. He's trying to keep those 3 out. And he's trying to draw upon the money and the influence of states, tiny states like Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and particularly Saudi Arabia. If he can involve the Gulf states, both politically and economically, in thinking through a new future for the Palestinians of Gaza, then he may be onto something. However, there are a great many moving parts here, and this crisis is already beyond the control of any one group. It has already got a dynamic all of its own. Nobody is running this crisis. All of these moving parts somehow have to be brought into line. Only the Americans, if anybody, are capable of doing that, and that's why President Biden has been in the region today.
Michael Clark, as ever, thank you very much indeed. So Joe Biden then on his journey home back to the United States, obviously aborting that mission to Jordan, but in his effort to keep nations like Egypt in, he will be speaking to President al-Sisi, we're told, on the phone on his return, and Mahmoud Abbas as well from the Palestinian Authority, trying to keep that diplomacy alive. More from Jerusalem a little later, Mark Austin and the News Hour at 5 o'clock, but we'll take a break for now.
Thank you.
Evangelical Church in Jerusalem announced that it received 3 phone warnings from Israel that they would strike the Gaza Baptist Hospital before they did it. Yep. The Evangelist Church in Jerusalem announced that it received 3 phone warnings from Israel that it would strike the Gaza Baptist Hospital before they did it. Three warnings. From the depths of hell. I told the NHS to get stuffed, offering a new vaccine. I said, get stuffed. And a lot of people seem to like that comment. Get stuffed. Go away. Alright, let's have a look. So you can hear the drone outside the hospital. That is different. This is Khan Yunis. That's hospital Khan Yunis. Like that. Sly news indeed. Household second boat and speaker. Oh, that's the whole speaker boat is going down again. Richard made these ridiculous questions to British Palestinian MP. Reuters live. Yeah, we've got the multi-screen from Gaza. But Reuters, I'm usually with Reuters though. I'm rolling with Reuters for some time. Oh, well, you know where Reuters are? I have to find another skyline. I'm hoping. Well, let's hope nothing happens to this hospital, right?
Hello and welcome back. Now, in the last few minutes, the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been speaking to reporters about the UK's response to the Israel-Hamas war. Let's take a listen.
Oh gosh.
Obviously, I wouldn't comment on any future travel plans on my part, but what I can say is we're already playing a leading role in helping to coordinate the response to this crisis. Particularly, I've had calls with leaders from across the region, the Prime Minister of Israel twice, but also leaders from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, Palestinian Authority, the King of Jordan was recently in Downing Street. In all those conversations, we've stressed the need to get humanitarian support into the region, and we've announced more financial support to do that on Monday, but also the need to not to escalate this crisis and do everything we can to reduce tensions. But we will continue to do that, continue to have dialogue with everyone, bring humanitarian support into the region. You know, as we stand by Israel, they have the right to defend themselves. What happened was an appalling act of terrorism by Hamas. I think we can all see that, and it's important that Israel take the steps that they need to make sure that their country and their citizens feel safe.
So to be clear, you have no plans to go there at the moment?
Again, you wouldn't expect the Prime Minister to comment on future travel plans, but we are already playing a leading role in coordinating the response to this crisis. I've spoken to pretty much every leader in the region, the Prime Minister of Israel twice. We've increased our aid funding into the region. We're actively involved in dialogue with all parties, also to secure the return of hostages, the British hostages that are held there, support the British nationals that are in Israel as well, and we've already brought several hundred of them home on a variety of flights, so we're doing everything we can to make a difference.
On the hospital strike in particular, are we any clearer on who was responsible for that? What was your reaction to seeing those scenes?
I think, like everyone, we would have all seen the scenes over the last day of the hospital strike and been shocked by it. Those are difficult things to see. The loss of any innocent life is tragic, and we mourn all of them, and our thoughts are with all their families. It is important in this instance not to jump to conclusions. We have to
Team is
establish
still
the
working there
facts,
in their
and
suit pants.
premature speculation, I think, would be wrong, and that's not the right thing. This is a very heightened, sensitive situation, so
Shut
we
up,
just
Fishy.
need calm heads. Our intelligence...
That's enough of you. That's enough from Fishy. Now, back outside the Trump inquiry with New York prosecutor Letitia Pico-Boucher. Where does he go? Why? Why is she Letitia Pico-Boucher? Why is she Letitia Peekaboo James? I don't know why he calls her that, but it's funny. It's funny. I think they're possibly waiting for them to finish for the day, and we're going to get... What time is it? No, oh, what am I talking about? 5 hours back. What am I? No. Are you guys about to get it started? What time is it here in the UK? Coming up to 5 o'clock, which basically means what, midday? This is probably your break for lunch. Might be the break for lunch. What, Tweedledum and Tweedledee working there today? They're both got the same hairstyle. They both got the same everything style. Right, there you go. See, they're both just the same.
Mr. President, Senator Boston is being arraigned on Monday with a superseding indictment about being coronated. What do you think about it?
Oh shit.
Well, I don't know him very well.
Oh shit.
I wish him luck. He's
Sorry.
a Democrat. I wish him luck. But what I did see and what you just saw was what took place in the courtroom just now. And it's a disgrace that this case was brought. It's election interference. That's what they're doing, because I'm here instead of been campaigning. And I
He's
guess
to
I
the
just
back.
heard there's a CNBC poll that has me way ahead of Biden.
Why aren't you campaigning, sir?
Because I want to be at this trial, because I want to see what's happening at this trial, and because moments like this have just knocked this trial down to a level that it should be dismissed.
Will you appeal?
This trial is a disgrace. This trial is a disgrace. Should have never been brought. And if you watched what just took place in the courthouse, if you report it honestly, and I'm sure you will, because there's really no other way you can report it, the government lied. They knew everything about what just took place, and the government lied, and they lied to the people. The Attorney General lied because she wanted to get elected by using Trump. And if you look at what just took place, the government has been now proven to be a liar, and there has to be some kind of recourse for what's going on. And that's why I'm here, because if I wasn't here, probably maybe people wouldn't see the facts the way they are. So we'll go inside and we'll watch the rest of it, and I think you'll find it very
Are you going to appeal? Will you appeal?
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Yeah. How are you supposed to know the difference between those two? How are you supposed to know the difference between those two? facing 1080. How are you supposed to know the difference between those two? He was the officer. Which one? Well, the one with the glasses and the gelled hair, quite stocky. Yeah, and she had her hair like tied back in a bun. Oh yeah, that one. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Right, we live. We're outside the New York. Is it the district attorney's office? I'm not sure which office. This is the Donald Trump inquiry. Court's back in session. And Middle East in dangerous moment. We are looking for a skyline. This is BS on financial situation.
Quiet now!
It's okay, I have that.
Dwarf A and Dwarf B.
Let's take you straight to Joe Biden.
I'm sorry, what did you say? As long as you're not...
Joe Biden's a bumbling fool. Joe Biden is a bumbling fool. I'm just looking for a unique sky. This one's Lebanon. Camera over Lebanon. Lebanon. Holy shit. Holy shit. What's going on there? Okay, let's go to Lebanon. We need to look at Lebanon.
Court is in session. Quiet
now. Right now. Not listening. Court is in session. Quiet now. Right, court's back in session. They're going to be there for a while now, aren't they? Next, you guys got another 4 hours at least of that?
No, it's gone. It's gone.
Another 4 hours of that. What's going on here? Let me see what the deal is here. This is facing into the border of Lebanon and Israel. I'm seeing lots of fires. Well, they're all getting their moment on TV today, aren't they? Damn it! What's up with these? What's up with these views, man? Day 12. Richard Madeley's ridiculous question. I keep saying this. What did Richard Madeley do? What did he do? What did he do?
Liberal Democrat MP whose mother is Palestinian.
Yeah.
She's recently spoken about how worried she is for relatives living in Gaza. But for GMB presenter Richard Madeley, that connection was enough to prompt this bizarre interaction.
It is not true to say that Hamas individually have killed the 2,600 Palestinians who have died. It is true to say that they have made a situation much, much worse. And there is no condoning, and I'm not about to start condoning what they've done. And it's awful.
Switch to the
And it
U-Switch
just needs
broadband
to
provider
stop
of the
now.
year.
It just needs to stop.
Hyper Optic delivers real customer service.
Did you have any indication of what was
Switch.
going to happen 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago? Was there any word on the street?
Not this. I think everyone has been surprised by, first of all, partly the timing, the sophistication, the way that it's happened.
The word on the street? You think Layla Moran, the MP, she's the representative of Gaza City? Richard Madeley, she's in Oxford. She's in leafy Oxford. What a bizarre question to ask. You know who did know about what was going to happen? The Egyptians.
Israel.
They told the Israelis 72 hours before the strikes that something was amiss, to be careful. There could be a big security challenge in the south. I should add, the Israelis deny this, but this is something which has been said by very...
Well, that's weird, isn't it? That's weird. That's a weird one.
Be careful. There could be a big security challenge in the south. I should add, the Israelis deny this, but this is something which has been said by very...
I think everyone has been surprised by, first of all, partly the timing, the sophistication, the way that it's happened.
The word on the street? You think Layla Moran, the MP, she's the representative of Gaza City? Richard Madeley, she's in Oxford. She's in leafy Oxford. What a bizarre question to ask. You know who did know about what was going to happen? The Egyptians. They told the Israelis 72 hours before the strikes that something was amiss, to be careful. There could be a big security challenge in the south. I should add, the Israelis deny this, but this is something which has been said by a very senior US congressperson. And in addition to that, Netanyahu's own security chiefs told him something was brewing. This has been said repeatedly, publicly,
and he gave the
and it wasn't really listened to. So the word was on the street, Richard. It just wasn't going towards Layla Moran. James, what did you make of this? I find Richard Madeley such an interesting character because he's just stupid enough to say the thing out loud that basically everybody else in broadcast media is thinking.
That is actually his value, and so that's one of the things I saw that there were comments circulating online saying, oh, you know, that Madeley must go, this is unacceptable. I actually think he's very useful to the left where he is. I think he's useful in that he expresses, as you say, the logic behind a lot of the comments or a lot of the lines of questioning that are taken by mainstream journalists. It does seem to me to be completely mad to allow him to handle stuff of this seriousness. I mean, this is a guy who's, as far as I can tell, the mainstay of his career was sort of, you know, funny shaped vegetables and semi-lobotomized pop stars. You know, so it's odd to see him sort of pursuing this line in person, but he's ultimately unimportant. He's very useful for us in that you can see, you know, he's absorbed the logic that's used across the rest of the press and just repeated it, as you say, in this kind of bizarre, bold-faced way. But yeah, I mean, what a bizarre and what, you know, obviously a profoundly offensive line of questioning.
There's also another sort of issue here, which is the sort of Jeremy Carlification of UK political journalism. I mean, I wouldn't qualify this as political journalism, but this is current affairs journalism, right? You're asking a politician about an event that happened 2 weeks ago and the geopolitical fallout. And I've thought about this for a long time, that Jeremy Kyleification, the adoption of this kind of way of talking and reporting and discussing and digesting. But then I see literally Jeremy Kyle on Talk TV doing all of these things. And it's interesting to say that you have these people from like 20 years ago from daytime TV, and now all of a sudden, and look, to be fair to them, they've not asked for it. I don't think Richard Madeley wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I want to ask the big questions about the future of West Asian security and Israel-Palestine. I'm sure he has never said that in his life, but for some reason, broadcast journalism keeps on thrusting these people to the forefront of the conversation. Something's gone really badly wrong with how we do broadcast journalism in this country, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. I mean, I think one of the things that is true, actually, is that most people in Richard Madeley's position think that they should be invited to pronounce or inquire about virtually everything. There's no subject that should be off limits to them. They think that their expertise knows no bounds, despite what we saw this morning. I suppose the other side of this, I think, is to say that, yes, lots of news has become infotainment. And it's not just sort of daytime presenters making the move into sort of serious news or kind of hard current affairs. It's also the sort of unfortunate habit of telling journalists that their personalities are interesting. And that, I think, is fatal to journalism. I actually don't, lots of people really like the sort of, I'm Emily Maitlis and here's my opinions, my feelings about these things. I don't think it's necessarily that great for journalism. I think it's important to try to adopt, you can be open about your commitments, you can be open about the angle from which you're approaching something. But the thing that I think is incumbent upon journalists and commentators actually is to really approach this stuff as fair-mindedly as they can while being open about what their commitments are. I'm not interested in jokes made by journalists. They don't tend to be very good jokes.
Yeah, I think that's so true. We saw it recently with Kay Burley on Sky. We put a clip out of that from last week. I think it's got over 300,000 views. And she was pushed back in her misreporting, frankly, of comments made by the Palestinian ambassador. And she, she's performing a role which is kind of obstreperous. Oh, go away, you trivial little people. But you're a journalist. You're meant to present two sides of the argument, even if you only believe one side of that argument. It's literally your job. You're there to inform people. I don't think they think that. I don't think Richard Madeley at the back of his mind says, how can I add value to my audience? How can I add value? They don't know about this. How can I tell them in an informative, entertaining, interesting way? That should be the first question of journalism. It's not.
Yeah, duh. Okay, fine, okay. Right, let's listen to Outside. Everything we know, Gaza hospital bombing, PDB.
We have President Biden on the ground in Israel this morning, arriving just after a horrific, Palestinians would say, attack from Israel. Israel would say it's the Palestinians' fault on a hospital. I'm going to get into all of this that has left a mass of human carnage and devastation in Gaza. I'm going to take you through what both sides are saying, what I think about it. We'll go